Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Preparation of an Elite. January 23rd, Melee Island, 8 p.m. AST. And here we have folk. The winner of this year's Lumiose conference is Alolan, the commentator shouted as Alolan's Metagross took down his opponent's last Pokemon. Ash was watching the Lumiose conference on television along with Professor Kukui. Ash, his real name is Anderson Ketchum, the son of ex-Kanto champion, Richardson Ketchum, aka Red. Anderson was nicknamed Ash as his parents wanted to maintain the fire tradition running in the Ketchum family. Even though he was the son of a champion, Ash was not at all happy. He grew up without his parents. All Ash knew was his father was convicted of using drags on his Pokemons, and evidences was against him. Most of the world believed that, but not all. Red had some very good friends in Alola, Professor Kukui, Professor Burnett, the Island Kahunas and the Ether family. They had worked and saved Alola during the last Ultra invasion, so they know Red will never do something illegal. Also the fact Red was assisted by the guardian deities of Alola proves the point, the Island Guardians would never assist any criminal. But that was not enough proof to prevent Red being labeled as a criminal. Red had no other option other than going to hiding. His mother, Delia Ketchum, decided to follow her husband but didn't want their son to have an uncertain future. The problem was solved when Professor Kukui volunteered to take care of Ash. Red and Delia kept Ash under Kukui care as Luzaman Ether, the president of the multi-billion-dollar company Ether Foundation, helped them to escape and cover their tracks. From that day, Ash stayed with Kukui. Occasionally, Luzaman would visit him. She would care him like her own son, but couldn't spend enough time due to her busy schedule. But Ash definitely made friends with her son Glad Ion and daughter Lily. Lily was like his sister while Clarion was his brother and rival, even though he was a bit edgy. He had a couple of other friends, but none of them knows his true identity, only Professor Kukui, her wife Professor Burnett, Luzaman and her husband Moan, Lily, Glad Ion and the Island Kahunas knows his relationship with Red. The last match was pretty one-sided I guess, Ash said thoughtfully. He had expected a bit of more exciting match for finals. But this Alolan guy just swept it with his Tyranitar and Metagross. Mark the name Ash, one day you may have to face him in battle, Kukui said. Ash gave Kukui a determined smirk. You mean, one day I will have to win against him? Kukui gave a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, that's what I like about you the most, that your determination shines like a sunsteel strike. Kukui composed himself for a bit. So, any Pokemon came to your notice? Ash nodded his head. Goodra. But seriously. I thought it was a water and poison type. It looks like a slimy water Pokemon. Kukui was laughed a bit. I will never forget the look on your face when you found it was a dragon. As for looks, so our executors look like dragons to you? He asked. All that makes me catch one even more. This Goodra line is truly special, Ash mused as he began thinking of ways he could catch one. Kukui grinned, of course, but remember, a Pidgey in hand is worth two in the bush. You have other Pokemons to capture first, he said. Ash nodded and got lost in deep thought. Tomorrow he was supposed to go to the famed Grand Pony Canyon in Pony Island, searching for Jangmo-o. Hope this search will not fail like last time, Ash thought. Ash had developed a desire to train dragon and ghost-type Pokemons recently. It's not that he hates other Pokemon, he loves each and every Pokemon, but, he has to prove a point. 4 years ago, Ash was watching an interview of the Kanto champion and the elites. Ash was really inspired by Lorelei and Bruno's speech but not quite by Lance and Agatha's. Lance's constant boasting of himself about training dragon Pokemons and Agatha's jeering on how other trainers are unworthy of training ghosts and turning their Pokemons to mockery riled Ash up. He mentally vowed to himself that he will be a much better dragon and ghost-type trainer one day and beat them in their own game. That's why Ash went to Haina Desert in Ulaula Island to catch a Gibbledot but couldn't find a single one there. Instead he was chased away by a bunch of Gabites when he accidentally found one of their nest. But he didn't come home empty-handed, he managed to catch a Trapinch whose final evolution is Flygon, the mystic desert dragon. This fully toned down the disappointment of not catching a Gibble. Garchomp is known for its monstrous power, but a Flygon is no slouch either. Yeah, it cannot Mega Evolve like Garchomp, but who cares? Many Pokemons can't Mega Evolve either. Ash is totally content with catching a Trapinch. He believes no Pokemon is weak if trained properly, not even a Magikarp. Trapinch is the first Pokemon Ash caught, and overall third Pokemon in his team. His rest two Pokemons are a shiny Rowlet, his starter, gifted to him by Island Kahuna Hala, and a strange Pokemon called Poipole, given to him by Luzaman. Luzaman said that Poipole was an Ultra Beast caught by Red during the Ultra Beast pandemic and wanted to gift it to him when he grew up. But situation didn't favor that dream, so Red left Poipole under the care of Ether Foundation till Ash was ready to handle Pokemons. Ash chose Rowlet as his starter solely because of the ghost typing its final evolution gains. Rowlet was a heavy sleeper, but still could battle fairly well, as good as a Pokemon can be with a week of training. And he accepted Poipole not just because it evolves into a dragon, not because he thinks all Pokemons are equal and he couldn't say no to any Pokemon, but mainly because it is the last and only sign from his parents. Poipole was extremely playful and mischievous outside battle, but is extremely determined during training. Trapinch was his first proper catch. He used Rowlet to battle it. Trapinch had a habit of biting everything near it, but one of his moves is Bite, which will come handy in catching other ghost-type Pokemons. Soon a new member will be added to his team, the most powerful dragon species found in Alola. Hello. Earth to Ash, Kukui called out as he shook Ash's shoulder. Ash broke out of his thoughts as he looked towards Kukui confusedly. You were saying something? Professor Kukui had been his mentor all the time. Kukui had been a very successful trainer during his time. He had also won the Indigo Conference. Challenged the Elite Four and defeated 3 of them. He literally swept through Bruno and Blaine, struggled against Agatha but still pulled out victory. It was against Lance that he finally faced defeat even when he took out 4 of Lance's dragons. Still, Kukui is regarded as one of the strongest trainers in the world, definitely someone of Elite Four calibers and an expert when it comes to Pokemon moves. Kukui just sighed and rubbed his forehead. Let me guess, you were dreaming about beating Lance and Agatha again, right? Ash sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Well, kind of, he said hesitantly. How many times I have told you to come back to reality. Kukui scolded him slightly, though he was used to Ash's dreams. Forget Lance. Even becoming a league winner is not that easy. You have a lot of priorities, Ash. You have to catch at least 6 Pokemons, train them to their highest potential and beat the gym leaders first. Lance can wait. Ash was a bit disappointed at this. Man. I wanted a battle so badly. Just thinking of it makes me so hyped, Ash said as he crossed his arms and relaxed on the couch. Kukui had a knowing look on his face. Sometimes I forget how exciting Pokemon battles can be. Anyways, get to bed, we have to leave early tomorrow. Ash didn't argue with it, he was tired and it was already. Kukui got up from the couch as he went to do some last-minute chores before retiring to bed. His 2 other Pokemons were already asleep on the couch. Ash murmured a quick goodnight and went to his elevated berth where he used to sleep. There was a glass pane near his bed through which he could see the moon shining outside. Ash kept staring at the moon, thinking of the Alolan legend Lunala, the beast that calls the moon, till his eyelids dropped down and he slowly drifted to the dream. Though he kept dreaming of catching Lunala 1. Next day, Pony Canyon, 12:38 p.m. AST. How much more? Ash groaned. His legs had given up a long time ago. Just a little more, Kukui replied. He didn't seem tired at all. Ash deadpanned at this. You have been saying this for last 4 hours. Ash and Professor Kukui were walking through a series of caves inside the Pony Canyon. Professor Kukui said he knows the best place to catch a Jangmo-o. Here we are, Kukui shouted as they reached a wide open area within the caves. The area was just like an open arena surrounded by series of entrances of different caves and passages. Welcome to the arena, Kukui said, opening out his hands wide. This is the place where trainers can challenge the totem Jangmo-o. Ash raised an eyebrow on hearing it, all his exhaustion leaving him immediately. I don't think we have come here to have a totem battle, I guess, Ash asked suspiciously. Kukui just winked at him as he took out a pokeball. Just wait and... Kukui said as he pointed to his wristwatch. Kukui pressed the button on the pokeball and released a scaly, bipedal, dinosaur-like reptilian Pokemon covered with scaly armor. Jangmo-o, Ash said curiously, what's your plan, Professor? Sometimes he failed to understand what Professor Kukui is up to. Kukui grinned and turned towards his Pokemons. Call your friends, mate. Jangmo-o nodded in agreement, took a fighting stance. Suddenly the scales on Jangmo-o's began to vibrate as it produced a sound, similar to that of cymbals. Very soon, a loud roar could be heard from the opposite side of the cavern. Ash could feel something powerful was coming in their direction, the earth was shaking with each step. Soon a large shadowy figure revealed itself from the opposite cavern, a giant Jangmo-o. Ash was staring with astonishment that this Jangmo-o was at least 3 to 4 times the size of Kukui's one. Behind it, several other Pokemon started appearing from different caves' entrances. There were Jangmo-o, their evolved form Hakamo-o, and 2-3 normal-size Jangmo-o as well. The Pokemon crowd were watching them a bit too casually. As if they are used to humans. Kukui stepped forward and waved to the giant Jangmo-o, hello friend. I am Kukui, the regional professor of Alola. Also an ex-trial goer. We have fought once and you presented me my friend. Kukui pointed towards his Jangmo-o, and a Dragonium Z crystal, he said as he took an emerald-color rhomboidal crystal with a dragon wing pattern. Jangmo-o observed the crystal and Jangmo-o carefully, and Ash could see some sort of recognition in its eyes. Jangmo-o have a soft roar and bowed before Kukui. Kukui and his Jangmo-o also bowed along with Ash, though he didn't have the slightest idea why he is bowing. Kukui turned towards Ash and introduced him to the giant. Ash, this is the totem Jangmo-o, the strongest totem Pokemon in entire Alola. In terms of raw strength, totem Jangmo-o can easily make up to Drake and Lance's strongest team. And Jangmo-o this Ash Ketchum, my student. The totem Pokemon nodded at him in acknowledgement and grumbled something, which Ash guessed was a hello, which he returned with waving his hands. But one thing gained his attention. So you are as strong as Lance, Ash said excitedly, can't wait to have our battle. The totem Jangmo-o just smiled at him, or that's what Ash thought. That human kid was surely determined, and have an enormous potential to grow stronger. The totem was intelligent enough to figure out that this kid didn't come this far to battle him. Kukui cleared his throat to gain everybody's attention. Ahem. So you must be wondering why we came to meet you, right? The totem Pokemon nodded. Actually, my student had expressed a desire to train one of your kinds, Kukui said as the totem Jangmo-o raised its eyes a bit on hearing it. Murmurs could be heard from the crowd behind as Kukui continued, so, if you would allow my student to battle a little one, just like you helped me meet my friend, that would be great. Jangmo-o scanned Ash from top to bottom. Jangmo-o knows very well his species would never reach his true potential if they stay under his umbrella. So he encourages his herd to travel around the world to learn new things. That kid didn't seem bad to him, though he will see if he is truly worthy to train one of his herd. And if this kid is truly a disciple of this man, that means he can be trusted. Back during the Ultra Beast pandemic, all the totem Pokemons and their respective herds also fought against the extra-dimensional creatures along with the humans in order to protect Alola. Jangmo-o had seen how Kukui handled the situation with the help of others, so he had full faith in Kukui. Without any second thought, totem Jangmo-o gave a welcoming roar and nodded at the proposal. It turned around to face his herd, gave a series of roars instructions. Loud roars could be heard as the herd discussed among themselves until a Jangmo-o stepped out of its group and walked towards the arena. It stood at one side of the arena, took a fighting stance and gave Ash a challenging glare, as if daring him send his Pokemon. Ash, if you can defeat this little guy in battle, then you can catch it, understand, Kukui called out. Ash on the other hand matches the glare with his own smile and stepped forward. The totem Jangmo-o, Kukui, and all other Pokemon stepped outside the arena to watch the battle. Ash unclipped a pokeball from his belt and said, "You ready for battle Jangmo-o? No matter what, you will be joining me today." Jangmo-o growled at it and stomped its foot on the ground in response. Ash released his first Pokemon, Rowlet. "I choose you," Ash shouted. A small round owl-like Pokemon. It had emerald and white feathers and a blue-green leaf sprouting from its chest like a bowtie. Rowlet hooted. Its arrival flew around glancing at its surroundings. Several Pokemons were looking at it, and a certain quadruped lizard took a fighting stance on seeing him. Rowlet landed on the ground and gave Jangmo-o an innocent look, tilting its head. Jangmo-o was feeling a bit uncomfortable due to the look, which was noticed by almost everyone present. Sometimes I think how Rowlet manages to pull baby doll's eyes without actually knowing it, Ash thought. Jangmo-o was hesitating to strike first. Ash shook all the thoughts out of his head and gave his first order, Rowlet. Into the air. The cute look on Rowlet's face disappeared in an instant and was replaced by a sharp look as he narrowed his eyes. Rowlet flapped his wings and took off, gliding silently into the air. "Now leafage," Ash shouted. Rowlet flapped his wings as several glowing leaves shot out from his body in a tornado fashion. Rowlet fired the attack straight towards Jangmo-o, but unfortunately Jangmo-o was faster. It jumped out of the way and successfully avoided the attack. "Don't stop." "Kept attacking," Ash cheered. Rowlet gave a hoot as it kept firing barrage of leaf tornadoes, but Jangmo-o kept jumping all around the place, dodging each and every attack. Ash narrowed his eyes a bit. He was feeling a bit frustrated, but he knew he had to keep his cool. "If range's attacks don't work, we will try close range ones." "Rowlet, use Peck," Ash ordered. Rowlet's beak glowed white as it became a bit pointed as Rowlet charged towards Jangmo-o. Jangmo-o this time, instead of running away, also charged towards Rowlet as well. Both of them clashed together and fought for dominance. Totem Kamo-o was watching each and every move of the fight. The kid was sure sloppy, but it was not bad at all for a beginner. Maybe he is an ideal trainer for that Jangmo-o. Rowlet and Jangmo-o kept clashing at each other when suddenly Jangmo-o got covered with a thin layer of red aura and headbutt Rowlet hard in the gut. Rowlet was sent crashing to a nearby rock as the rock shattered on impact. Ash's eyes grew wide as he recognized the move. "Counter," Ash exclaimed in astonishment. Ash didn't expect this move at all. Even Kukui was amazed by this. "Interesting, I didn't expect a Jangmo-o so young to learn counter. Even my Kamo-o couldn't use it," Kukui smirked mischievously. The last sentence Kukui said was to tease his Kamo-o a bit. Kamo-o scoffed and turned the other way. "It doesn't need to learn counter to beat its opponents." Ash thought for a moment the long-ranged attacks are not up to the mark while close-ranged attacks have the risk of hitting with a counter. He smiled, definitely a worthy opponent. "I don't want to use cheap moves, but my back hit the wall." But he was worried about Rowlet more than the match. Ash heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Rowlet trying to get up. Rowlet struggled to get back into the air. Ash could see a blackish bruise forming near its abdomen. "Hang a bit longer, Rowlet," Ash tried to encourage it. "Use Confuse Ray." Rowlet gave a loud hoot as it locked his eyes with Jangmo-o. Jangmo-o found himself incapacitated, unable to turn away from that aviant's gaze. Both have kept staring as Rowlet let out a series of low eerie hoots as its eyes glowed hypnotic blue. Jangmo-o suddenly started thrashing around like a drunken madman as Confuse Ray fully messed up its brains. "Now's your chance, hit it with Peck." Rowlet's beak once again glowed as he crashed into Jangmo-o with full force. Again and again, Rowlet kept hitting Jangmo-o with its beak and throwing him all around the arena. Jangmo-o tried to fight back but ended up hurting himself. Jangmo-o was panting hard with small cuts all over its body. It was on its last legs. Ash was grinning as victory was fully within his grasp. "All right. Rowlet. Finish with leafage," Ash ordered. Rowlet sent one last leaf twister at Jangmo-o, which was enough to knock out. Ash quickly took out a pokeball and looked at the totem Kamo-o. The totem nodded its head and signaled him to go ahead. Ash nodded back, walked a bit closer to the fallen Jangmo-o and threw the pokeball at him. The Pokeball SCKED up Jangmo-o inside it and fell on the ground. For some time the Pokeball continued to wiggle as Ash along with everyone else watched closely to know the result. After a few more wiggles, the Pokeball dinged showing a successful capture. "Alright," Ash cheered as he rushed and grabbed the Pokeball. He turned his head towards his Pokemon as Rowlet flew and sat on his shoulder. He petted Rowlet on its head as it was giving his famed innocent look. "That was amazing, you were awesome. Though we need to work on your speed, I think." Rowlet hooted in reply and tilted its head. Suddenly he could hear clapping sound. He turned around, see Professor Kukui coming up towards them with Jangmo-o and Totem Jangmo-o following him. "That was awesome, using Confuse Ray was really a nasty plot," Kukui said. Totem Jangmo-o also came up, gave a pleased smile and roared. It made some signs of coming and posed of fighting. Ash was confused on seeing this. It was clear that the Totem Pokemon wanted to tell something, but what? Ash tilted his head like his Rowlet, even though Rowlet fully understood what it was trying to tell. Excuse me, but what are you telling?" Ash asked in the politest tone he could muster. Professor Kukui was also watching the actions. He suddenly spoke up. "I think Jangmo-o is trying to tell that he will be waiting for your challenge, am I right?" Jangmo-o nodded his head as he pointed towards the Pokeball and made some uppercutting signs. "And he wants to fight this little one day and see how strong he became," Kukui said. Jangmo-o gave a road as he confirmed his wishes. "If that's what you want, I will not disappoint you," Ash promised, "and one day we will have the best battle anybody had ever seen." Totem Jangmo-o looked at Ash with a challenging grin and roared, accepting the challenge. That roar literally shook the entire cave. Ash also literally felt the vibrations. Also the echoes of the road increased the intensity of the sound by 10 folds. It was like he was dropped in the middle of a room with several huge bass speakers running with full volume, bursting his eardrums. Ash closes his ears with his hands as Rowlet tried to bury his head on the ground till the sound subsided. But he saw from the corner of his eyes, Kukui didn't seem to have that much trouble. Once the road died and Ash once again got a control over his senses, Ash asked, "You didn't seem to be affected by it, Professor?" Kukui's face seemed to harden on hearing the question. "Trust me," Kukui said, "this roar is nothing compared to the blood-curdling roars I have heard," he murmured darkly. Ash was a bit taken aback by the attitude. He didn't expect Kukui to get this serious. Kukui very quickly returned to his cheerful demeanor. "Forget it. Jangmo-o needs attention, let's make a U-turn to the Pokemon Center," he said, trying to change the topic. Ash also didn't press the matters. Kukui turned towards the Totem Jangmo-o and bowed, "Thanks for your support, friend. But I am afraid I must take my leave." Ash and Kukui both murmured their respective goodbyes as they turned to head out of the caves. While walking back home, Ash was lost in his thought. In about a week he had already caught 4 Pokemons. Just 2 more, then he can prepare to challenge the Indigo League. He doesn't want to challenge the league like some novice. He will actually build a team, train hard, challenge it fully prepared and win the entire thing. He kept thinking of all the different Pokemons he can add to his team, when suddenly something clicked his mind. Professor said something about a blood-curdling roars of something. What is it? Ash thought. Was it some kind of Pokemon? Or something else? This was a mystery he needs to find. Lost in his thoughts, Ash kept trekking towards the Seafolk village. Night time, Melee Island. Ash was looking for information about Jangmo-o over the internet. He had already scanned his Jangmo-o with his Pokédex, now he is looking for more information and details. His Jangmo-o basically knows only 2 moves, tackle and counter. He definitely needs to work on the move pool. A Jangmo-o quite a bit of moves which gets better on evolution. Currently, Ash wanted to teach it Dragon Tail as it was the easiest dragon-type move Jangmo-o can learn, and Iron Head to counter the fairies. But Jangmo-o was a bit too young to learn any move. Professor Kukui devised a training schedule for Jangmo-o, full of physical exercise. His theory is Jangmo-o didn't fully develop any gland or organs to produce and utilize the draconic hormones, it is still in developing stage. This also shows that the genes responsible of developing physiology and learning moves is still in awakening stage. Once Jangmo-o develops one, he would be able to HRNSS various energies and use different types of moves. The process won't take very long as Pokémons have a rapid rate of cell division and mutation. Ash kept scrolling down the list of moves and also took a quick look at the ability Bulletproof. The Kamo line with Bulletproof ability had developed an immunity to bomb and ball moves, irrespective of their typings. How, no one knows. Scientists had developed some fairy tale stories of how Pokémons originated, but how different Pokémons developed different abilities is still a mystery. Scientists predicts there must be some super powerful Pokémon which has access to each and every type of abilities, just like Arceus, who is believed to have the ability to change into all the types possible, and Mew, who contains all the genes present within itself, change to all possible Pokémon forms and learn every possible moves. But no proof had been found still now. Professor Kukui is currently in his basement having a conference call with Luzaman and Moan Ether regarding the construction of the Manalo Stadium. Professor Kukui, just after winning the Indigo Conference, had a desire to set up a Pokemon League in Alola. The Ether Foundation supported the idea and agreed to sponsor the whole process, starting from construction to holding the league tournaments. The construction would have started long ago if it was not interrupted by the sudden outbreak of Ultra Beast. All in all, the construction again started a year ago and it's expected to be completed within 3 more years. Ash had the luck of looking at the full blueprint of the stadium. The Manalo Stadium consists of 5 artificial floating island stadiums, the world's first of its kind. The main central island was in shape a huge triangular shape. On one corner of the triangle is the Battle Stadium with a small sitting capacity, barely 200, nothing much compared to the capacity of bigger stadiums like Lumiose, Indigo, Winden, etc. The stadium comprises roughly about 1/3 of the total area. The rest 2/3 consist of various resorts and cottages designed in the traditional Alolan style for the participants, guests and other peoples to stay. The central island stadium is surrounded by 4 other, a bit smaller and rhomboidal islands. Each contains a battle arena and galleries, like the main stadium, at the center of the island, with places for stalls and shops to be set up by businessmen at the 4 corners. These 4 stadiums are named after the 4 island guardians: the Koko Stadium after Tapu Koko, the Mele Mele Island Guardian, the Lele Stadium after Tapu Lele, the Akala Island Guardian, the Bulu Stadium after Tapu Bulu, the Ulaula Island Guardian, and the Fini Stadium after Tapu Fini, the Pony Island Guardian. The main stadium is dedicated to the Alolan legends Solgaleo and Lunala. All the 5 stadiums would be connected with each other by underwater passages, providing a perfect view of the underwater world. Ash focused once again on his training, this time thinking what new Pokémons he would catch next. Rowlet won't be gaining the ghost typing until it fully evolves. So he needs to catch a ghost. He was thinking about what could be a new addition to his team when his thoughts were interrupted by a knock at the door. Ash looked at the door with confusion. Who had come at this time? He murmured to himself as he got up to open the door. Standing behind the door was his friend cum rival, O. What have I done to owe a visit from Mr. Ether? Ash mocked. Gladion just brushed of the insult and walked inside the house. He sat down on one of the couches as Ash took his seat. Heard you caught a dragon? Gladion asked in a flat voice. Ash raised an eyebrow at this. Is this a question or a statement? He asked. Gladion got little annoyed. Just answer. He grumbled. Yeah, sure caught one. But did you come all the way just to ask this question? Ash asked. Gladion shook his head. No, actually Professor called me here. Don't ask why. Fair enough. By the way, what Pokémons have you caught? Ash asked. He was curious about what Pokémons Gladion had caught. He and Gladion are always engaged in some form of Cold War. Gladion replied, Ev, Zubat and my dad Zoroark had an egg which hatched into a Zorua, so that also, Gladion said. He said the last part of the sentence in a manner that it's not that big of a deal at all. Ash nearly fell off the couch on hearing it. He felt like someone had slapped him right on his face. He was completely flabbergasted. Did you own one of the most rarest of the species in the entire world? One which is mistaken as a legendary. Gladion gave an arrogant smirk as relaxed on the couch as if he was some kind of king. He was completely enjoying Ash's reaction. Yeah. It seems like it, he answered, as if it's the most obvious fact in the world. Gladion soon dropped the arrogant behavior as he genuinely asked, what are you planning to catch next? Still haven't decided, it will be a ghost that's for sure, Ash replied. A ghost maybe you can come with me tomorrow, Gladion offered. Where? Ash asked. The Melee Cemetery. I was going there catch a ghastly, Gladion replied. Ash thought for a moment, a cemetery will contain lots of ghosts. What Pokemons could be found there, he asked. Gladion snatched Ash's laptop from him and started typing and clicking. He opened a particular website and said, Ghastly Line, Litwick, Duskull Line. These are the major Pokemons to be found. Ash perked up on hearing the name of Litwick. Litwick, huh? I think I have a place for a fire-type Pokemon in my team, he mused. Talking about Litwick, Professor Kukui said as he suddenly appeared from the basement. Gladion and Ash both jumped up due to the sudden voice. Fun facts. Litwick lines had a very interesting method of creating more of their species. Which is, Gladion pressed, just light a candle with the flame of Litwick or any of its evolutions and let it burn. Once the candle had fully burned, a Litwick will be formed from the burnt waxy vapors. It's interesting to note that its flame can turn wax, a matter into antimatter which forms the ghost's body. It is applicable for only wax though. Ash and Gladion didn't know what to say. This was bizarre, I guess. Thanks for the knowledge, Ash somehow managed to say. Before he could say anything else, Gladion spoke up, why did you call me? Straight to the point, Kukui laughed as he took a seat. Okay, so the deal is you both know that we will be hosting the first ever Alolan Pokemon League within next 3 years. Ash and Gladion nodded, so we need to decide the champion and the Elite Four prior to it. What I want to see both of you as potential candidates for it. So start training from now, so you will be ready by the we hold the audition. Both Ash and Gladion took some time to process the information. This was a huge news. You want us to be Elite Four? Gladion wanted to confirm, something was telling him Professor was messing with him. Yes, this is not a joke. So both of you will be training under me every day, so that your power can reach to blast burn level by the time the big day arrives. I am going to be your mentor from now. Regular days, we will train in the afternoon, on weekends, we will be training the whole day. And that starts from tomorrow. I have already talked with your parents. Got it, Kukui said with authority in his voice. You bet. Count me in, Ash shouted excitedly. He will be becoming an Elite Four and also training under the mentorship of one of the strongest trainers in not only Alola, but also the entire world. Gladion just shrugged and nodded casually. Fine, but we need to build our teams first. That's why Ash and I was going to the Melee Cemetery to catch Pokemons. Yeah, ghost Pokemons. Listen, this is serious, Kukui said as he truly turned serious. The unevolved ghost Pokemon are not a threat, they are playful and mischievous but not dangerous. But fully evolved wild ghost Pokemons are dangerous. On evolution, they can HRNSS variety of powers and ability and can potentially kill you without any regret. So you both are not going alone, not at least when your own Pokemon are not strong enough to protect you. Both of you will be carrying one of my Pokemon each, okay? What Kukui said made complete sense. Well, there is no harm in taking precautions, I guess, Ash said as Gladion agreed with it. Okay, it's final then. Gladion, it's getting late, so I think you should start heading back to the house. Come back tomorrow bright and early, Kukui said. Gladion agreed to it and said his goodbyes. Kukui followed him to door as Ash returned back to his research. A new life, a new dream, a new goal starts with a new sunrise. Professor Kukui had placed a lot of faith in him, and he had no intention in disappointment him. Next day, 7 o'clock AST, Melee Island. Ash and Gladion were jogging back and forth on the beach in front of Kukui's house. Professor Kukui were making sure that they also remain for along with their Pokémons. Ash's Rowlet and Gladion's Zubat were training under Kukui's Braviary as they were learning different skills of flying and practicing their attacks. Poipole was with Kukui's Lucario as it was trying to learn Dragon Pulse. Roughly a week ago, before Ash became a trainer, draconic genes were discovered in Poipole's DNA. Different dragon-type moves TMs were used in Poipole, but that didn't seem to bring any noticeable changes. Only when the TM of Dragon Pulse was used, it altered or some. Call it awakened a set of genes which brought some changes in its internal physiology. So it was hypothesized that the only dragon-type move it can learn at this stage was Dragon Pulse. So after Ash received Poipole, he was suggested to teach it Dragon Pulse along with another move Venoshock. The biotechnological team of Ether Foundation is trying to figure out what other moves it can learn by studying its traits. Trapinch was ordered to practice Bite on the Rocks and master it by Ash, as this move would be helpful tonight. Jangmo-o, Eevee, and Zorua were training with Kukui's Kamo, doing all sorts of exercises that Professor came up with. Ash did a lot on research on the Litwick and Duskull line yesterday. His initial intention was to catch a Litwick, now his intention is to catch both. Duskull line, especially its final evolution Duskmore, were known for their tremendous bulk and deadly power. They can tank hits as well as dish out powerful hits, a complete powerhouse of any team. Ash and Gladion after finishing their lap were panting hard as the running took out all their juice. They sat on the ground as they tried to catch their breath. "Here, have some water," Kukui said as came up with 2 water bottles. Both of them grabbed the bottles and drank greedily from it. Kukui's sweat dropped on seeing it as Ash and Gladion nearly finished the entire bottle. "Is all these necessary?" Gladion asked annoyingly. Kukui laughed at it. "Of course, you will bulk up your muscles before you can even know." Gladion huffed and scoffed as he murmured something inhearable, but it looked like some curse. Ash sat on the ground as he looked at others training, and to be honest, none of them were faring that well, except Trapinch. They need a lot of work if they had to reach this level, Ash thought. These thoughts were interrupted by Kukui's voice. "Okay. Now both of you have done your training, you may take break and supervise your Pokémon's trainings. I am going inside to prepare breakfast for you 2-inch." With that Kukui turned and walked towards his house as Ash and Gladion sat on a piece of log and watched their Pokémons. Trapinch was the only one who seemed to have a fun time. He was biting, chewing and grinding the rocks into dust happily, its teeth were covered with the energy of the void. Trapinch's habit of biting everything will sure come in handy. Poipole is able to summon small flickers of draconic energy but it blows up as quickly as it appears, which is understandable. Dragon moves are the hardest to learn. Ash could sense Gladion shifted a bit from his seat as he was thinking something. Ash decided to strike a conversation. "What's a thinking so much?" Gladion stared at Ash for a moment before decided to give in. "Well, what you think always, new Pokémons to catch." "So, dark types head at what made you get attached to dark types?" Ash pressed. Gladion flushed at the question and was very hesitant to answer. But Ash kept asking and asking that Gladion sighed. "Fine," he said. Gladion took some time and fiddled with his fingers a bit as Ash was waiting patiently for answer. "Well, the deal is that most of the time I grew around Dad Zoroark. People say dark types are dangerous, they are evil, they cause destruction etc. etc. But I actually saw a softer side of them, they do care for their trainers, they do care for their families. I want to bring out this side of them to the world. People also say trainers who train dark-type Pokémons are bad-mannered and evil like them, that I will answer them on their faces. Now don't think that I have some kind of obsession with them," Gladion said as he finished his story. "So, like dark Pokémons, dark humans do have a softer side as guess," Ash teased as he poked Gladion with his elbow. Gladion smacked Ash right on the head and glared at him. "Don't make me regret for telling you everything. Calm down." "Geez, that I was just messing you know," Ash said rubbing his head. Gladion did hit him hard. "So, What dark type next? The next dark type I am not going to catch. I am going to trade, Gladion said. Ash raised his eyebrow as Gladion continued. One day I was going through the deals in the World Trading Center looking for what deals could be found on dark Pokemons. Most trainers were offering Houndours which didn't attract me that much as I will be receiving Litten as much Alolan starter from Kahuna Hala, same reason why you chose Rowlet. It was a bit delayed because the local breeders didn't have any shiny Litten. Anyways, there were a few good deals like Inkay and Sandile, but one deal stood out to me the most: Galarian Zigzagoon. A normal and dark type Pokemon, a unique combination in my opinion. I did a research on the lines and found something interesting. Regular Zigzagoon evolved once into Linoon, a normal type. But Galarian Zigzagoon not only evolved once into Galarian Linoon, but also evolved further into Obstagoon. It is said that harsh surrounding and stiff competition mixed with its tremendous willpower caused Galarian Linoon to evolve. So the trainer wanted to trade his Zigzagoon for a Mimikyu. Now there are a lot of Mimikyu in our Pokemon reserve, so how can I say no to this deal? Once the date and place of the deal is finalized, I will trade for that Zigzagoon. Ash was listening to the whole story attentively. He is not a big fan of Pokemon trading, but he is not completely against it. Several Pokemons are not always happy with their existing trainers, so trading thus helps. But one thing struck him: holy shit. How can I forget? Ash freaked out. Gladion gave him a weird look as Ash calmed himself down a bit. I completely forgot about Mimikyu, a ghost and fairy type, damn me. Gladion laughed a bit. If Professor had been here, he would have started a lecture on Mimikyu. You missed me. I am flattered, a voice suddenly spoke up behind them, the last voice they wanted to hear. Ash freaked a bit and started sweating as Gladion groaned in frustration. Damn. Speak of devil. I came to inform you that breakfast is ready, also I think we can have a nice theory lesson along with it, Kukui chimed. There you go, Ash thought as he submitted to his fate. Kukui gave a long lecture on Mimikyu, the summary being that Mimikyu was completely opposite to normal ghost, it wants to be loved rather than hated. With modern technology and various scans, it was revealed Mimikyu's true self is a cloud of antimatter. Mimikyu replicate by binary fission, so once it finds a rag cloth and manages to somehow turn it into a creepy Pikachu dress, it undergoes fission to replicate. In absence of any cloth, anything that fully covers it like some shopping bag or something is also used to as itself. Mimikyu is assumed to gain energy from moonlight to gain the fairy typing. Now the fact everything is over, Ash is waiting for nightfall so that he can complete his team today. He has everything planned out. Chapter 2, Glimpse of Past, Dreams of Future. Night time, Melee Island, 11:17 p.m. AST. Here you go. Both of your Pokemons are fully healed, Nurse Joy said while returning their Pokeballs. But before you both go, I shall warn you, stay safe and don't do anything stupid to anger the ghosts, she added in a serious voice. Ash and Gladion were currently in the Hawali City Pokemon Center, checking their Pokemons before heading out. You can imagine the shock the nurse got when two kids appeared in the Pokemon Center at near midnight when most of Alola would be sleeping. She was even more shocked when she was told that they will be heading to the cemetery at midnight. Nurse Joy voiced her protest to prevent them going alone. It was understandable, they barely had a week training. She only calmed down when Ash told that Professor Kukui had sent two of his Pokemons for their safety. Professor Kukui had given Ash his Lucario, who knows Foresight and Dark Pulse, and Gladion his Incineroar which is part Dark type himself. Don't worry, we will be fine, Ash assured. It's getting late, we should get going. Thanks for your help. Nurse Joy nodded her head as Ash turned towards the exit. Gladion was already at the exit door, leaning against the wall and tapping his foot impatiently. Ash and Gladion exited the Pokemon Center as they started to walk towards the cemetery. The cemetery was about 30 minutes walk from the city. So, Mr. Spiritual Expert, what is your research telling? Where should we start looking? Gladion asked. Ash ignored the jab sent to him as he started talking. Your ghastly line is most tricky to find. Litwicks are said to be found near graves or any place where something dead is buried. They literally feed on the souls. Duskull can be found near graves, but there is chance that they will be in the forest as well. Ghastly, they can be found literally anywhere. They can become invisible or can merge and hide in the shadows. So, your Pokemon is going to give us a hell time finding it. What about yours? How are you going to find Duskull? Gladion asked back. Ash grinned at him, don't worry, I have that covered. Actually, I have read that Duskull have a habit of coming to scare children who doesn't listen to their parents. So what we will do is we will show how disobedient we are, and Duskulls couldn't resist the urge to come after us, Ash said, wiggling his eyebrows. Gladion was looking at him as if he was some kind of idiot. That is the most ridiculous plan ever. Heard, he said, emphasizing each and every word. This is going to be super flop. Geez. There are no harm in trying, Ash said, trying to defend his plan. After all, he had done a lot of hard work to come up with it. Yeah. Just remember, you are not going to catch a Psyduck. You are an idiot. That doesn't mean others are idiot as well, Gladion jabbed. Ash huffed away and continued their journey silently till they reached a forest in the outskirts of the city. There was a path through the forest, leading to the cemetery. Which is considered to be somewhere in the middle of it. As soon as Ash stepped a foot in the forest, he suddenly felt chill in his spine. It's like something cold is ascending through his back and trying to invade his mind. Ash looked at Gladion, who also looked a bit uncomfortable, but trying his best to cover it. Without wasting a second, he sent out Lucario. Lucario, scan the area with foresight, Ash said. Lucario grunted in reply and focused on her surroundings. Lucario's eyes glowed red as she began to scan the surroundings. After scanning it thoroughly, she grunted and gestured them that everything is fine. Strange, Ash frowned, I could have bet a ghost hiding. Gladion looked at him for any explanation. From your looks I can assume you felt something, right? He's asked. Gladion nodded his head as Ash resumed, I have read Jengar can absorb heat from its surroundings. That makes sense, but looks like everything is safe. Let's get going, Gladion said. Gladion and Ash resumed their walking along with Lucario watching their back. The forest was eerily dark, the only source of light is the moon. Ash and Gladion walked through the forest cautiously, every shining eyes caused their hands to reach for their pokeballs, every rustling of leaves and cracking of twigs perked their ears up. They guided their way deeper and deeper into the forest, fog started appearing and getting thicker and thicker. Navigating through this fog would have been next to impossible hadn't Lucario had her aura sight. Even then Ash managed to trip over some roots of trees sprouting out of the ground. After walking for what seemed like eternity, they reached a vast clearing containing lots graves. Ash quickly released Trapinch and Rowlet as Gladion released Zorua and Incineroar. Ash took a look at Zorua, then focused on his work. He can admire it later also. His prediction was half accurate, there were Litwicks and normal candles near nearly each and every grave. But there is no sign of any Duskull anywhere. Well, he has enough time to search, now let's catch the one in hand. Gladion, Ash said, just a little warning, no matter what, don't look at the flames directly. Gladion scoffed at it, what do you think of me? Am I an idiot or what? Ash just shrugged and then turned towards Trapinch. Trapinch use dig, and come up with bite on that Litwick, Ash said, pointing towards the nearest Litwick. Trapinch gave a cry and quickly dug a hole in the ground. Ash waited patiently for some time when the earth below that Litwick burst as Trapinch appeared under it and caught it with his strong jaws. Litwick was caught off guard as it didn't have the time to defend itself. While it's caught within the strong jaws, the flame of the candle suddenly burnt violently as it released several clouds of hot air, but none of them but Trapinch, such was their position. Suddenly Trapinch eyes grew wide, spat Litwick out and started swallowing a bunch of soil from the ground. Ash quickly threw a pokeball at Litwick which caught it instantly. It seemed like this Litwick was a bit weak and that bite made it even weaker. But Ash was Worried about Trapinch, which was jumping all the place. This is not the victory dance, it seemed to be in pain. What happened, buddy? Ash cried as he ran towards his Pokémon to check on it. Trapinch, his mouth wide. Ash took a close careful look and saw the problem. Under the light of the moon, Ash could see the insides of Trapinch's mouth burnt. Biting the Litwick got you burnt, Ash said. If I am not wrong, that must be Flame Body. Don't worry, I have come prepared, he said as he took out a small spray bottle labeled Burn Heal. Ash sprayed the liquid inside at mouth, which caused Trapinch to again start jumping in the air. Understandable, Burn Heal was never meant to be edible. It was a potion to be applied externally, but sadly the burn was in Trapinch's mouth. Flame Body, not as rare as its hidden ability but also not as common as Flash Fire, Gladion said. Ash nodded at it. It's my fault, I should have been more careful. Don't sell yourself short anyways, let's explore this place. I am starting to like it, Gladion said. And I thought I was weird, Ash deadpanned. Gladion just shrugged. Well, you know the saying, you don't understand the importance of light unless you go in darkness. The cemetery was built as a reminder of the Ultra Beast attack in Alola. Thousands of people, including the deceased ex-kahuna of Pony Island, along with thousands of Pokémons have lost their lives due to the attack. Ash and Gladion searched the whole area together, even asking Lucario to use foresight if any Pokémon would be hiding in the background. But there were no result of the search. Their presence attracted the attention of several Litwicks, but one look from Incineroar forced them not to try anything. I don't get it. Where is the so-called Reaper? Gladion asked in frustration. Come on, there is still a forest to search. We will find them soon I guess, Ash replied. Where will you search first? Gladion asked. I think we should split and search, remember we need to find your Ghastly also, Ash suggested. Gladion was hesitant at first, but agreed nonetheless. Ash and Lucario headed straight into the jungle while Gladion and Incineroar went to the other side. It was promised that they will meet in the exact same spot. But none of them saw a small ghostly figure emerged out of the shadows and quickly merged back with it. Ash was navigating his way through the woods. It became a lot easier as the fog was down quite a bit. Ash was keeping a close watch on his surroundings. The entire jungle seemed like a maze. He kept walking when suddenly he hit his head into nothing. There was nothing in front of him. Still he felt that he had hit his head into a wall. Ash took a step forward and tried to feel if there was something or not. There was something, hard, but invisible. Is it an illusion? Lucario, will you please use foresight here? Ash asked. Soon that space revealed to contain a tree. Ash had actually hit his head with an invisible tree. Now there is seriously something wrong, Ash thought. Also this side of the forest seemed to be surprisingly empty, there was no life, no soul, other than them. There were at least Litwicks near in that cemetery. A forest, even though if it's haunted, contains at least some Pokémons. But here there were none, ghost or no ghost. Ash looked at the tree, not the last time, and turned his head only to come face to face with a floating skull. Ash blinked for a second and jumped back, screaming in fright. And as a result, Ash hit the tree trunk once again. Last time it was his forehead, this time it's back head. Damn! What's today with me hitting my head? Ash groaned, as he rubbed the back of his head. He took a look at the culprit, who actually the thing Ash had been searching for so long. Duskull made an eerie noise as it floated around in the air. It seems to be snickering, even though the Duskull line doesn't have a proper mouth to snicker. Ha ha ha, yeah very funny, Ash said sarcastically. He should have seen this coming. Duskull loves to frighten children. But he didn't know they can conjure up illusions. Or maybe they can, it's just his knowledge is very limited and he had a lot to learn. Hey! Did you do this magic? Ash asked pointing to the tree. Duskull stopped its antics and looked at Ash before shaking his head. No. Ash thought. Do you know who did this? Ash asked again. This time Duskull nodded his head and suddenly started to float away from them, deeper into the forest. Hey! Wait up! I am not finished, Ash cried. Rowlet, follow it. He ordered. Ash had kept Rowlet out of his Pokeball all the time. They have excellent sight during night time. Rowlet flew into the air and kept an eye on Duskull. Ash and Lucario took off also. They had lost their sight, the ghost, but still kept their eyes on Rowlet. Ash didn't know where he was going, he was just running blindly after Rowlet. He kept dodging the trees and running, but not removing the eyes from his Pokemon. As he was running, he noticed something. The fog is once again increasing, it was becoming dense, reducing visibility. After running for quite some time, the party suddenly stopped. Rowlet looked left and right trying to track the Duskull, but there was no sign of it. Ash looked around their surrounding. The fog had become so thick, that nothing could be seen. It was like they were enveloped with some white curtain. It was dangerous to venture further in this situation. Ash decided to wait for some time, for the fog to settle to his word, the fog indeed settling down slowly, but... What the hell? Where am I? Ash screamed. How did he ended up in a war zone? Last time he checked he was in a forest just a moment ago. Ash was even more terrified as he recognized the place. Hawali City. Or ruins of Hawali City. The city was destroyed, buildings were in flames and dead bodies were rotting in the street. Survivors were running away from something. Or somethings. Some even passed right through him. It was all an illusion, but Ash was in no state to understand it. Her was fully frozen, paralyzed in fear. His stomach churned, wanting to throw everything up. He was wishing everything was a dream, a terrible bad dream. His mind went blank, his instincts left. All he was doing was standing without moving a muscle. Just like he had been hit with an oblivion wing. Among the apocalypse, he could still make out what are the citizens so afraid of. Pokemons, ones he had never seen before. There were 4 distinct groups he could distinguish. A Tentacruel-like Pokemon, but not any of their species. It didn't have a fixed head, but a bell-like structure, semi-translucent and encircled with several white, star-shaped markings. There was a bright blue wavy rim of bell flaring outward. It has gelatinous tentacles which give it a vaguely humanoid shape. Several tentacles mesh together forming the appearance of cape or maybe long hair, while 4 shorter tentacles resemble shorter hair and arms. 2 long tentacles make up the legs of the human shape. This creature seemed to be raining some toxic substance from his tentacles. The toxin was burning and melting everything on contact, living or not. Several people and Pokemons were screaming as the acid slowly burnt them. A large, anthropomorphic, parasite-looking bodybuilder-like creature, with a small and flat head, with a black ridge on its center. It has 2 red compound eyes with 2 black, spherical basal joints for its red and black antennae between them. It also has a long, silver proboscis protruding under these joints. There were bulging muscles all over its body, though that appears to be sacs full of red fluid with small white bubbles inside. There were 3 muscles in each of its arms, 2 on each leg, 2 on its chest, and several on its shoulders and down its back. If it have to be compared to a Machamp, it's a Machamp with bug-like appearance and on steroids. Around its waist are 3 rings of smaller sacs. The muscle in its chest and some on its arms and waist have thin grayish lines resembling tendons running across them. Had someone ripped the skin out of it? There were 2 arms and 4 pointed legs, with spikes running across its body. The portion of its body between its muscles are dark red or black. On its back there were 2 pairs of pale wings with slightly darker veins in them. The huge muscles creature was breaking, cracking and destroying everything within its reach, from shattering buildings with a single punch to cracking the skills of its victims. The 3rd Pokemon didn't look menacing, but it was in action. This Pokemon looked like an origami human. It appears to be folded out of a sheet of paper which is white on one side and red on the side. But it also seemed to be stiff. Its head is folded slightly inside its body and has a 4-side star at its center, but no distinguishable facial features. On top of its head are 2 antennas or horns or whatever those are, narrow at the bottom, wider on the top. It has long, thin arms that look like katanas with a yellow sheath-like structure around the upper area. The sheath connects to a red, slightly raised hexagon in its torso. Extending up and out from the base of each sheath are 3 yellow projections that are nearly as long as its arms. Its leg seems to be creased with areas of red visible along the edges. This origami Pokemon seemed to be gliding in the air effortlessly. Like the previous creature, this Pokemon seemed to be cutting everything down in sight. The final Pokemon was the biggest shock to Ash. This Pokemon looks like someone had made a bug-like Pokemon look like Luzaman. It was a feminine-looking anthropomorphic bug. It is primarily white with a thin build. Its torso is composed of 5 thin discs that droop slightly downward. The widest disc makes up its shoulders, the second widest its hips, and the 2 smallest its chest and waist. There is a good box inside the widest disc, where its long, thin neck protrudes from. Its arms and legs are also long and thin with gold joints. Its hands and feet are composed of golden claws. It has a small, semi-flattened head with a golden crown on top. The 2 tallest points of the crown point to its long, thin-like antennae, which are white with golden ball at its tips. Attached to the back of its head are 2 structures which look like feminine hair or some sort of shell. These structures are nearly transparent, curve slightly inward, and reach nearly the ground. This Luzaman-like bug seemed to be very agile. It was moving with surprising speed around the town and knocking everything up with its powerful kicks. As people kept running away in fright and the beasts continued their rampage, Ash kept praying for this dream to end. He couldn't even try to close his eyes. He kept wondering whether it is the past, present or future. Very soon there was a tremendous roar heard as a huge vortex of flames was shot towards these alien beasts. The beasts stopped their rampage and fell back to dodge the attack. Before Ash could look to the source of the flames, the source landed in front of him. A huge, black draconic creature was snarling at the creatures with a ferocious look on its face. Its entire body seemed to be radiating power and the flame burning on its tail was burning violently. Ash showed the first signs of movement after a long time as his eyes widened in recognition. Helios, Ash whispered. Helios was Red's shiny Charizard. Ash had seen a lot in pictures, most were family photos taken right after his birth. Helios was extremely protective about their family. There was even a picture where Helios was carrying him on his arms, surrounded by Red's other Pokemons. But what is he doing here? There was no doubt in his mind that this Charizard was not any shiny Charizard, this was Helios. But if Helios is here, where's Dad? Ash wondered. The mere presence of Helios was giving him courage, helping him back to return to his normal state. Helios gave earth-shattering roar as the flames on his tail burnt more and more furiously, his entire body glowed red due to heat. A massive vortex of fire emerged from Helios' mouth and engulfed most of the beasts. This time the flames were not red or orange, it was near white. Only that tentacruel-like creature and the white bug managed to dodge the attack, former due to the ability to fly and the later due to their incredible speed. But the rest were not that lucky. As the flames died, everything was revealed. The origami Pokemon were burnt to ashes while that massive bodybuilder-like insect was severely burnt. They had lost their ability to move. Ash didn't expect he had to witness this one. He battled Pokemons and Pokemons are injured in battles, all that's true, but he never thought of killing Pokemons. This was too much for him to handle. The survivors of Helios' attack prepared to gang up on him as Helios got ready to defend himself. But a shining comet or meteor suddenly appeared as fast as lightning and knocked out all those floating creatures out of the sky. The white insect Pokemon started moving with supreme speed. Appearing like a blur, but was hit with something which was as fast as it. A half-human, half-bird with huge mask-like shields in its hand appeared out of nowhere, electricity cracking in its body. Tapu Koko, the legendary guardian deity of Melee Island, was glaring at the beasts in front of him. Tapu Koko gave a piercing shrill shriek as the surroundings glowed yellow with electricity cracking at every place. As soon as electric terrain was set up, Tapu Koko surrounded itself in a ball of electricity and let out a powerful discharge, frying all the creatures in one shot. All that remained are their burnt corpses and ashes. Ash was smart enough to ever doubt an island guardian's actions. Even he is still strictly against killing, he accepted that killing is like a necessary evil, he cannot do anything to change the fact. Ash was recovering from the initial shocks pretty well. He slowly found his composure and looked around, there was something very strange. Helios was standing just at a distance of barely 2 feet in front of him, still he was not feeling any heat, that was very unnatural for a Charizard. Also all of them are acting as if he didn't exist at all, this also shouldn't happen. Ash saw Tapu Koko staring somewhere, he looked at the direction and saw blasts of hydro pump and pinkish-white beams, which Ash assumed to be moonblast flying around everywhere at a distance. Tapu Koko and Helios prepared to leave for the area when suddenly they sensed something and spread out to dodge a building, someone threw a building at them. Ash looked at the direction and his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets. Walking there was a huge monster, larger than the largest he can ever imagine. He couldn't make the exact appearance of it but wait, how did it come here? And why is the ground not shaking? If the totem Jangmo-o can shake the earth when it was just walking, why the hell an earthquake is not formed due to this thing? Everything was jumbling up in his brain. Which is real, which is fake, he couldn't decide. Before he had the time to think logically, a 12-ton beam was shot out from heaven tearing through that monster's body. And everything became normal. Ash found no sign of destruction, no sign of war, no sign of death. Nothing, everything vanished. He was standing in the same forest he was before, the fog had settled down. Lucario was standing with its eyes glowing red, along with Duskull and Roulette who were looking at him. But they were not alone, they had company. A Jengar along with a gang of haunters in the trees looking very annoyed. Their precious illusions have been destroyed, so their entertainment had stopped. Just a mere sight of them made Ash's blood boil. Jengar is the cornerstone of Agatha's team. It reminded him of all the mocking, all the jeering, all the humiliation she had given to different trainers. The illusion gang's eyes shone again as they were preparing another illusion. Fog once again started to appear. But this time Ash was having none of it. Dark Pulse Lucario. Shoo them away, Ash roared. Lucario gave his own roar as a sphere of void, dark energy formed in her hands. Instead of firing it straight away, Lucario grew it bigger and bigger. Very soon the sphere exploded into a barrage of smaller spheres as Lucario shot the attack at the ghosts. That was enough to scare them away. Ash sighed and thought about those illusions. I need to talk with Professor about it very soon, Ash thought. He turned towards Duskull who surprisingly was still there, floating around cheerfully. It seems that it was enjoying their company. An idea came to Ash's mind, what's the need to fight when friendship can do the work? Ash gave Duskull his best smile and said, hey friend, you seem to be enjoying your time. Duskull floated and nodded, confirming the statement. Then why don't you come with us? Ash said, we always have fun together and help each other get stronger. I also have a family whom you will like also. Duskull seemed to be considering the proposal for a moment. She was liking this kid a lot. Also she is quite a bit lonely here, so she wouldn't mind companies. She might also find some people to scare also. All in all, not a bad deal at all. Duskull gave her acceptance to this proposal, as it floated around her would-be trainer. Ash took out a Pokeball and enlarged it, but didn't throw it. He held the Pokeball in his hand as he presented it to his new would-be Pokemon. Do the honors, Duskull, Ash offered. Duskull gave the Pokeball a look, she was familiar with these spherical objects. She floated towards it, nudged it gently. Almost immediately, the Pokeball opened and Duskull was SCKED inside it and the Pokeball closed. It wobbled once and then dinged, signifying a successful capture. Ash was happy as he got both the Pokemon he wanted, also he didn't have to go through a lot of fight as he assumed would be. Suddenly he remembered something, 1 hour is about to get over, he needs to get back. He made a U-turn when he realized he had got lost in the woods. He turned to Rowlet and Lucario. Does any of you knows the way out? Ash asked. Rowlet tilted its head while Lucario shrugged. Ash sighed at his misfortune when he remembered, the person who brought him here will guide him out. Without a delay he released Duskull from her pokeball. Hey buddy, will you show is the way out of here? To the cemetery within the forest, Ash asked. Duskull did a mid-air somersault as it started floating away towards the cemetery with a party following it. Ash had no idea he had come this far into the forest. He made a mental note never to run away blindly without knowing where he was going. If he didn't catch Duskull, he would have much trouble in getting out of the forest. After walking for about 10 to 12 minutes, Ash finally reached the cemetery. The entire walk-through back was like finding a way in a maze which he wouldn't crack ever if he didn't have a guide. He was 7 minutes late, but that doesn't matter much. Because Gladion hadn't come back either. Ash waited for a few minutes, 1, 2, 5, 10, 20 minutes passed but there was no sign of Gladion. Ash was starting to get worried, and decided to go search for him, when he heard a weird laughter and footsteps approaching him. Ash turned to the source of sound. Among the darkness behind the trees two figures appeared. One was Gladion looking absolutely frustrated and behind him was Incineroar with a similar annoyed expression. Behind him floating in the air was a small, spherical mass of gas with eyes and mouth, laughing hysterically. But one thing caught Ash's eyes, water was dripping out through their entire body, they were completely drenched. What has happened? Ash asked as he tried to hide his laughter. Gladion gave Ghastly a murderous glare. Don't ask. This little prankster happened, he shouted, chewing each and every word. Ash tried not to roll his eyes on seeing Ghastly. Guess I have to get used to this species, Ash thought. This idiot had created a full illusionary area with its magic. There was a pond somewhere but it looked like solid land. We were running after it and accidentally stepped on it. And you can imagine the rest, Gladion mumbled. Ash and Lucario rolled on the ground, laughing madly till their stomachs started to ache. Gladion rolled his eyes and Incineroar tried to intimidate them, making several threats and scary faces, but that didn't stop them. Instead, Lucario seemed to be taunting him in response. It was natural. Incineroar and Lucario are always fighting on the fact that who is Professor's strongest Pokemon. You would have understood if the same thing would have happened with you. That time I would have laughed at your face, Gladion said in an annoyed tone. He was definitely not taking it very kindly. Ash's face turned serious as he ceased his laughter and got up from the ground. Gladion was a bit surprised by the reaction, but it was only a bit. I have lot to tell you, Ash said, returning Duskull and Rowlet as Gladion returned Ghastly. Let's get moving, that I will tell you in the way. Next day, Pokemon Trainer School, Melee Island. The school bell rung as the students rushed out of the school building. It was dismissal. Some prepared to leave for their homes, some went to the field for fun battles. In one of the senior classes most of the students also started packing their bags. Most. Except two, Ash and Gladion. They knew very well this dismissal was not for them. Professor Kukui is going to take special classes on the working of leagues and duties on leagues. If they wanted to be worthy elites, they have to learn all the things, both theory and practical. Hey everyone. Listen here. The entire class turned to face a girl, a cheerful look and green hair, Mallow. I am holding a small get-together in my father's cafeteria tomorrow. So wanna come, she announced. Nearly all of they cheered and gave their consent, except the two selected students. Mallow frowned on seeing this. You two not coming? Gladion I can understand, he rarely attends parties unless he gets dragged by his sister, but Ash? Normally you are the first one to arrive and gobble down food the most. From which side had the sun rose today? Before Ash can answer, Gladion interrupted, sorry, Grasshead. But we are busy, okay? He said in his infamous edgy and arrogant tone. That was rude, brother, his sister, Lily shouted, apologize. Gladion just huffed and turned away. Everybody sighed, they are used to Gladion's behavior. Ash decided to cover up the situation. Actually what he meant is we are a bit busy these days. We have some special classes with Professor Kukui. That's why we couldn't come. We are sorry for it, Mallow, Ash said apologetically. We knew Lily was the bookworm. Since when did you all become Professor's favorite? How, the grandson of Kahuna Hala, joked. This also earned him a smack on his head from Lily. At the same time Professor Kukui entered the classroom and looked for Ash and Gladion. When he found them he joked, "Good to see you two still here, I half expected you both to run away." "Your dreams would have come true if you involved this idiot also," Gladion said pointing towards How. "Hey," How protested as Lily tilted her head. "Involve in what?" she asked. "That's a secret," Kukui winked. "Now if you would give us some privacy," he said. Most of them groaned but didn't argue back. If their teacher didn't want them to know, they will respect his wishes. One by one everybody left the classroom saying their goodbyes, leaving behind Ash, Gladion and Kukui. Ash and Gladion shifted to the front seats as Kukui sat at the teacher's chair. Professor, I need to tell you something," Ash said nervously. Kukui noticed the hesitation in his voice as he said, "Go on Ash, my ears all up." Ash looked at Gladion who nodded his head as Ash started to narrate his entire experience last night after he and Gladion went to separate ways. Kukui's initial reaction was shock, which grew darker and darker as the story proceeded and resulted in a mixture of curiosity and worry at the end. "If what you said is true, then this problem must be addressed immediately. Arceus knows how many people had already seen the incident." "Thanks for informing me, Ash," Kukui said in a worried voice. Ash and Gladion looked at each other as they were utterly confused of what is there in this to worry so much. Is it some kind of secret? Last night when Gladion heard about the incident, he guessed that it was the Ultra Beast War that took years ago, but the entire world knows about it. What's there to hide so much? Ahem, Professor, would you mind explaining to me why you are so worried about it? The world already knows about it. So why do secrecy? Ash asked. Kukui took a deep breath and let it out slowly. There's no reason to hold back now, you two are going to be future elites soon. So sooner or later, you both would have known all the things. But before I say anything about it, you both are not going to utter a single word to a single soul outside. The top employees of Ether Foundation and the Kahunas are the only other ones who are authorized to know the entire thing. Even the people of Alola have been warned about not to talk regarding this. Ash and Gladion both agreed with it as Professor Kukui started the story. The thing is, what the outside world knows are all cooked-up stories. The actual amount of damage, casualties, information about the Ultra Beast, everything have been suppressed to the outside world. Even Red made a false report about it help us in suppressing the fact. The reason being politics. Kukui paused for a bit as Ash and Gladion listened attentively. Look, Alola don't have a league, or some form of internationally recognizable government. It is just a group of 4 autonomous islands, rich forest, a variety of Pokémons. Ideal for tourism which will bring lots of profit and revenues. Several powerful leagues wanted to make Alola a part of their region, more than you can count. Many billionaire businessmen wanted to buy of the islands to make business. But none of us wanted to lose our independence, our culture. Their plans would have been fatal for Alola's culture. They would have destroyed the natural ecosystems and replaced with artificial ones just to increase tourism and business. Alola believes in growing with nature, respect nature, not exploit it. When the Ultra Beast situation was brought under control, a new problem stood up. All those greedy people started spreading that Alola doesn't have strong trainers to defend itself, so for the sake of the betterment of our people, we should sell them the ownership of the islands. They will work to protect it. But that time Red came to our rescue. At that time, Red was one of the strongest trainers in this entire world, and also one of the most feared. He created a report faking the damages to show the world that nothing major had happened and the situation had been dealt pretty well. Those BSTRDS of course still tried different tricks to get their hands on the islands, but Red along with an equally influential and rich friend of Moan succeeded to hush them up completely. We were saved in this journey, and that's the reason Alola is so natural and beautiful as you see today. You can tell that it is also one of the reasons why I want to set up a league as quickly as possible. Historical paintings and ancient scriptures and documents revealed that this is not the first time Alola had been attacked by Ultra Beasts. It has happened previously also. Every time there would have been a war with the Island Guardians with a hero assisting them. This time that hero was Red. We are sure there will be more raids on future. A research by Burnett showed that Ultra Beasts are attracted by the Z energy Alola emits. And that time, Red is in no position to help us. But if the League is set up, we will have a political ground to defend ourselves. This is the entire story, Kukui said as he finished telling the tale. Understandable, Gladion spoke first, but I don't get it, why the research documents on these Ultra Beasts hidden? Surely that will not reveal the true picture to the world, he asked. Kukui shook his head and said, no it won't. That is purely security purpose. Imagine what will happen if these information by chance fall in the hands of some criminal syndicate. Ash seemed to understand every reason, so that's why you wanted to train us, to be elites and protect this region, Ash wanted to confirm. Kukui basically nodded lightly, kind of, but I have another reason, the pride of Alola is in line. And only you two can get it right. Ash and Gladion raised an eyebrow as Kukui started another tale. Flashback. International Police Headquarters, Unova. I am telling you Professor, let us handle the situation that we will confront it better than you, a middle-aged man wearing a brown coat said. Professor Kukui along with Moan Ether was sitting at a table in front of the chief detective of International Police Looker. Looker had been trying to bargain and get his hands on the files on Ultra Beasts saying it was necessary for research purpose. But Kukui was having none of it. He countered that if any research was at all necessary, the Ether Foundation is more than capable enough to conduct it. Sorry Mr. Looker, but my decision had been taken, Kukui crossed, this is Alola's internal matters, let us take care of it. We don't need any third-party interference in it. Professor Kukui, please think reasonably, Alola is in no position to fight back these extra-dimensional creatures, Looker argued. And what makes you think that, Kukui asked, temper was rising inside him, but still he managed to keep his calm. This person have been bad-mouthing his region from the very beginning, as if they are some helpless idiots who don't know what they're doing. Obviously, the trainers in Alola are weak, they are not trained with modern technology. They should fight real trainers rather than fighting plants and trees. Just look at us, our league have specially trained combat forces, trained with the latest technology available to deal with situations like these. Alola has nothing, Looker said with a hint of arrogance in his voice. That was the last straw to be cut as Kukui was engulfed in a wave of rage. He stood up and slammed his fist on the table and glared angrily at Looker, enough is enough Looker. Alola had lived with nature, had respected nature. And nature had offered us protection all this time. You have insulted the ideology of Alola. So today I challenge you that I am going to train such a student in our own way who is going to conquer all those leagues which you call powerful. Be ready for that day. With that being said, Kukui stormed out of the room ignoring all the calls that Looker gave to return back. Flashback ends. Ash is normally calm and doesn't get too agitated easily, but this time he started to see red. And Gladion, he has a much shorter temper than Ash. He had already jumped from his seat and started pacing around. Some nerves that idiot has. If I get my hands on him, I am going to break his neck, Gladion mutters angrily, loud enough for Ash and Kukui to hear. That would only show you the path to prison, Kukui said, the real answer will be if you both can prove him wrong by two of the best trainers in this world. Gladion calmed himself a bit as he took back his seat while Ash, who was also fuming with rage, spoke up, and I thought Agatha was the only JRK in this world. I didn't know that the people to whom the world looks up to is so power-hungry. Believe me, you know nothing. You will learn everything over time. Just focus on your training for now, leave these matters to the adults. Okay, now these things out of the way, today we are actually going to give a glimpse on the functioning of the league. Ash and Gladion prepared themselves to another lecture. Before I start, Ash, what was your reaction when you first saw the war? Ash was a bit confused at the choice of question but nevertheless answered it truthfully. Kukui listened to the answer and thought for some time, as if forming his own answer carefully. Quite natural from a 10-year-old kid, but if you want to be an elite, or a champion, that reaction should change. The ideal reaction should have been to immediately face the danger and help the people as much as you can. Instead of being paralyzed with fear. Ash was a bit nervous on hearing it but didn't interrupt the professor. Gladion seemed to be unaffected by the words. Look, the work of the champion or elites are not just battling trainers and holding tournaments which most think to be. They are directly responsible for the security of the region and enforcement of laws. Most of the big leagues of some large, powerful regions can be divided into two parts, the Security Council and the Board of Directors. The Board of Directors is the government that runs the region. The League-registered Pokemon professors and researchers are also a part of it. They make laws and everything for improving the lives of the people. Matters like agriculture, education, transport fall under their jurisdiction. Second is the Security Council. They are responsible for the security of the region, whether it is internal or external. They can also make laws for improvement in the safety of the people but are mostly involved in the enforcement of the laws. Their jurisdiction involves threat from other regions, criminal organizations operating in their regions, Pokemon attacks on trainers, all these things. The Security Council consists of the Champion, Elite Four, Gym Leaders, Pokemon Rangers, Ace Trainers, all these people. Now you get what is expected from you, Ash. With great power comes great responsibility. Ash was feeling a bit excited within. The fact he would lead an army was quite fascinating for anyone of his age. But it was easier said than done. That means we need our own forces for our region, Ash asked. Kukui nodded his head as he replied, kind of. We have already started recruitment and training them. The Ether Foundation is handling this issue. You mean those hooligans? Geez, Gladion scoffed away. Kukui just laughed, come on. Now don't be so mean, everybody deserves a second chance. Well, on second thoughts, not everybody, but most at least. As I was saying, the Alolan League wouldn't have those administrative and security distinctions. We will merge both of them. The Kahunas are the head of the islands and they are chosen by the island guardians, that will remain. They will obviously be a part of the league and take decisions on security as well and vice versa. Now the other regions have gym challenges, which we will replace with the island trials. We don't need Pokemon Rangers, as we already have totem Pokemons and their allies responsible for maintaining peace in their respective habitats. The only thing we don't have is the Gold Challenge, which other regions have. What's that? Gladion asked. All the regions have several gyms in their region, almost all city or town have one. But there are 8 of the strongest gyms that are classified as major gyms. Now, the problem is, the average trainers who challenge the league are not strong enough to beat these 8 gym leaders at full power. Their main team is too strong for anyone to handle. They are like the pre-Elite Four challenge. Some gym leaders with full power are as strong as the Elite Four. They are considered to be future Elite Four candidates. So, the league decided to tone down their power to a fightable level for the trainers. They have different teams which are used according to the challenger's level and experience. These teams are called gym teams. Any trainer who beat their gym team are awarded with the badge. Now, if any trainer challenges their main team and defeats them, they are given golden version of their badges, to distinguish their accomplishment from rest of the badge holders. Any trainer who have collected 5 of the 8 gold badges are branded as gold category trainers. This is the deal, Kukui said. Gladion seemed to be quite interested in this matter while Ash had stars in his eyes. Awesome, Ash shouted, have you won those gold badges, Ash? 7 out of 8, Kukui answered. Blue Oak with his original team was too strong to defeat. But the fact is, we cannot create golden Z crystals to award. So that is a thing we should cut. Ash smiled with determination. Looks like I will have to break your record. Don't get too cocky, Ash, Kukui smiled back. By the way, we seem to have some time. So, what do you say, you all up for some training? I am always up, Ash pumped his fist as he shouted with excitement. Gladion also nodded his head as he spoke, better than wasting the time. What training we will be doing today, he asked. Reflex, Kukui spoke up. Boys follow me, he said, as he walked out of the classroom. Ash and Gladion looked at each other and shrugged and followed Professor's trails. They were curious to see what he had in store for them. Chapter 3, Training, Bonding, Battling, Preparing for Tomorrow. Ash and Gladion followed Kukui to his laboratory. Unlike the rest of the researchers of the world whose laboratory are built at their residential place, Professor Kukui has an underground laboratory built below the Pokemon School. The laboratory was pretty impressive. There were a number of equipments, which Ash guessed can measure the power levels and other stuff related to Pokemon moves, since that's what Kukui's area of expertise is. There was also a separate dissection room for detailed research and observation. Different research specimens are preserved there with formalin along with dissection tools and other apparatus and chemicals. Ash turned his head away from the room. Yes, he had come here before, but he is still a bit uncomfortable with those dissection stuffs. Somehow it manages to make him feel nauseous. Excuse me, Professor, but why are we here? Gladion asked. I don't think we are going to practice inside your lab. Kukui laughed at the comment. No. Of course not. I won't allow you to destroy my lab. We will be flying to our destination. That's why we are here to meet your ride Pokemons, he answered. That caught the attention of Ash and Gladion. Kukui gave a whistle and called out, Wyvern, Scartha, Mystic, come here. A series of footsteps could be heard as 3 Pokemon rushed out through one of the doors. First one was an insectoid, bipedal dragon, Flygon, second one was a draconic landshark, Garchomp, and last one was the overgrown fire-breathing lizard of Kanto, Charizard. All the 3 Pokemons lined up as Professor started to introduce them. So, gentlemen, these people are outright Pokemons. This Charizard's name is Wyvern, Garchomp's name is Scartha and Flygon's name is Mystic. And friends, they are Ash and Gladion. The 3 Pokemons greeted them with their own roar. Gladion looked the 3 beasts with interest, but what he was thinking was not what Ash was thinking. The first thing which caught Ash's attention was, these Pokemons had a shorter build than their average species size. Ash frowned at it as he was thinking what could be wrong with. Kukui seemed to read his mind well enough. He placed a hat on Ash's shoulder and gave a sad smile. I know what are you thinking, these Pokemons are underdeveloped, he said. Ash tilted his head and looked at Kukui, the frown not leaving his face. Explain please, he asked. Kukui looked once at the 3 Pokemons who also seemed to look a bit disappointed. He sighed and said, well, I don't know what the exact thing is, but from what I have examined and the response I have got from these Pokemons, I believe that evolution have been forced on them at a relatively young age. I have noticed several physiological imbalances in their organs and organ system. It's like their morphology is developed but the internal finer anatomy isn't that developed. This can only happen if the natural growth rate of a Pokemon is deviated. Kukui looked once again at the Pokemons and continued, these Pokemon seem to have the outside body of their final evolution stage, but their inside organs and their souls are a mixture of their first and second evolution stage. But why would someone do such a thing? Ash asked, isn't it Pokemon abuse? In one way yes, some leagues like Hoenn will definitely see these things as abuse. But most leagues won't qualify these as abuse. They think abuse is when some external harm is done or if the Pokemon is somehow not healthy. They don't count these internal disabilities as abuse, Kukui replied. How have you got these Pokemons? You said they are ride Pokemons, Gladion spoke out. Actually these Pokemons are shipped by your mother. She felt you two may require a ride to save time during travel. There is a Kanto company which sells these ride Pokemons which they claim to be trained professionally. These Pokemons are healthy, I am not denying that, also they are expert flyers, but they are disabled in some way also. How? I will tell you a bit later along with proof. Those company trainers just train them to fly and nothing else. They can't even use their moves properly, they can't even defend themselves against some Pokemons which their species may crush completely. Anyways, let's get going, I will tell you rest of the things once we reach our destination, Kukui said. Can't we just walk? Ash asked. Kukui shook his head, that would be a wastage of 1 entire hour. The Indigo Conference registration starts within 6 months, so we need you to get ready as much as possible. Ash couldn't argue with it. He followed Professor Kukui to the same room from which the 3 Pokemons came out. The room was plain, with no furniture or equipment, nothing. All in a sudden, the roof of the room split open and the floor started moving upward. This entire room is an elevator, Ash yelled in astonishment. Kukui grinned proudly and beat his chest, show off, Gladion murmured. That went unheard as the last roof above opened to reveal the clear sky. The sun was above everyone's head. Kukui jumped over Mystic and called, let's go. The sooner we get, the better. Ash climbed over Wyvern while Gladion climbed Scartha. All 3 have saddles on their back with the cushions soft enough to sit comfortably. Alright, so take off. Let's make a quick attack to the place, Kukui shouted as Mystic took off followed by Wyvern and Scartha. Wyvern started his flight. Ash could feel a feeling of weightlessness and a pressure created by the flapping of the wings. Ash held his grip on the saddle and took a good look at Alola from above. Melee Island was mostly covered with a thick green canopy. These tropical forests house about a ton of species, a number of Pokemons which can found only in Alola. Hawali City seemed cover only a small fraction of Melee Island. Far away he could make the structure of 2 mountain peaks, one with smoke emitting out from it and another which seemed to be snow-covered. The snow seemed to be reflecting the sun rays giving it a shining appearance, Ulaula and Akala Islands. And in the middle of the ocean, several large structures made of metal were floating. The construction of the Manalo Stadium is going with full fledge. It's surprising that science can now make artificial islands, Ash thought. It would still take time for the construction to finish, so he will have to wait to get a chance to battle on it. Ash didn't even realize that they had reached their destination. 1 hour walk journey is covered within less than 5 minutes of flying. These Pokemons may be underdeveloped or whatever Kukui calls them, but are surprisingly fast and efficient in flying. All of them landed at a vast clearing on the other side of the islands. The striking feature of the clearing was there was a number of holes, maybe hundreds, on the ground. Ash, Kukui and Gladion got down from their respective rides as Professor Kukui began, so boys, here we are. Here we will test how good your Pokemon's reflexes are. Obviously this isn't for every Pokemon out there but works for most. Now, you know by now I won't be using any technology or those stuffs to train. So be patient, as it will take some time for the training to bear fruits. Now release your Pokemons. Obeying the orders, Ash and Gladion released every single one of their Pokemons. One by one the Pokemons appeared giving their respective cries and waited for further orders. Kukui looked at the group with a content expression and gave a loud whistle. Ash and Gladion waited patiently to see the effects of the whistle. 10 rodents appeared from those holes and lined up near them. Yungoos? Gladion asked. Yungoos can be found over entire Alola. It's evolved from Gumshoes are used in the Alolan police force also. Yes. Yungoos. They will be helping us train. The thing is simple enough, Jangmo-o, Zorua and Eevee will stand there, Kukui said pointing to a plot of land which is surrounded by holes in all directions. These Yungoos will hide in underground and appear from any one of these holes and use tackle on them and then hide again. Their work is to try and dodge all the attacks for 1 complete hour. Remember, you cannot counter-attack, especially you Jangmo-o. Yungoos will use only tackle and you people will only dodge. Got it, Kukui said. All the Pokemons nodded their heads and proceeded to take their position. Kukui looked at the rest of the group and released his own braviary. He started again, Rowlet, Zubat, Litwick and Ghastly, you people will do a different kind of training. My friend here will rain rock slides from above, you will have to dodge them. Again no counter-attacks, clear. Kukui said. Professor, We will not be battling?" Ash asked with confusion. Making them to just dodge attacks is just not going through his head. "We will, but do you think your Pokémon stand a chance of they can't dodge the attacks? This exercise may seem silly, but it increases the agility and also improve endurance." Kukui replied. Ash will not counter that. After all, Kukui is someone who is as strong as an Elite Four. He knows better than him. "What about the rest?" Ash asked. Yes. Remember, different Pokémons have different speciality. So their trainings are also different. Just look at your team. If I consider all the final evolutions, Decidueye is a mixed attacker, but even more their main asset is their battle skill and accuracy. Chandelure is a ranged attacker, they dish out powerful attacks from a distance. Jangmo-o is a close-ranged attacker. Poipole I don't know about. Flygon is something different, their power lies in manipulating the surrounding to trap their opponents before attacking. Dusknoir not only dishes powerful attacks, had incredible defense, and they trick their opponents also with moves like Trick Room, Gravity, Confuse Ray, etc. etc. Now the reason I didn't include Duskull and Trapinch in the Reflex training is it does not suit them. Trapinch you can train when it evolves, but not now. And Duskull line isn't none for their speed, Kukui answered. So, here is the drill. Trapinch will practice Sandstorm. It already knows Sand Tomb, the technique is also kind of similar in a way. But even though learning this move will be hard. When you see Trapinch is close to mastering the move, you will know it's close to evolution as well. And Poipole and Duskull will spar. Poipole can try to muster Dragon Pulse and it will improve Duskull defense as well. And let's stand at the side because Rock Slide can break out skulls as well. Ash, Kukui, and Gladion along with their ride Pokémon stood at a safe distance from all the sparring taking place. "Now, what are we going to do here?" "Just watch," Gladion asked. Kukui shook his head. "No, you are going to assist me in training them." Kukui pointed to the ride Pokémons. "Before that, let me show you where the problem is." Kukui turned towards the ride Pokémons and commanded, "Wyvern Flamethrower. Scar the Slash. Mystic Dragon Breath." Wyvern inhaled a lot of air to charge up the attack. But instead of breathing a stream of fire, it coughed up some fireball out of his mouth. Scartha sped towards a rock and slashed it with its glowing sickle-like arms, shattering into pieces, which is not how Slash works. Slash should have the rock like a knife cutting butter, despite how brittle it is. Mystic, instead of forming a ball infused with draconic energy, it breathed out a puff of energy mixed air. Ash and Gladion sweat dropped at this display, a flame ball, a blunt slash and a dragon blow. These were truly pathetic, Gladion commented. "Is this what you mean by imbalances and improper something?" Ash asked. Kukui nodded his head before smiling, "But don't need to Kukui winched as a loud crash interrupted him. Everyone looked at the direction of noise to find Rowlet had been knocked out with constant barrage of rock slides. Ash sighed and returned Rowlet back to his Pokeball as Professor Kukui coughed a bit. Ahem. "So as I was saying, there is no need to worry. This is due to an imbalance between morphological and anatomical growth. Give it around 1.5 years' time, they will be again like normal Pokemons. But nowadays I am a bit more busy due to this league stuffs, many things need to be taken care of. So I am unable to give attention to all three of them simultaneously, that's why I have brought you two to assist me. You will help your ride Pokemon to train, just remember to start from the very basics, as if they are unevolved." Ash looked at Wyvern with excitement. "Hey Shari. I mean Wyvern, ready to work with me?" he asked. Wyvern matches it with its own grin as he gave him a thumbs up. He sure seems obedient, Ash thought. "Okay, Professor, that we will meet at the time of sunset. I don't think there is enough space for everyone here," Ash called as he hopped into his seat and asked Wyvern to fly to the shore. "Take care. And do only the basic moves," Kukui shouted while waving his hand. Wyvern glided through the air smoothly as Ash was planning his training in his head. After a couple of minutes, they landed on the shore. Ash got off from Wyvern's back and walked in front of him. Wyvern lowered his head a bit as Ash rubbed his neck. "Look, Wyvern, I know you want to get stronger, right?" Wyvern gave a soft roar as Ash continued, "I know, but you need to work hard. I don't know what the hell those company people had done with you, but you need to overcome it with your own willpower." Wyvern gave a roar of approval as Ash grinned, "Okay. So we will start with Ember. Show me Ember attack." Wyvern once again coughed up a ball of flames and looked at Ash. But Ash shook his head and said, "That was not Ember. Ember attack is different to different species. For your case it will be a ball, no doubt in it. But it isn't so much concentrated and spherical like you did. Try again. This time don't try to force the flames out. That you do when you are mastering flamethrower, even though after you master it, you can just breathe flamethrower easily. Flamethrower also has a specific technique, but we will discuss it later. For Ember, you should breathe out flames, not cough out." Wyvern listened to Ash attentively before trying again, but it was still the same thing. Again and again he tried, but he couldn't get it right. Ash was watching everything till now. Suddenly an idea came to his mind. "Wyvern, listen. Your technique is not right. See what I am doing and try to mimic my actions." Wyvern nodded his head agreeing to it. "Anything that helps him." "Look," Ash started, "take a deep breath and exhale it slowly." With that Ash inhaled some air and exhaled it slowly like he said to give a demonstration. "With me," Ash said as he again took a breath and signaled to mimic him. Wyvern, a bit unsure whether it will work or not, decided to follow orders and took a breath. Both of them exhaled together. This time a nearly transparent cloud of hot burning air with small flickers of fire escaped from his mouth. Ash was pleased on seeing this. "That's how it is," he encouraged. "Ember is a cloud of flames, not ball of flames. With proper practice and control we have to replace the got air with actual fire." Wyvern grinned at the compliment. This was exactly what he wanted to hear for a long time. Success that even though he wanted to master flamethrower, he is also aware of his limitations. So any success is a welcome to him. Ash and Wyvern practiced this breathing techniques for quite some time. When Ash thought Wyvern was slowly getting a grasp at the technique, he let him practice on his own. After a couple of tries suddenly Wyvern seemed pulled the move nearly perfect. Wyvern turned towards Ash proudly, but his expression changed to nervousness when he saw Ash frowning with his hands crossed. "Again you have put raw force right?" Ash asked with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Wyvern looked like a kid who is caught in stealing candies from store. If Wyvern would have talked human language, he definitely would have muttered, "Crap. Busted." He gave Ash a weird expression as if asking how he found out. Ash laughed a bit and spoke with playful arrogance, "I am not a part of some clan or something like that. But my family had been training your species for generations, they were all their starters. I have all the notes safe and secured which have been passed down generations after generations. So lying to me will not help. Your tail flame gave you away," he said pointing to the fire burning on his tail. Wyvern looked at its tail once and muttered something in its native language. Ash guessed what that can be and said, "A Charizard's tail not only shows its emotion, but also power as well. It burns according to the level of power used as well. When you were powering up the attack, there had been a spike in power, more than usual. That's how I have guessed. Look, I want you use attacks like rest of the Charizards do. If you cheat, you are cheating yourself only." Wyvern was a bit impressed in hearing. He may actually benefit from the time he spends with this kid, he seems too experienced for his age. Wyvern was aware of its species' nature. He was trained to listen to every stranger that rides on his back. And now, for the first time, he is not regretting it. There were a few people who rented him for a short time and they were just intolerable. But still he listened to every orders that were given. Had he been a wild Pokemon, he would have scorched them already. But with this kid, he was actually happy to obey. Wyvern tried to fire again, this time with proper methods, and failed. He tried multiple times making a very little progress. Ash gave constant support and encouragement, rectifying whenever necessary. As time passed, Wyvern grew more and more exhausted. Ash decided that it was enough for today. It's okay. Everything needs some time, but the most important thing is never giving up. Never give up until it's over, Ash said, patting Wyvern's shoulders. Ash and Wyvern took a look at the setting sun. The once yellow fireball changed to hues of orange, like the flames of a Charizard as time passed. An orange haze casted over the moving sea, reflecting on every single wave hitting the shore. Silhouettes of birds flew home across the sky, which was now magenta. The sun was half in water, but its reflection on the sea made it complete. A glowing, radiant light loomed over the water's horizon. A warm sensation splashed on Ash's face from the beaming rays of the sun, as if Solgaleo was giving them his blessing, his encouragement, his burning determination and shining hope. A calmness flew by with the wind, which made their hearts stop for a second. Stars started to peek out into the dusk night sky, forming a cluster. A constellation. The 7-star constellation, Ash murmured and turned towards Wyvern. It's worshipped as a source of power in Alola, and the would-be logo of the Alolan League. Wyvern grumbled something in acknowledgement and roared, pointing at its back. Ash nodded. I know, it's time to get back. Let's go. With that, Ash rode over Wyvern once again and started his journey back to the training file to catch up with the others. 2 weeks later, Pokemon School. Jangmo-o and Eevee clashed with each other with full force. Just after the impact, Jangmo-o's tail glowed as turquoise-greenish scales appeared but disappeared in the next instant. Ash today made his mind he is not going to stop till Jangmo-o learns Dragon Tail. The traits are starting showing its effects as Jangmo-o is able to HRNSS the draconic energy. Its anatomy in its tail had developed enough to allow it to use the move. All its need is one adrenaline surge, or whatever adrenaline substitute Pokemons have in their body, as Kukui calls it, for the genes to fully awaken. That's why today Ash is standing at the school battlefield, facing Gladion in an one-on-one battle. Come on Jangmo-o, Ash encouraged, don't give up, you are close, just find the inner strength. Sorry, Gladion said, giving him a smirk, but this battle is ours. Don't let them rest, Swift, he ordered calmly. Eevee released barrage of stars from its mouth which hit Jangmo-o. The impact pushed it backwards. Almost immediately, Eevee raced forward with a quick attack and hit Jangmo-o hard, knocking it off balance. Jangmo-o quickly got back to his feet and got engaged in another tackle versus tackle attack. Ash and Gladion stopped commanding, watching who will dominate this time. Of course Jangmo-o overpowered Eevee as it has more physical power, but a sneaky swift attack blasted him into the air and sent it backwards. Jangmo-o was struggling to get up due to the hit. Seeing the game getting out of hand, Ash cried out, it's now or never. You need to awaken the sleeping dragon inside you right now. Ash wasn't that crazy to win, but the loss will take away the perfect chance of learning Dragon Tail. Somehow these words seems to reach Jangmo-o's heart. He focused on its opponent, who is preparing for another quick attack to end this battle. A sudden desire to refuse to loose engulfed him as a familiar wave of power passed through his body, only this time was much stronger. Jangmo-o's tail grew a bit longer and got covered with greenish dragon scales. Jangmo-o swung his tail with full force to intercept the quick attack. Dragon Tail easily overpowered quick attack as Eevee was sent flying as if hit by a baseball bat. That one Dragon Tail knocked the air out of both the Pokemons. Eevee was clear out cold and Jangmo-o was also panting and breathing air frantically, nearly on the verge of fainting. Dragon moves can drain the stamina out of Pokemon quickly at the initial stages. But the good thing is Jangmo-o learned Dragon Tail, now he have to master it efficiently. Eevee is unable to battle. Jangmo-o is the winner, Kukui called out. Gladion returned Eevee to its Pokeball as he walked towards Ash and held out his hand. Ash grinned and shook his hand as Gladion spoke, don't let this victory get into your head. You just got lucky with that move. Next time the results will be different. Yeah sure, whatever helps you sleep, Ash replied, enjoying the taste of his first proper victory. He has got his hands on a valuable weapon in hand to tease Gladion for quite some time. The weeks of training paid finally. This whole week his Pokemon has shred their sweat and blood trying to get stronger. The days started with physical exercises in the morning to increase strength, Kukui's reflex training at noon and finally attack practice till evening. But one thing was bothering Ash. His Pokemons were getting strong, it's fine, but as his trainer he doesn't have any contribution to it. The training program was designed by Professor, the Pokemons that were training his Pokemons were professors, all in all most of the work was done by Kukui, he has just helped him training Wyvern, whom he can't use in an official battle. He doesn't regret it one bit, but wished he could have trained his other Pokemons in the same way. Speaking of Wyvern, he made a massive improvement in learning Ember. His anatomy is developing quite fast. Ember was nowhere near perfect, but it wasn't bad either. He would grasp this thing in no time. In return Wyvern had been training Rowlet to improve its flying skills. In the field of flying skills, Wyvern was a champion. Wyvern also took a try at dodging those rock slides by Braviary, and he successfully dodged each one of them. Not only was his ability to turn into a perfectly streamlined shape is helping it to cut easily through the air currents, but also Wyvern's movements and flapping of wings was creating some form of air pressure that was deflecting those rocks by an angle, an air shield form of thing. Rowlet is slowly turning into a great flyer with time, he is currently swimming in the air. Ash is waiting for the big day to come, the day he will venture into the world on his own, without anybody's help, with only his Pokemons by his side, and that day will come soon. Days passed, weeks passed, months passed. Kukui had stepped up the training to the next level. From noon till evening Ash could be found only in the forest, battling wild Pokemons. Ash was smart enough to not to poke the powerful and dangerous ones, he didn't want to lose his life so early. But two instances stood out to him the most, those two caused two of his Pokemons to evolve. First was a battle of Rowlet with Crawdaunt. He first thought it would be a good idea to challenge a stronger opponent, but that Crawdaunt started crushing Rowlet with Bubble Beam and Crab Hammers. The battle was mostly one-sided until Rowlet decided that he was tired of being a punching bag and decided to evolve to match the strength. Sharp leaves like quills shot out of his body and cut through the hard shell of Crawdaunt. It took a few more razor leaves to make it retreat. Off course Rowlet. Dartrix was not strong enough to make its opponent faint, but it was strong enough to make it run. Second was the battle of Litwick and Mimikyu. He went for the Mimikyu hunt 4 days ago at Alola Island. And he succeeded to find one. The battle with Mimikyu was not that one-sided, but it was not a walk in the park either. But Ash had come prepared for it. He made Litwick master acid armor to cushion most of Mimikyu's attack and Nightshade for landing strong damaging hits. And it worked. He caught Mimikyu without that big hassle. Just after the battle was over, the excitement of winning the battle caused Litwick to evolve into Lampent. Ash is currently packing his bag for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day he will set out to explore the world on his own, not under anybody's care. He won't be traveling directly to Kanto as he is going to make a short stop in Kalos. 9 Pokeballs rested on his table. 8 are registered as his own and 1 is registered under the ethers. Flashback. A few hours ago. Ash, Kukui, Gladion, Lily, Luzaman and Moan are all sitting at the living space at Kukui's house, discussing about Ash's journey. Gladion had decided he would stay in Alola and take the island challenge. So Ash, 2 important things needs to address quickly. First one, your parents had sent you a letter and a gift to start your journey, Moan said handing him a letter and a Pokeball. Ash quickly took the letter and opened it, it said. Dear Ash. Sorry we can't be physically by your side on such a big day like this, but mentally, we are always praying for our betterment. We will be always by your side no matter what. We don't know whether you have inherited the Ketchum luck or not, let's hope you don't have the rocky start like me. But as a symbol of blessing and good luck we are sending you a Pokemon. We came to know that you lack a Psychic Pokemon in your team. Psychic Pokemons are very useful in not only battle, but for personal safety also. Also you have made your mother mad because psychic Pokemons is her favorite. We are not spoiling what Pokemon we have sent to you if you are reading the letter first, but it's definitely a male psychic Pokemon. Now, one serious word of advice. No matter what, don't try to go head to head with the League. This is a secret that only a handful of people knows, the Indigo League is corrupted. I am not saying all are corrupted, but a section is fully corrupted. I am saying this because I am aware you will be trying to avenge my situation. If you ever come across any evidence, just keep it with try to do anything. Alolan League is not set up that they will back you up. Also I have a friend in Kanto, an influential one. After Giovanni was caught, he bought the entire Sylph company. Do meet him when you reach Saffron City. Tell Miss Luzaman, she will arrange all the appointment and everything. He had been a massive help during my crisis and helped me get out of Kanto safely. Now all major talks out of the way, me and your mother are completely fine. We are safe and secured. So don't worry about us during your journey. Train, battle, learn along with rest. And if you can, so visit our house in Pallet. Stay safe. Your father Red and your mother Delia. P.S. Ash. My baby. Don't forget to change your underwear, smiley face. Ash blushed. Reading the last part of the letter. That sentence had been his mother's tagline whenever his parents write to him. But he was more excited to see what Pokemon his parents have sent. Ash released whatever Pokemon was present in the Pokeball. It revealed a small white humanoid figure with a green cap on its head. Oh! A Ralts! It's so cute, Lily screamed in astonishment and delight, and Glad Ion closed his ears with his hands, fully aware of the pitch in the voice. The Pokemon seemed to be a bit lost seeing a lot of humans at the same time. Ash decided to take hold of the situation. Hey buddy, my name is Anderson. You can call me Ash also. I am supposed to be your new trainer. I am on a journey to be the best of the best, so wanna come with me? We will have lots of fun together, Ash said. Ralts seemed to be considering him for some time. Once he found there was no negative intention in his heart, he accepted him in an instant. Everybody, except Glad Ion, started complimenting on how good a Ralts can be when it evolves and the skills, and Ralts seemed to be enjoying all the compliments. Ash smiled, returned it in his Pokeball. He would meet him with rest of his teammates soon. He had some questions in his mind which needs to be answered. Well, Aunt Luzaman, what you know about the corruption in Indigo? And who is this CEO of Sylph Company and what's his or hers connection with Dad? Ash asked. The mood of the room suddenly became heavy. Luzaman looked a bit annoyed at something, maybe on the situation. Corruption is of course present in some form. Otherwise how are you going to explain the fact Giovanni. The Team Rocket boss that was literally dancing under their nose for years without no one noticing anything, and when Red came to picture he suddenly saw everything which nobody had seen. Someone must be hiding him all the time. Also when Red was starting an investigation on this, he was framed and removed from power. It's clear Red was a thorn in somebody's path, and that can't be good. That makes sense, Ash said, trying to picture the situation. And Sylph Company? That is something you will find out when you meet in person, Moan interjected. Now, shall we proceed to the next part? Ash nodded his head as Moan spoke up. Now, Ash, we have decided to sponsor your journey, so you do not need to worry about funds. Also, since Alola doesn't have a league till now, there is no 6 Pokemon rule for you. But for your league registration, you do need to link your trainer account with some ranch or breeder park, anything that is authorized. So we have decided to allow you to access our Ether Pokemon Reserve. Feel free to drop your Pokemon sometime if they ever need a break. Our trained workers will take care of them. And last thing, here are the keys to your house in Pallet Town. Moan handed Ash a set of keys. When Red was labeled as a criminal, their house went for auction. But Moan somehow managed to save the house from getting mishanded. As much as Ash knows, someone else bought the house in the auction and transferred the ownership to the Ethers, who he doesn't know. Still, Ash was grateful to all those people who stood by his family's side in the time of crisis. Also you are taking Wyvern with you, Luzman said, who knows, you might need a ride Pokemon. Ash tried to reject the offer, I'm sorry, but I would like to walk. But Luzman was not taking a no as an answer. I said you are taking Wyvern with you, Luzman said, narrowing her eyes. She had a dominating tone in her voice, you use it or not, I just don't care. But you are keeping him for emergency. It's better to be safe than sorry. Ash gulped nervously as he knew he had no option other than to obey. Luzman can be scary when her hidden motherly instincts start to kick in, he knows better than to anger her. Come on, Moan tried to tone the situation down, you are scaring the kid. Luzman had a pleased smile on her face, good. Now Ash, this is about Poipole. You know it is not a regular Pokemon, it's an ultra beast. Something which scientists from all over the world are trying to get their hands on as a research subject. So no matter what. Do not bring Poipole out in front of people. It's a huge risk we are not willing to. Is a hidden pocket in the jacket I brought you, keep it there, okay? Ash gave a responsible look, if any such thing happens, I will send Poipole back here. That is much better, Luzman said happily, as expected from you Ash. Finally, just to give you a little motivation, let's make a deal. Ash raised his eyebrows and everybody's attention turned to Luzman, everybody except Professor's who was busy with his newspaper. Ash leaned forward waiting for what the deal can be, and that is, Ash asked. Well, if you can win 6 of the main gym badges of Kanto, I will get a perfect Pokemon for you, Luzman said. And what if I win all the 8 main badges? Ash smiled, determination is his posture. If you can win, which I think may be too much for a beginning trainer, then I will get you extra rewards. Maybe you may get a smooch from my baby girl, Luzman teased, there was mischief written in her tone. Gladion was half asleep on the couch due to boredom, he jumped up from his trance and stared at his mother as if she was some kind of idiot. Moan seemed to be unaffected, he was more amused. Kukui just raised his eyes from his newspaper for a bit before returning to his work. And Ash and Lily looked confused, what you mean? Ash asked curiously. Never mind was the reply. He decided not press the issue further, as he have a lot of stuffs to discuss with them. Flashback ends. Ash checked everything one last time, yes that he had packed everything. There were 2 bags he will be carrying. One at his back, and another at his side. His new Pokédex was shining like crystal from the moonlight coming through the window. He not be using his real name of Ketchum. He will be Ash, but Ash Ether to avoid complications. Ash walked to the window and took a last, but not the least look at the Alolan night. The moonlit night was charming and enjoyable. The moon was shining like a disk of silver, bathing everything with silvery light. Soon this night will be over, new rays of sun will shine with a new day, new actions, new hope, new dreams and new challenges. Which Ash have to face alone. Chapter 4, Kalos, Where Dreams Reach a New Height, Part -1, The Battle. Lumio City, the City of Lights. To many people, it's a great place of tourism, to many people it's a place to meet your better half, to some people I houses one of the best gym in Kalos, to some people it's the home of renowned Pokemon Professor Augustine Sycamore, to many people it's the place where Kalos League is held. But to Ash, it's a giant enormous labyrinth. He had been walking in the streets for 30 minutes but couldn't make to any one of the 3 Pokemon centers. There are 3 Pokemon centers in Lumiose, one at the northern end of the city, near the Lumiose Museum in the North Boulevard Street and the nearest one to the airport. The second one is at the South Boulevard Street near Professor Sycamore's lab. And the third one is located at the center of the city near the Lumio City GYM.AT Magenta Plaza. Now after Ash reached Lumio City, he searched for the Pokemon Center as he was tired and wanted to get a room as soon as possible. And the nearest hotels were too expensive. He had no intention of wasting the Ether's money. But finding the Pokemon Center was proving a challenge. Yes, he had the GPS feature in his Pokédex, but that map doesn't count all the smaller streets and alleys in this city. Occasionally Ash would have to take an unexpected turn or meet a dead end. He tried asking some passers-by directions but managed to mess up the direction every single time. A part of him wanted to release Wyvern and just ride to the Pokemon centers to avoid hindrances, but another part decided against as he wanted to try a bit more on his own and keep Wyvern as a last resort. Also, walking on the streets of Lumiose wouldn't have been that bad if he wasn't so tired already. Everything in Lumiose is fancy. There are a number of shops, mostly cafes and boutiques in both sides of the streets. The streets aren't that crowded, but they weren't empty as well. All the shops were well designed, well lit. Overall not bad for a lovely walk. But there is one thing that lacked. At least to Ash. Naturality. The cities of Alola were as if they were blended with nature. But all these lights, fanciness, everything destroyed the natural beauty, if there was any, of the place. Ash kept walking through the street which soon met a much bigger road. The North Boulevard, that's what the GPS showed. Now, all he have to is walk down this road and he will eventually reach the Pokemon Center on the opposite side of the road. Without wasting a second, Ash resumed his walk towards the Pokemon Center. He isn't used to these long-distance travels, but if he had to travel through Kanto and collect badges, he has to adapt with the hardship. Man, it's easier said than done, Ash thought, continuing his walk. Ash is sitting in his room of the Pokemon Center, relaxing and researching. The only sound that could be heard in his room is the whispering of the air conditioner. The journey was longer than he anticipated, and just a walk around maybe one of the largest city of the world drained out all the juice from him. But he finally managed to reach the center and book a room for himself. The Pokemon Center was quite busy, but there were rooms available. Most of the tourists prefer staying at the luxury hotels while the Pokemon trainers stay at the Pokemon Center near the gym. The room is small, but sufficient for a single person. It had a single bed, a wardrobe, a window, a small desk with a chair and an attached bathroom. Now single rooms cost a bit more than the dormitories, but Ash prefers privacy. Also Poipol's Pokeball was kept out open. His laptop was open in front of him showing the details of the Goodra line. It says the Goodra line seems to have crazy special defense because of the fatty tissues. So basically physical defense is how hard you are and special defense is how soft you are. Talk about irony, Ash thought, chuckling mentally. Ash. Now let's see, who I will use in battle, Ash murmured to himself. Gumi isn't that strong and wild, it can be caught by just throwing Pokeballs without any battle. Jangmo-o, Lampent and Dartrix will surely be overkill, I may not be using them in battle. Ash took out his Pokédex, looking at the details of his Pokémons and analyzing each one of them. Poipole definitely needs training in the wild. Otherwise he will be lagging behind. Trapinch is close to mastering Sandstorm. My flight to Vermilion is in 4 days. So I would definitely need Trapinch to evolve by that time. The aerial mobility of Vibrava will surely come in handy against Surge. Ralts didn't had any sort of training. He definitely needs to start as soon as possible. Mimikyu and Duskull also needs training, but it's not that urgent. Poipole has restrictions and Trapinch needs to evolve and Ralts need immediate training. So they are my priorities for now. Among them. Let's see. Ash thought for a bit, comparing who will benefit more from the battle. It isn't like the battle will help them a great deal. After a serious thought Ash decided to go with Ralts. Poipole and Trapinch may finish the battle within seconds. They won't be benefited that much. But since Ralts doesn't have any prior battling experience, it is a perfect situation with a perfect opponent to begin with. Ash quickly checked the Ralts moveset on his Pokédex: Double Team, Teleport, Confusion, Destiny Bond. Ability Telepathy. Not bad for beginners, Ash murmured. Ash distracted himself from his work and thought about his team. His team had grew quite large. Without counting Wyvern he has 8 members on his team, soon it will be 9. And maintaining 9 Pokémons at once is not only difficult, but also expensive. Ash had to buy several packets of frozen meat for Wyvern alone, but that's worth it. Wyvern can fly large distance within a comparably shorter time, easing his travel. It's a good thing that all of his Pokémons are in their first or second evolutionary stage. Once they start evolving, he is sure he will have to ask Wyvern carry extra bags for him. Though in wild some of them can hunt smaller Pokemons, which is a part of their food chain, which he is not going to interfere no matter how bad he felt. It's a law of nature which he had to follow. Arceus had created Mareep, he also had created Arcanine to prey on them. Ash's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a rumbling sound from his stomach. Ash grinned sheepishly and said to himself, "Looks like it's dinner time now." Currently Ash has only Poipol's Pokeball with him. The rest of the Pokemons Ash has given to Nurse Joy for checkup. He will collect them tomorrow morning. Ash though didn't release Poipol out of his Pokeball. Poipol was a born painter and mischief maker. If he is released in this room then well he doesn't want to think about it. Ash put his laptop down and put on his jacket. Ash locked his room and headed downstairs. But instead of going to cafeteria, Ash decided to try the famed restaurants of Kalos. It would be a shame not to try the Kalosian delicacies. The reception and waiting area was quite empty. Nurse Joy is not present behind the counter though. One of her assistant is sitting in her place. And on a wall was a huge television playing one of the famous movie scenes. 4 boys were walking down a long railway track. The city lifestyle isn't bad at all, Ash said. Ash was sitting in a park after polishing a 5-course meal at restaurant Luau at the Rouge Plaza. He had charcuterie platter, brioche toasts with pea and ricotta, gago cheese salad, Kalosian ratatouille, and to finish with something sweet cholocate tart with fresh berries. He definitely would try the varieties of Kalosian pasta someday. After dinner, Ash decided to take a walk in a nearby park. The sky was clear, the moon was whole and the city lights weren't too flashy either. It was pleasant. He could see the Prism Tower, not far from the place, standing with full glory. In the park he met up with a boy named Trevor, one of the residents of Lumio City. Trevor was trying to take some candid photographs of the night beauty of Lumio City. Soon Ash and Trevor became friends and started chatting in a park. Of course not. There are much more places to visit apart from Prism Tower and cafes. There is the Lumiose Museum and also the Lumiose University which contains the Battle Institute, Trevor said. Battle Institute? Ash asked, is it some kind of place where they teach how to battle competitively? Kind of, Trevor replied. They also have public arenas with computerized randomizer where people can come and battle opponents for free. Though there are no rewards unless they decide to host a tournament. Who cares for rewards? Ash said, practice makes trainers perfect. Reward is only a motivation to continue the work. Trevor deadpanned on hearing it. I think most will think of reward. It's that you are weird. Reward is not just a motivation, it's an entire reason to chase a dream. A goal. Otherwise you will be like a person walking aimlessly. The title of master you are running after is also a reward. Now that you have mentioned it, it kinda makes sense to me, Ash chuckled, but enough of me, what about you? Are you a trainer as well? Trevor shook his head. No, in Kalos you will have to be at least 12 years to get a starter. After that you will have to take a 1-year mandatory training program to get any kind of sponsorship for your journey. Guess I am lucky in that. Do you have any preference regarding starter? Ash asked. As long as I get one, I am fine with whoever I get, Trevor answered. It's the training and hard work that matters, not the species. Yeah, Ash said, it's nice to meet you, Trevor. I can't wait to see what Kalos has to offer next. Trevor seemed to be lit up like a beaming Christmas tree. Oh. In Kalos there is a lot to see, it's the region of creativity. Not only different techniques of Pokemon battling, Kalos have developed a new form of Pokemon performances. We call it showcases. Its theme had been inspired by the Pokemon contests which is more popular around the world, but I can guarantee you will enjoy it. Not only Pokemon related stuffs. In the Lumiose Museum you will find various forms of art. Paintings, sculptures, texts. Everything. Look at the Prism Tower. There are thousands of towers in this world, but how many of them can rival the architecture and design of the tower? The cafes and restaurants. Always coming up with new dishes and delicacies. If you go to the Battle Institute you will come across some trainers whose battle strategies will make you look like a rookie regardless of the experience you have. They can literally take inspiration from even the most simplest fact or most obvious activity in this world and turn it into a deadly move combo. This is a place where your thoughts and dreams reach a whole new level, various new roads of future opens. It's like an evolution of ideas. So, what do you say, wanna try the Battle Institute tomorrow? Trevor asked. Ash gave Trevor an apologetic look. Sorry, tomorrow I am busy. I am planning to go to catch a Gumi. Though I will visit the Institute before going to Kanto, he said. Trevor didn't seem to mind at all. Suit yourself, he shrugged. So, where you will be looking first? Route 14 isn't some local street in front of your house, it's the entire area between Lumios and Laver City. Trevor paused for a bit and continued, by the way this might be the best time to visit Laver City. Laver is like a paradise during the autumn season. Ash laughed at the statement. Are you some your guide of Kalos? He joked. Trevor smiled and replied, no, my hobby is photography. So to shoot the best pictures, I have to know the best place and best time. Fair enough, Ash said. To answer your question, there is a small settlement with a Pokemon Center located en route near it is a large swampy area. I will be looking there first. Well, then good luck for your journey, Trevor said. He looked at his watch to check the time. It's getting late, I should get going. Next time you come, I will introduce you to my friends here, Kay. Yeah, I need to return too. Nice to meet you, Trevor. We will meet again someday. Goodbye, Ash said. Trevor and Ash shook their hands and said their respective farewells before parting away to their respective ways. Ash made sure to stick to the main roads because if he gets lost now, Wyvern is not there to fly him out. Wyvern was flying at tremendous speed, with each flap of his wing his speed was becoming double. Ash was holding the handle of the saddle tightly for his dear life. The wind pressure is extremely high and there is a good chance he will get blown away. Today Ash decided to take a ride to his destination. He was on a time deadline and had no idea how much time it would take to complete the task. So he didn't want to waste another 2 hours in traveling. But he didn't know the ride would be this rough. Never Wyvern had flew at this speed. But he couldn't blame Wyvern, he himself told him he was in a hurry and needed to be transported immediately. But I didn't say to fly like some supersonic jet, Ash screamed, hoping that his voice could be heard over the roar of the wind. In response he got a roar which he guessed was pumped with amusement. The very next moment Wyvern started to descend down. Ash could see they were landing on a very small town village. Wyvern glided through the area and landed just in front of the Pokemon Center. There were a few people around. Seeing a powerful Pokemon like a Charizard that too native to another region gathered some attentions, most of them were unnecessary. Ash didn't pay any attention to those gossips, landed on the ground and was about to enter the Pokemon Center when somebody called him from behind. Hey you, said a voice called, I challenge you and this beast of yours for a battle. Ash turned around and found a young boy, slightly taller than him, and seemed to be a bit older than him standing behind with folded hands. He was wearing a blue jacket and jeans with a hat and cocky grin on face. Now Ash is in hurry, but a few minutes of battle wouldn't hurt that much, also he did come here to train. Sure, why not, Ash replied, but Wyvern is not my Pokemon, so you won't be battling him. I will fight with some other Pokemon of mine. Wyvern gave Ash a pleading look, but Ash whispered to it, not today friend, but you will definitely get chance later. Wyvern puffed some smoke out of his mouth, accepting the decision regardless. The other boy looked a bit skeptical regarding it. Are your other Pokemons as strong like your Charizard? Otherwise I won't be wasting time on wastes. Ash was a bit agitated when this boy called his Pokemon waste, but still kept his calm. Sure, they are all powerful. But before that, can I know your name? Or I will have to fight a no-namer. He shot back. The boy became a bit irritated. I will only tell my name only if you can defeat me. Losers start to trash talk about the person who beat them once they lose. For the time being call me the topper. The voice of the boy was filled with pride when he was completing the sentence. The topper, Ash asked quizzically, what kind of name is that? It doesn't make any sense. The boy looked like he was about to explode. Obviously it makes sense, he shouted. I was the institute topper of my batch in the Battle Institute during graduation. This piqued Ash's interest. He had heard the Battle Institute create some of the strongest trainers in Kalos. If this boy is telling the truth, he is going to be facing the hardest challenge he had faced so far. You are on. But 1-in-1 battle, I am in a hurry, Ash said. The boy shrugged, whatever. You are going to lose either way. 1-in-1 battle will save you from the most embarrassing lose. Ash pretended that he didn't hear the statement. He cannot lose his cool, otherwise he may need things up. Competitive battles are different from normal training battles. There was a battlefield behind the Pokémon Center, 2 fields in fact, both were empty. Ash went on one side which his opponent stood. So, how much you want to bet, Mr. Topper? Ash asked. As much, which won't give you a heart attack if you lose, his opponent replied. $50. That's the standard amount, Ash said, again ignoring the jab. Fine by me. You may choose the first Pokémon. And I will choose a Pokémon which has a disadvantage against you. Ash had already decided beforehand who he will go with. He is going with the strongest, your funeral, Lampent. I choose you, Ash shouted as he released Lampent out of his Pokeball. Lampent appeared out with a flash and made some weird dancing moves while floating in the air. Now, if Lampent was a wild Pokémon, it must have been a matter of concern as these movements were hypnotic, but Lampent is under a trainer, so it's not much to worry about. His opponent's face twisted with slight disgust. Is this the best you can come up with? After showing a Charizard. Fine, crush them, Crusher, he said, releasing a bipedal, mammalian Pokémon which Ash had seen before but couldn't recall any information regarding it. Ash took out his Pokédex to scan the Pokémon when his opponent called out, Chestnut, Grass and Fighting type. You don't need any more information to lose. This struck a nerve, but still Ash kept his calm. He is not going to take the bait and let himself be puppeted by the opponent. Ash looked at the opposing Pokémon and tried to analyze it. If it's a fighting type, it's sure to have some power behind it. It also seems to have thick shells covering its back, so it should have good defense. At least physical defense. Also, this Pokémon seems rather bulky and heavy. That should make it slow unless it can use some moves like Rock Polish. Speed is something he has to take advantage of. Lampent isn't fast either, but it sure have surprisingly good evasiveness due to its ability to float and sense the changes in the air pressure in the surrounding. You may take the first move, his opponent called out. Thanks. Ash replied, Lampent float in the air and keep distance. Then use acid armor. Lampent floated higher in the air, further from Chestnut as its body was starting to liquefy. Acid armor can make a solid body jelly-like so that the using Pokémon can endure physical attacks better. There is limit to which the body can liquefy and the defenses can be raised. It will not just be full liquid, or the defenses will not be raised to infinity. Scientifically it's called some maximum defense point or something like that, to put in simple terms. Also, this liquefaction process is slow. It takes around 15 minutes to reach the maximum defense if uninterrupted, more if the process is interrupted. Still, it's a very useful move even if can be pulled out with partial success. The other boy raised an eyebrow as if he was not expecting that move. To be honest, I am surprised. Most of the rookie trainers would have gone for blind attacks without giving a shit, thinking to the probable consequences. Ash gave a smirk. If that's a compliment, well, thanks. Fine. If you will not attack, I will. Crusher Stone Edge, the boy ordered. Chestnut raised its fist and hit the ground hard. The ground cracked upon impact, sending a mini earthquake around the field. Almost immediately sharp mountain-shaped stones started to protrude out from the ground. Dodge it quickly. Follow with Nightshade, Ash countered. Lampent glided effortlessly through the rock maze being created and fired a black beam of ghostly energy from its eyes. The attack did hit the target and caused a mild explosion, enough to stir up a cloud of dust and cover the field. Even Ash couldn't see anything due to the dust. He could feel the earth shaking and hear the sound of more rocks protruding out of the ground. As soon as the dust settled, Ash took a look at the field. And he could not recognize whether it's the same field or not. Rocks broke out of the ground and stood strong, covering most of the field, and among them stood Chestnut, unscratched, unharmed, etc. etc. How are these rocks not returning back to the ground? I thought the attack was done, Ash said. His opponent just smirked. These rocks will retreat only at Crusher's will. I have trained my Pokémons for 3 years, they have developed the absolute control over the elements. Though I don't expect a rookie to understand all these. Ash was now finding it hard not to scream at his opponent, still he swallowed down all the curses he was about to say. He looked at Lampent and thought about the next plans. Lampent currently have a very limited offensive move pool, being Ember, Smog, Fire Spin, Hex, Nightshade and Energy Ball. He also does no moves like Shadow Ball and Inferno, but he can't pull it out properly. That Nightshade was pathetic. His opponent started to taunt once again. Nightshade is also known as Black Lightning, because it travels faster than most attacks like electric moves and hit the opponent first. But your attack is not living up to its name, he jeered. Just shut up, this time Ash screamed. You are talking too much, Ash said, glaring at his opponent. A trainer battles with Pokemon. Not mouth. Bingo, his opponent cheered mentally. Trap it with Fire Spin, Ash ordered. Lampent's flame flared violently as swirling vortex of fire emerged from it and shot towards Chestnut. But Chestnut quickly jumped out of the way of the attack and his behind of the rocks. The Fire Spin attack carried forward and hit another rock, trapping it into a mini fire vortex. Soon the flame subsided and the rock stood strong. Its body was a bit sizzling and was a bit heated, but not much damage occurred. The attack was not powerful enough, Ash could feel it. Strong powerful fire attacks could have just melted away the rocks, but this barely did anything. Ash commanded a few more attacks of Nightshade and Fire Spins, but Chestnut hid behind the boulders and evaded them. Lampent was quite a distance away, so the attacks were taking some time to reach Chestnut. It was using that time to evade the attacks. His opponent snorted loudly on seeing this. What to expect from a rookie? Since I am in a good mood today, I will be generous and will not go for knockout moves directly. Let's see what other antics your Pokemon can pull off, he said, laughing out loud. Pin Missile, he commanded all on a sudden. Chestnut's pointed horns glowed green as it began firing a series of green darts like missiles towards Lampent. Dodge them as much as you can. Or destroy them using Nightshade, Ash countered quickly. Lampent went up in the air and started firing series of Nightshades, trying to destroy as many pellets as possible and dodging the rest. A few did hit it, but Lampent being a part fire type didn't affect it that much. Great job Lampent, Ash encouraged. This boosted Lampent's confidence as it prepared itself for the next attack. Till now he had been just pummeled, both offensively as well as defensively. He wants to turn back now. And suddenly, something came in Ash's mind. It seemed to be more like a memory than an on-spot strategy. It's been a long time since I used this Pin Missile move. Such were good old days, his opponent spoke up nostalgically, but Ash somehow sensed some intention to insult him with this statement. It was more like a drama than nostalgia. Quickly enough Ash issues his next command, start firing Barrage Energy Ball. Ash said, and at the sentence, Ash winked at Lampent, which went unnoticed by both his opponent and his Pokemon, but Lampent caught it and got the hint of what to do. Ho! Let's see what those moves do. Crusher, no need to dodge or counter-attack. Just defend yourself, his opponent said. Chestnut got into a defensive position and crossed its arms in front of its chest and lowered its head behind them. Ash smirked on seeing this. If things go according to his plan, they will be greeted with a surprise. Lampent on the other hand started preparing ball of solar energy and firing them in quick succession. It was looking a bigger and slower version of Bullet Seed. The spheres weren't as big as Lampent could have made since Lampent wasn't strong enough for to fire multiple attacks, but still served the job well. The ball barrage attack hit Chestnut all over its body. Most of the spheres exploded like firecrackers on contact with the body, some spheres bounced on hitting the more shielded parts of the body. Lampent was not stationary during attacking. It was in a zigzag motion, but to normal eyes, it was a to and fro motion, as if trying to attack from different angles. Lampent was swinging from left to right, and with each swing it was slightly moving forward towards Chestnut. Its main objective to catching the opponent off guard. If it would have just charged closer at its opponent, it or its trainer may become suspicious and would take precautions. That would have ruined the entire plan. So that's why this arrangement, to remain unsuspected as much possible. Ash was watching the entire thing closely, so far so good. This better not get messed up in the end. He has full confidence in Lampent, he had pulled out this deception trick before also, but he didn't trust his opponent at all. Ash doesn't know whether these small tricks will actually work on these experienced battlers. Maybe he knows about it, maybe some other people have already used it before. He is bound to have a far better knowledge on different strategies. Amongst all the thoughts, Ash waited for Lampent to look at him. Lampent had gotten quite near. It had moved backward, sometimes going behind rock, as if hiding behind the rocks is its intention and using that as an excuse to move forward at a faster rate, hiding behind a rock in front. Lampent was taking full advantage of its current surroundings. Chestnut was taking all the bits without flinching or moving a single muscle, it was not even looking, and its trainer trying to suppress a giggle. Laugh as much you want, Ash thought. After a more few moments of this hide-and-seek game, Lampent finally turned towards Ash, as if asking for some kind of final attestment. Ash took a good at the surrounding. Lampent was just at the perfect position now, not too close, not too far. Getting too close to the opponent will be more harm than help. The first thing that comes to mind when a Pokemon is too close to its opponent is whether it is planning some point-blank sneak attacks or not. He will not be giving his opponent that comfort and blow up the entire thing. Just one right, simple move. And the entire game may turn in his favor. Very slowly and slightly Ash nodded his head, giving permission to carry forward. Lampent fired a few more energy ball as its internal flame began to flare up. And suddenly, instead of a bright yellow ball of solar energy, a 5 ghostly ball of magical blue flames appeared in place of it and was shot towards Chestnut. His opponent did notice the sudden change and shouted a warning at his Pokemon. But it was not enough. Lampent was close enough for the attack to get right in front of Chestnut by the time it noticed this sudden attack, and Chestnut was no Greninja that it will dodge the attack in the last fraction of a second. Still it tried to at least roll out of the way, but 3 of the 5 flame ball hit his body, successfully burning the area. Flashback. Litwick vs Mimikyu battle. Litwick fired a few more energy ball at Mimikyu, but Mimikyu expertly hit the ball away with its tail would hammer like some batsman hitting a baseball for a home run. Had this Mimikyu taken training in some baseball academy? Ash wondered. Landing an attack on Mimikyu is becoming more and more hectic. Litwick did manage to land a few hits before and busted the disguise ability, but Mimikyu have turned to be more challenging since then. Going near it isn't an option. Mimikyu is quite fast and quickly make a good distance from them, and all the attacks he is firing, it is just redirecting them with wood hammer. All the attacks, Ash thought, wait I know. Litwick, listen to me, Ash called out. Litwick came closer to his trainer and he began whispering something to it. On listening the entire thing, Litwick got a mischievous glint in its eyes. Once again it began firing energy ball at Mimikyu and once again Mimikyu started hitting them away. This went for quite some time when Litwick fired some blue flame spheres at Mimikyu. Mimikyu did notice the change, but was unaware of the effects of these special flames. Thinking them to be like normal ball attacks, Mimikyu proceeded to hit it out of the way, but as soon as the tail touched one of the ball, the grassy energy of wood hammer dispersed into the air and the tail, which Mimikyu was using as a bat for burnt badly. No more wood hammer for the time being, Ash thought. Flashback ends. Score, Ash celebrated in joy. He can't believe this actually worked. He was having doubts in the beginning, thinking that such a simple thing would not work as these trainers were used to more complex techniques. But no. He was wrong. These simple things are their weaknesses. Chestnut was somehow tolerating the pain from the burn, though it was getting more worse as time was passing. Its trainer was however trying to comprehend what exactly happened. Will-o-wisp, those were the only words that escaped his lips. Can't believe I fell for a stupid thing like this, his opponent finally said with a frown, though there was no anger in his tone, only a bit of frustration and mostly disappointment was there, though I admit for a rookie that was smart. Again, was this a compliment? Ash asked, smirking. For an instant, Ash thought there was a flicker of respect in his opponent's eyes, but it vanished in an instant. Crusher, no more playing around, the other boy declared, knock it out quick, our new rollout. Get away as much as you can, Ash shouted, and increase your defense as much as you can with acid armor. Rollout is a most that he fears very much. If not stopped at the initial stages, this move will become more and more powerful and deadly. And Lampent being a part fire type, this move will hit it harder. Lampent currently does not have any move that is strong enough to stop rollout, so it's best to increase defense as much as possible to last longer. The more time he could buy, the better. That burn will do rest of the work. In an instant Lampent moves back, increasing the distance between him and Chestnut, and once again began the process of acid armor. Chestnut on the other curled into a ball as a brown layer signifying rockal energy enveloped it. But it wasn't the end. Over a rock energy, another green layer of what Ash assumed to be grass energy enveloped, and several green-colored spikes emerged from the outer layer. Is it a Pokemon Mind Bomb? Ash thought. He had seen rollout before, but never like this. The weird rollout was set to rolling motion as it was gathering speed and power for attacks. The perturbated rocks that was standing still on the ground till now was started to shatter to pieces when got hit by this Pokemon cannonball. Lampent, on seeing this moved as much away from it. Nobody in their sane mind would want to get hit by this spike ball. After gathering enough power, Chestnut went for the first attack, shooting into the air as if fired from a cannon, but unluckily Lampent was a bit out of range. But Chestnut tried again and again, and with each try it was getting closer and closer. Lampent was already levitating at the maximum possible height it could reach. He could not levitate higher. Something to do with distorting gravity. Kukui once explained how Pokemons levitate, but Ash does not remember a single word from the lecture. Too scientific. Chestnut was rolling with immense speed now, charging up the power for the next shot. Lampent on the other hand was getting more tired, that he wasn't used to this extensive battle. Ash saw Lampent does not have the strength that he will dodge the next attack, which is going to come like a bullet. And if the attack makes contact, it's all over. Ash tried to think of any possible way with which Lampent would be able to dodge the attack when something came to his mind. Flashback. Litwick vs Mimikyu battle. Mimikyu was dodging all the attacks thrown at it with incredible speed. Litwick fired another Nightshade at Mimikyu at nearly point-blank range, but it vanished at an instant and the attack hit a tree just behind it. The tree got only a few scratches, but Litwick was pushed backwards by some mysterious force. Later, Ash narrated the entire event to Kukui on reaching home. Professor Kukui, in hearing everything, said, "That Ash is called move. Same principle used in rocket propulsion. That tree, as you said, was very near to Litwick. So when the Nightshade hit it, an equal and opposite reaction force hit Litwick and pushed it back. The greater the attack power, greater will be the reaction. Though this works when the target is close to it, otherwise the effects will be negligible." Flashback ends. Lampent, use Nightshade with full power, Ash said, giving one last effort to buy some time. He doesn't know how much that burn had spread, but still hopeful that somehow it will knock out Chestnut. Lampent concentrated the every last bit of his power and fired the most powerful Nightshade he had fired till now. At the very same instant, Chestnut once again shot towards Lampent. Both the attacks collided in mid-air and Nightshade seemed to stop the rollout momentarily. But very quickly Rollout overpowered Nightshade and charged forward towards Lampent. Ash was holding his breath to see how the events turn on. Chestnut was getting closer to Lampent every second. If it hits. Then game over. Looking closely he did notice some movements. And as Chestnut came closer, Lampent got pushed back in an arc-shaped pattern formed from the joint action of move and gravity, dodging the attack by a hairline. Ash was about to cheer but his happiness didn't last long enough. Lampent was fully exhausted and fell down. He didn't have the strength to maintain his levitating ability as well. Chestnut came rolling in and rolled over the fallen Lampent, burying it in the ground. Lampent, Ash cried in horror as he rushed to the field and kneeled down on one knee to check on his Pokémon. The rocks from the stone edge was starting to retract back in the ground. Lampent was half buried in the ground, knocked out cold. Ash was about to pick it up when he suddenly remembered about the flame body ability. So instead he returned it into his Pokeball. Soon Chestnut uncurled himself from the ball position. Ash took a look at Chestnut carefully. It was burnt quite badly but still stood strong. Also it didn't seem that it had problems during attacking. Ash hadn't seen such a level of endurance until now. His opponent came walking towards him as Ash slowly got up and looked down. He was fully expecting a train of insults, but his opponent said in a serious voice, "Crusher has experience in dealing with fire-type Pokémons, I have trained it in such way. Neither power alone nor strategy alone can help you win a battle. You need both, you had strategy but you lacked power. That's why you lost today," he said, returning Chestnut back to its Pokeball. He muttered a thank you and promised to give it a burn heal soon. Ash smiled wryly. "Thanks," he said, "I have not lost before. So it's a bit hard to deal with." His opponent nodded his head, understanding the situation. First loss is always hard. Loss is something everybody have to face at some point in life. So sooner you face it the better. All the trainers who is considered unbeatable today have somewhere had a losing streak early in their lives. Losing is nothing to be ashamed of if you can make yourself better from it. And you were not half bad. That will-o-wisp trick threw me off guard. I have seen many trainers who are more experienced than you, he emphasized on the word experienced, but they are just terrible. On free advice, the more you can surprise your opponent, the better is the chance of winning. Ash felt a lot better with the praise. Maybe this guy is not some random JRK. Thanks once again, for the words and for the battle. I did learn from it. His opponent gave him a genuine smile. I too learned something from it. Never trust Pokemons with those spamming moves, he said, laughing out loud. He seems to be an entirely different person now. Ash took out wallet but his opponent shook his head. Forget the bet, the lesson I learnt is more valuable than a $50 bill. But you earned it, Ash pressed. But his opponent kept on refusing until Ash gave up. Consider it as an appreciation gift from me, he said. His opponent looked at his wrist watch, or some device in his wrist which can show time digitally. I should get going. We will battle someday once again, he said. And that day I will win, Ash challenged. Keep dreaming was the response as he slowly walked away waving a goodbye. Ash too waved back and walked to the Pokemon Center to get his Pokemon treated. He is not forgetting this battle ever in his life. His opponent's Pokemon were way beyond his level, and he needs to raise his bar if he wants to compete and beat him and the other trainers the world is filled with. To be continued, Chapter 5, Kalos. Where Dreams Reach a New Height, Part 2, The Hunt. Chapter 5, Kalos, Where Dreams Reach a New Height. Part 2, The Hunt. There is nothing to worry about, Nurse Joy assured. There is no major harm to the inner vitals organs. And the physical injury will probably heal by tomorrow. Thank Arceus, Ash heaved a sigh of relief. When suddenly something struck it. Wait a minute. Vital organs? Does ghosts even have organs? I thought they are dead spirits. Nurse Joy chuckled a bit and said, that's what most people think. It's a bit complex. And you are too young to understand these things. If you ever pursue a career related to Pokemon biology in future, you will have to learn how things work. It is not that simple as it looks. Whatever, Ash shrugged, I would like to book a room also. Sure, Nurse Joy replied. Are you participating in the next Kalos League? Ash shook his head in reply. Nurse Joy went behind her counter and typed a few keys and asked for her Pokédex. Before scanning the Pokédex and asked, what kind of room you want? For you single rooms are 100 Poké each while dormitories are 75 Poké. Poké is a universally accepted currency. Each region may have their own currency also, but Poké runs everywhere. Now the value of one Poké with respect to the regional currency differs from region to region, holding many factors of economy and development and etc., but it isn't much of a concern. Single room, Ash answered. Ash came to know about a new system in Kalos. The Kalosian League participants get rooms and treatment for their Pokémons in Pokémon centers for free, irrespective of the region they came from. Non-participating trainers who hold a valid trainer license get 50% discount in room charge but get free treatment for their Pokémons. Rest needs to pay full fees for both the services. In Alola, trainers up to 14 years of age only gets free services and people above the age group needs to pay the charges. Which to some extent Ash agrees with. The idea behind this system was to loosen the financial burden, a problem which most of the trainers face at the beginning of the journey. Everyone isn't some born prodigy nor everyone gets a huge sponsorship to support their journey. Inexperienced trainers doesn't win battles and earn a lot of cash right from the beginning. In fact they lose money. But they have a fixed expenditure. And when the burden of treatment of their injured Pokémons fall, many just quit training and abandon their Pokémons in the wilds. To stop it, the Kahunas placed this rule to ease the headache of the young trainers. As the trainer matures and gain experience, the privilege is lifted so that the trainer can learn to take responsibilities like a man. And it seems Kalos has walked an extra mile and have more privileges to the trainers. Who knows what Kanto had planned? Nurse Joy scanned his Pokédex, deducting the balance from his trainer's account and returned it back along with a key. Enjoy your stay, she added. Ash took the key and Pokédex and headed towards his room to put his luggage. Then he will be heading out towards the forest. Ash and his company was walking through the forest in search of the swampy wetland where Gumi is sighted the most. Some of his Pokémons were out of their Pokeballs. Dartrix was flying above them keeping an eye at the surrounding from above. It served two purposes. 1. It gave a warning against any threats nearby. 2. Gumi isn't just limited to only swamps. According to sightings they could be spotted in the entire route, so Dartrix, with its sharp eyes, could pick up any signs of Gumi nearby. He wants to get his job done as soon as possible as the latest weather forecast predicts moderate to heavy rainfall in Route 14 and its nearby areas tonight. The sky is already a bit cloudy and he does not think the situation will get better anytime soon. Jangmo-o was walking right beside him. Like some bodyguard. Jangmo-o was also keeping an eye at the surrounding, but for a different reason. He normally searched for an excuse to start a fight every time, a problem quite common among dragons with a few exceptions. But Jangmo-o is surprisingly friendly with his own teammates. He merges especially well with Trapinch. In free time Jangmo-o and Trapinch could be found chatting together for hours. Ralts was sitting on his right shoulder, practicing his confusion attacks on a pebble. Even though he joined the team 2 days ago, he already became friends with mostly everyone, especially Poipole and Duskull, slowly becoming an active member of their gang. Which isn't something Ash wants. Dealing with 2 of them was enough trouble. Poipole was definitely out of his Pokeball. He was in his Pokeball for past 2 days, only coming out at night, only in a close room. Poipole was flying around heartily and helping his fellow friend in training. Whenever the concentration of Ralts would break, Poipole would catch the stone from falling, allowing Ralts to again focus his attention on the stone. Poipole is mischievous, but when it comes to training, he is one of the most serious Pokémon in his team. And last, Mimikyu was leading the party, slicing bushes and other obstacles with its shadow claw. Contrary to other Mimikyus, his Mimikyu doesn't enjoy mingling with others. It isn't like he misbehaves or something, just he likes to mind his own business. But Mimikyu still loves battles, and like Jangmo-o searches for an opportunity to prove his strength. The density of trees were getting lesser and lesser as Ash could see vast plain lands with tall grasses near to knee level, and that is a sight he could see for ages. Vast fresh green fields with small puddles in the middle, several Pokemons he had never seen flying and running around. All in all, a perfect paradise for them. On one side there is a rocky terrain with several hills forming a barrier between Route 14 and Coumarine City. There is also a stream flowing through it, originating from a coastal area near Lavere and flowing down southwards. And it is that stream that Ash is heading towards. He came to knock Gumi. At least in its first 2 stages need to stay hydrated often, so logically he should find some clue there. Ash called upon Dartrix and gave him the signal to go and check the river area for some signs. He had already briefed everything to him. If there are no signs of Gumi anywhere, it would be a total wastage of time to just walk to the stream and come back. So Dartrix will go and scan the area while he will remain here and monitor Trapinch's progress to learn Sandstorm. With that being said, Ash released Trapinch out of his ball and said, "Okay Trapinch, you will continue what you have been doing. Only you will be battling Mimikyu this time." Mimikyu seemed to get eager for the battle while Jangmo-o looked at Ash with concern, and Ash knows why. Mimikyu can go a bit overboard even in mock battles, but after today's loss if he goes easy with training, his Pokemons will end up being softies. Ash kneeled down and patted on Jangmo-o's head. "It will be fine. You are teammates, remember," he said and focused on the fight that was about to start. There was literally nothing more he could for Trapinch to learn Sandstorm. The help trainers can give to their Pokemon to learn a move is very limited aside from buying and using TMs. Learning moves is fully a biological phenomenon and it is beyond his control. Also he isn't some kind of Pokemon that he could use his own experience to teach Pokemon moves. The maximum a trainer can do is to check whether his Pokemon is fit enough for learning a move, plan out training program to meet the prerequisite and check whether their Pokemons are practicing or not. And when the Pokemon is close to mastering a move, all it needs is a hormonal surge to awaken the genes. This hormonal surge can be result of some motivation, emergency situation, battle excitement. Anything. But the most common is to battle it out. Mimikyu was attacking furiously with his infamous Shadow Claw, but Trapinch had dug a hole to escape the flurry of Shadow Claws leaving Mimikyu perplexed about what to do next. And to be honest, Ash also doesn't know what to do when a Pokemon is underground. He just knows that Earthquake has the potential to knock out a Pokemon underground, but mastering Earthquake is tough. Also none of his Pokemons knows about Earthquake. A ground-breaking sound brought him back to reality. The soil below Mimikyu gave away as Mimikyu started sinking in a whirlpool of soil rather than water. Sand Tomb combined with Trapinch's Arena Trap ability can cause problems to his opponents. Though Sand Trap, which Ash likes to call it, can only trap small to medium Pokemons due to its limited size. Bigger Pokemons can easily muscle out of it as if it's just a small hole. But things are not getting the way Ash wanted. Stop it. Trapinch, this gimmicks won't help you learn your move. You need to fight head-on, Ash commanded. The vortex of sand stopped as Trapinch burst out of the ground. Mimikyu too managed to climb up the hole. Thanks that Sand Trap had stopped and stood some distance behind Trapinch. Good, Ash said, now have a proper battle. No more hiding and trapping. The last sentence he said looking at Trapinch. Trapinch made an affirmative grunt and charged at Mimikyu with mouth filled with dark fangs, only to get smacked left and right by a pair of Shadow Claws which made even Ash cringe a bit. Mimikyu is really mad about the previous battle. The slaps of Shadow Claw had made deep cuts on Trapinch's face. Trapinch grunted in pain but didn't back down as he again went for a crunch, this time biting one of the claws, but that didn't work out too well, the Shadow Claw literally blew right on his face. Mimikyu stumbled but still maintained balance but Trapinch were thrown back. And before Trapinch could get back, Mimikyu dashed forward and landed a solid wood hammer at Trapinch's head, and Trapinch being a ground type didn't handle it too well. Ash checked the time on his watch, the battle lasted barely 5 minutes, 5 minutes 27 seconds, probably it was a bad idea, Ash said returning Trapinch back to his Pokeball. He had to think of some another way. One major flaw that Ash noticed in this battle is lack of moves. For Mimikyu, Wood Hammer and Shadow Claw can take care of nearly anything and also has Double Team for dodging attacks and Shadow Sneak for a fast-hitting attack. But for Trapinch, there are two main tricks, Sand Trap and Crunch Dot and Well Bite Dot, out of which Sand Trap is what actually makes Trapinch threatening. Sand Trap is a combined move of Dig, Sand Tomb and Arena Trap ability to trap the opponents in a pit which swallow the opponents like a whirlpool, draining it out of its stamina. The stronger Trapinch gets, the more deadly this technique becomes. Pokemons that can fly, or levitate, or Pokemons which are big enough to escape the pit can survive the attack. But when this technique is prohibited, Trapinch is left with nothing. And with the poor reflexes and limited movements, Trapinch doesn't pull Crunch effectively. Mimikyu came hopping towards him as Jangmo-o was giving him a glare. Jangmo-o and Mimikyu had fought only once, and Jangmo-o had countered Mimikyu's each and every attack with counter. Totally overwhelming him. Ash coughed to gain attention of everyone present and said, "There is still some time for Dartrix to return. In the meantime, get some training done. Mimikyu, I have got something special for you. But wait for some time." Ash then turned to Jangmo-o, "You go and practice tackle, and keep practicing it till you are tired. But don't disturb or fight an Pokemon here," he said, and turned to Poipole, "And Poipole, I don't even know what to teach you next until your full genome report comes out. So practice whatever you know." Both Jangmo-o and Poipole gave their cries and went to mind their business in a nearby tree. That left only Ralts and Mimikyu. Ash kneeled down and asked Mimikyu, "Do you have any idea on Home Claws?" Ash asked. Mimikyu shook his head, so Ash continued, "It is one of the moves which not only increases your attack power but helps you track and hit opponents easier. This move needs good level of concentration to learn, so do what I say." Mimikyu didn't reply, but Ash knows he will listen. Ash took the pebble on which Ralts was practicing and said, "Mimikyu, your target is to hit this pebble with only Wood Hammer. And Ralts, your duty is not let Mimikyu even touch this stone. Use your confusion attack to move it as you wish. Think of it as a game and no cheating." Ralts gave a sequel while Mimikyu only stated silently. Ralts' eyes glowed blue. He picked up the pebble with his psychic powers and suspended it in front Mimikyu like a bait. Whenever Mimikyu tried to hit the pebble, Ralts would simply move it away. This might work, Ash thought. Practicing on mobile targets would improve Mimikyu's focus. This will definitely make learning Home Claws easier. Ash, after seeing everything going according to plan, went to a nearby tree, at a safe distance from Jangmo-o and Poipole's practice area, and sat down at its shade. There is one thing that was bugging him: how will he teach Sandstorm to Trapinch? According to Kukui's lectures, a Pokemon learns a move which he is capable of learning naturally when that particular move will help it adapt better with the surroundings. The driving force working behind this is survival. Now what can be so threatening that will make a Pokemon learn Sandstorm out of survival instincts? Also, he have to figure which TM he should get next. Currently, out of all the moves Trapinch is able to learn via TM, the most viable is Solar Beam. But he doesn't want that. Solar Beam has its problems, especially since it takes some time to charge up, which leaves Trapinch open to counterattacks. What he wants to get Air Slash, which Trapinch is capable of learning only when he evolves to Vibrava. Ash shook his head and started to think about Sandstorm. None of Professor Kukui's Pokemons knows the move Sandstorm that he will directly ask him. Sandstorm is a weather-based move which is mainly used for defensive purpose. Once trapped, the opponent will find it difficult to hit the user. Apart from it, Sandstorm is also used as a shield from other weather effects. Ash began thinking on various properties of Sandstorm, hoping to find a way in them, and slowly dozed off to sleep. As doesn't know how long he was asleep, but got a very rude awakening call as something directly fell on his head, though it didn't hurt him. It was more like a balloon of water fell on his head. Ash groaned as he looked up to see Dartrix flying move him. What the hell was that? Ash shouted without a speck of anger in voice. He was used to these tricks now. Dartrix booted back and pointed down on the ground. Ash looked down to find what he had came here searching for. A Pokemon with resembling a slug with beady black eyes was staring at him curiously. Considered to be the weakest dragon type ever, Gumi was right in front of him. Dartrix came flying down and sat beside Gumi and started hooting, which Gumi listened and replied in its own language. I guess you both are already buddies, Ash asked, raising an eyebrow at their interaction. Dartrix and Gumi both agreed at his statement, giving their respective cries. And I also guess that Gumi willingly came to us, he said. No sound made. Ash frowned but decided not to press the issue further, sensing problems. Then let's EBA, hey, Ash shouted. Ralts and Mimikyu were lying on the ground, either exhausted or asleep, in which the what Ash think is the former. Mimikyu is not a Pokemon, slack off lazily. Looks like I have completely exhausted Ralts, Ash said, cursing himself. But still, Ralts will be getting a sparring partner, that's a plus. Jangmo-o and Poipole also came towards him, exhausted, but still able to continue. Kukui's regular exercise had greatly improved his Pokemon stamina. Ash returned both Ralts and Mimikyu to their respective Pokeballs, allowing them to rest. Ash looked at Gumi and asked, "You sure you want to come with us?" Ash asked, just for mere formality. He would never let it go easily and will battle it if necessary to catch it. Gumi nodded his head in agreement, so Ash took a Pokeball and touched Gumi with its tip. The Pokeball opened and SEKED Gumi inside it in form of white energy. The Pokeball shook for a bit and dinged, signifying successful capture. Ash took his Pokédex and looked at the details of his new capture. The Pokédex started with a mechanical voice. Gumi, soft tissue Pokemon, considered to be the weakest drag-type Pokemon. It lives in damp, shady places, so its body doesn't dry out. It's covered in a slimy membrane that makes any punches or kicks slide off it harmlessly. Its body is mostly water. If it dries out, it will die. Gumi has the ability Hydration. Gumi knows the moves Absorb, Life Dew, Water Gun and Rain Dance. What is this Life Dew? And how the hell it knows Rain Dance? Ash wondered loudly. He went through some options in the Pokédex as it once again began. Gumi's body is mostly made of water. If it dries out, it will die. According to the survey conducted by Kalos Pokemon Management Association in 2004, 87% of the Gumi population knows Rain Dance. Life Dew is a healing move which can heal the user along with some other Pokemons. The user generates waves of water energy which can heal the injuries of Pokemon which comes in contact with the waves. Okay, so Gumi learns Rain Dance to keep itself moist. Very wee. Suddenly an idea clicked on Ash's brain, and probably this may help in his objectives. Okay guys, let's get back quickly. I have a phone call to make, he said, returning everyone to his Pokeballs and released Wyvern. Ash hopped on his back as they flew back to the Pokemon Center. I think this should work, Professor Kukui said. Ash and Nurse Joy were in front of the video telephone talking to Professor Kukui. Exposing Trapinch to rain will definitely make him learn Sandstorm. Also, I don't see any major risk here. On the contrary, this will help Trapinch to start enduring water. But I am still not convinced, Professor, Nurse Joy objected. Ground types are weak to water, and this will interfere with Trapinch's metabolism. And that is exactly what I am saying, Kukui said. Tolerating a few droplets of rain is much better option than getting hydropumped right on face. Ash said that one wood hammer was enough to knock off Trapinch. Well, I get where you are going, Professor, Nurse Joy said, thinking for some time. At last she sighed and gave her consent. Fine, so whatever you want, but do be careful. I will get the things ready in case there is an emergency. Thanks for your help, Nurse Joy, Ash said gratefully. Don't swear it, Nurse Joy replied. I should get going now. There are a lot of work to be done. Good day, Professor. Professor Kukui gave a massive grin in return as Nurse Joy walked away to the emergency room. As Nurse Joy went away, Ash turned to Professor Kukui and asked, Professor, I have a question in my mind. Shoot, Kukui replied. You once said Gudra line have a ridiculous amount of fat in them, Ash started. Kukui nodded his head curiously to see where Ash was going, so why its ability is not thick fat, it should have been that according to logic. Kukui scratched his head trying to make up an answer when Ash fired a second question, also the Trapinch line looks more like bugs to me than dragons. Why they are not like bug dragons or bug ground? Whoa whoa. Go slow, Kukui said, you are keep firing like a bullet seed. As for your questions, there are a lot of why, let, if, but, in the Pokemon world which doesn't have an answer. But I will surely look for your questions. Maybe Burnett can help me in it. Thank you Professor. Oh, by the way, I will be sending some Pokemons to you tomorrow. If you don't mind, Ash said. Kukui was a bit surprised by his statement, I don't have any problem. But can I know why you have suddenly changed your mind, he asked. Well, I won't be able to give attention to all of them equally, Ash said, everyone had their own problems and tackling everyone's problems is not possible. Also it isn't that I will not catch Pokemons in Kanto. If the team gets bigger and bigger it will be difficult to manage altogether. I get it, Kukui said, send whenever you want. I might transfer them to Ether Paradise since they have better facilities to keep Pokemon, also many workers to take care of them 24/7. Whatever is best. Say hi to everyone for me, Ash said. Will do. By the way I should tell you. Gladian's EV evolved to Umbreon and he had acquired the Normalium, Z. He is preparing for Hala's grand trial now, Kukui said. Already, Ash wondered, man, I should step up my game. Don't worry, tell Mr. Edgelord that I will get my badge by day after tomorrow. I don't think so, Kukui said. Excuse me, Ash asked, nothing, you will come to know later. Get back to your job now. If you ever face problems, don't hesitate to call me. With that Kukui ended the call leaving Ash stunned for a bit. Well, that was weird, Ash said getting up from the phone and started walking towards Nurse Joy's counter to get Trapinch. It was raining quite heavily, Ash was standing just outside the Pokemon Center wearing a raincoat to prevent himself from getting wet. Trapinch was standing beside him shivering slightly as some raindrops fell on him. Ash looked down at Trapinch with concern in his eyes and said, you sure you are ready? We may do it another time if you are not. Trapinch gave a affirmative cry and jumped out of the shade in the full rain and stood on the ground. Trapinch was shivering like crazy in the rain but stood strong like his entire life is dependent on it. Both fire and ground type Pokemons are weak to water. But fire types endure water moves better because of the heat their bodies produce. Also powerful fire types specifically with flame body can generate so much heat that water will immediately turn into steam on contact. This is what he wants for Lampent or probably Chandelure. But ground types don't have such coverage. What Nurse Joy said was ground types are generally anhydrous with some exceptions, so water creates an imbalance in their metabolism. Without even looking Ash could feel Nurse Joy staring at them through the glass door from her desk. Ash shrugged off every thought and focused on Trapinch keeping his Pokeball ready. Trapinch kept standing in the rain like that for a solid 10 minutes, still shivering and forcing himself up like push-ups, but the shivering have reduced considerably which signifies two possibilities, one bad and other good. The good one is Trapinch is tolerating water better which can possibly signifies the dormant draconic genes are starting to express. This may cause evolution any moment. The bad one is Trapinch is actually losing his strength and consciousness. Ash couldn't finish his thinking as a loud cry of Trapinch broke him out of his thoughts. A blue-white light engulfed Trapinch as he began to grow. His enormous head shrinked a bit while his round body elongated into a big-like structure. The 4 stumpy feet retracted as 4 new skinny legs with slender feet emerged from its side body. Additionally, 4 rhombus-shaped wings and 2 similar but smaller rhombus wings grew in its newly emerged tail. As Trapinch was evolving, he was also creating a shrill buzzing sound which is Ash a nice headache. Even after blocking his ears he could feel the sound. Soon the light died as soil and dirt kicked up and covered Trapinch. Sorry Vibrava like a blanket from the rain. Finally, Ash cheered, Vibrava get inside the center. Vibrava stopped the sandstorm and flew towards Ash and went inside as Ash opened the door of the Pokemon Center. "How's Vibrava?" Ash asked as Nurse Joy came from the observation room. "Perfectly fine," Nurse Joy said. "There will be some post-evolution complexities, but it isn't something to worry about. I must say you should now get your dinner and get ready for bed. Your Pokemons will be perfectly fine by morning." Ash nodded at it and wished her a good night as he walked to the cafeteria. He has some homework to do tonight. The entire map of Kanto was open in front of Ash. Day after tomorrow, he will be boarding the flight to Vermilion City. Lieutenant Surge has his gym there. And his gym is also one of the original 8. Specializing in electric-type Pokemons, Lieutenant Surge is one of the most brutal gym leaders who would punch holes in everybody's team. Several trainers actually win his badge, unlike some gym leaders who barely give 2-3 badge every season. Still, fighting Surge is like fighting a lightning storm. From Vermilion there are many routes possible. Ash also wants to visit his hometown as soon as possible without disturbing his journey completely. So one route he found is from Vermilion. He can travel through Route 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 to Fuchsia City and challenge Koga's gym there. From Fuchsia City, he can travel to Stone Town and catch a ferry to Pallet Town, dropping Cinnabar Gym for the time being. From Pallet Town he can take a normal route which most people take. Another route which is a longer one is from Vermilion. He can take a shortcut to Celadon City. In Celadon, after obtaining its gym badge, he will travel to Gardenia Town, Carmini Town, Mulberry City, Sable City, then finally Pewter City. After beating Brock, he will travel through Viridian Forest to Viridian City and from there to Pallet Town. From Pallet Town, he can take ferry to either Cinnabar or to Fuchsia and take a reverse route to Route 12, from there to Lavender Town, Silver Town and Saffron City, and from Saffron City to Cerulean City. According to his calculations, this route will enable him to collect all the badges in least amount of time. But time is not a factor, he has 2 years. Also he want to keep Saffron, Cinnabar and Viridian for last. Kukui hadn't given him much details on gym leaders' Pokemons, especially their main teams, but had told him horrifying stories about his loss. Having a dark-type Pokemon like Incineroar and steel types like Lucario and Empoleon, Kukui said he managed to get the Marsh badge with 2 tries and the Golden Marsh badge with 6 tries. Similar situation for Volcano and Earth badges, only Blue with his champion team is undefeatable. It is rumored that even current champion Lance does not have the Golden Earth badge. Also he wants to visit the famous departmental store of Celadon. Almost all training equipments, TMs both common and rare, all kinds of evolutionary items and etc. can be bought at a price lower than rest of the region. So, according to Ash, this route will be the best. He will go to Celadon and then via Cycling Road, he will travel to Fuchsia. From Fuchsia, he will catch a ferry to Pallet Town and after staying there for about a week, he will resume his journey. Okay, so this chapter is done, let's move on to the next, Ash thought. Ash had already checked Vibrava on his decks. Vibrava not only learnt Sandstorm in its elemental level, but also learnt 3 new moves upon evolution. Or that's what the Pokédex says: Screech, Dragon Breath and Bug Buzz. Now, Vibrava will no longer have to depend on only Crunch and Sand Trap. Trapinch was the first Pokemon he actually caught, and the 3rd Pokemon overall. After Rowlet and Poipole. Now with Trapinch evolving he has a team with 3 Pokemons in their middle evolutionary stage with Mimikyu, who is all-time powerful, enough to counter Surge. Dartrix, Lampent, Vibrava and Mimikyu. He never felt so happy as well as nervous at the same time before. Probably he should get to bed now. It is already past midnight and Professor May had also got to bed. So, he will give the news tomorrow. Ash out aside everything and double-checked Poipole's Pokeball is there in the hidden pocket of the jacket and called the night off. The rain didn't stop in the morning also, so Ash is stuck in the Pokemon Center. Ash was in the cafeteria for breakfast. He had already polished the plate, now only thing that was left before him is a cup of herbal tea and his Pokédex that he seriously hates coffee. Ash have decided which 6 Pokemons he will be keeping aside from Poipole and Wyvern. He will be keeping Dartrix, Jangmo-o, Mimikyu, Ralts, Gumi and Duskull. Dartrix for obvious reason, he is his starter and probably one of the strongest Pokemon he has. Jangmo-o is strong, but lack moves. So he will be training Jangmo-o, Mimikyu, while he isn't sure how much worse the matter will get if Mimikyu realizes that his trainer has sent him away. Ralts, Gumi and Duskull doesn't have any proper training, so they will be staying. Vibrava and Lampent he is sending away temporarily, but he will bring them back during the gym battle. Also a few days under mentorship of Professor Kukui's Pokemons won't hurt them, and regular checks at Ether Paradise will make sure they are healthy all the time. The rest of the day was pretty much uneventful for Ash since it was rain till evening, and all he did was locking in his room and made a list of all TMs he will be buying for his Pokemons for the time being: Air Slash, Heat Wave, Shadow Ball, X-Scissor, Iron Head. This will be enough TMs for 2 months. Heat Wave was initially out of list, but he is now buying it specifically for Vibrava to counter the Ice-type attacks. It is more for a defensive purpose than offensive. Ash had already sent Lampent and Vibrava to Professor Kukui in front of Mimikyu so that he doesn't get the weird idea that his trainer is abandoning him. But the breaking news came during evening. The Kalos national news is showing with big headlines. Team Rocket activity detected in Kanto. A huge explosion took place today at afternoon near Empty Moon, which is close to Pewter City. Many people are suspecting it to be the villainous Team Rocket's work. Though the Kanto League board and the Pewter City gym leader Brock Harrison refused to comment anything about this incident. What was the motive behind the explosion is unknown. Investigation is going on and probably everything will be uncovered. This is Jose Lemos from Kalos National News. Some people were sitting in the lobby of the Pokemon Center watching the news on television. Ash was also one of them. Immediately it became the hot topic of discussion at the Pokemon Center. But Ash was lost in his own thoughts. Team Rocket, he is having a feeling that this Team Rocket is the root cause of all troubles. And he had to get to the root of all the troubles. He is remembering Kukui's advice. The first thing you need to fight Team Rocket is a Pokemon that can set up barriers and can use Psychic. If possible extrasensory also. Ash got up and went to his room. He had to add 3 more TMs, Reflect, Light Screen and Protect. Next day, afternoon. Ash is boarding the flight which will take him to Vermilion. And there his real journey as a trainer will begin. He had called Kukui yesterday and asked for some tips for the gym battle. In response Kukui said only one thing: people think offense is the best defense. But sometimes, defense can be the best offense. This conversation dragged into the Empty Moon incident. Kukui said that he isn't going to stop him from encountering Team Rocket, that would only make him a clueless fool who doesn't know how to tackle dangers. But still Kukui said to stay as much possible until he is ready and keep the fighting only as a last resort. After about 30 minutes the plane took off as Ash watched the Lumio city disappearing within the clouds. His only wish was he could meet Trevor for one last time. But he didn't get the chance. One day he will return and meet him once again, once he becomes a real trainer. Goodbye Kalos, that I will come back sooner than you think. And the day I will come back, I will challenge your league. Chapter 6, Vermilion, Part 1, Preparations. Another 2 days in waste, Ash grumbled himself, exiting the newly constructed Vermilion gym with his trusted Dartrix perching over his shoulder. He had come all way to challenge the gym leader only to find the gym is hosting some kind tournament in 2 days. Which in one way is awesome, but he doesn't understand the need to stop the gym battles. So, what are you gonna do now? Ash asked Dartrix. Dartrix hooted back in his own language, to which Ash responded, yeah. Let's head towards the park. Let's see if we can battle someone strong there. The battle park was very near to the gym. Just a couple of turns and he reached it pretty easily. As expected there were plenty of trainers. And plenty of battles going on. And his Pokédex started beeping already. Trainers nowadays doesn't have to go around looking for opponents. All the Pokédex holders, no matter what region they are from, when under the coverage of any region, can check if there are any trainers nearby through the GPS. Not only that, a battle invitation could also sent just like he received one. Ash took out his Pokédex and checked it quickly. Yup. An invitation by a guy Mike Jameson. And by GPS, he is very near. Behind you, a sudden voice spooked him up. Ash freaked out for a moment and turned around to find another guy behind him. Got scared, Mike jabbed. What me, scared? No way that I am just glad to find you, Ash replied. Glad huh? And we don't even know each other. Anyways, I am Mike Jameson, from Pallet Town. You up for a challenge, Mike said. The name, Pallet Town struck a nerve, but he kept a smiling face. Oh really? That means you must have got a Kanto starter. Inside he could feel a bit uncomfortable for the door cause of all troubles, or is it? The only reason he wished to start in Kanto is because he could find allies here which could lead him to the truth. Yup, Charmeleon is my boy, Mike said. Hey look, that battlefield got cleared. Let's get quickly before it gets filled up. Saying this he ran to one side of the field like it was the last train he had to catch. Ash followed him slowly, taking his time to reach the field. Some people were either sitting in benches or standing around the field watching the battles going on. There are other fields also where battles are going on, and in the middle of each field there was a small drone flying, the Rotom drones. What Ash had heard is these drones are occupied by trained Rotoms to judge the countless unofficial battles occurring all over the region. Ash took the other side of the field as the drone started speaking in a mechanical voice. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is going to be 1v1 battle between the trainers Mike Jameson and Ash Ether. This battle isn't registered under Pokemon World Championships, so world rankings won't be affected. The standard bet decided is $50 Poké. Trainers sent out your first Pokemons. Mike and Ash selected their Pokeballs and released their first Pokemons. Pikachu, Mimikyu, go for it, I choose you, they said simultaneously. Two kind of similar Pokemon solidified out of the Pokeballs. One was a yellow electric mouse on all fours, brown strips, a lightning bolt-shaped tail and electric sparks flying from its cheek. And another is a creepy rag doll version of the previous Pokemon. Once Mimikyu's eyes fell on Pikachu, she became stiff and two claws of void appeared beneath its hide, and eyes its opponent like a predator observing its prey. Is it just me, or Mimikyu seems to be overpumped for the battle, Ash thought. Mike and Pikachu were stunned by Mimikyu's appearance as the Rotom drone announced, Mike have chosen Pikachu and Ash have chosen Mimikyu, let the battle begin. Mike took out his Pokédex to scan Mimikyu, but the response was no data found. Mike huffed in frustration and said, I don't know what that thing is. But you are not going to win. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Pikachu fired a bolt of lightning towards Mimikyu, but it's nothing Mimikyu can't handle. Without a command, Mimikyu jumped out of the way of attack and rushed towards Pikachu, charging up a Shadow Claw. Predictable, Ash thought. Some things can't be learnt without a proper mentor. Predicting the opponent's moves is one of them, and Professor Kukui is the best person to learn from. Professor and his Pokemons had years of experience in fighting Battle Royale under the alias of the Royal Mask that he in the ring often gets ganged up by other competitors. Their professor learned to predict the moves of his opponent by their initial movements, like a game of chess. And he had been passing this technique to him and Gladion as they are his favorite students. When he was a kid, he had a habit of asking questions with how. Professor would suggest, it's not the answer of how you should seek, it's the answer of why you should seek. His current opponent is too rushed in initial thoughts. So his battle attacks should also be pretty straight, though exceptions happen. Quick attack to dodge, Mike ordered, as Mimikyu edged nearer to Pikachu. Pikachu engulfed itself in a white streak of light and zoomed away as Mimikyu dug her claws in the ground where Pikachu was standing before. Pikachu zoomed away almost halfway to the other side of the field before making a sudden U-turn, and raced back with eyes locked towards Mimikyu this time. Shadow Sneak. Behind you, Ash said. Within a blink of eye Mimikyu turned backwards and her shadow extended forward, stopping Pikachu on its track in an half-paralysis condition. A shadow figure resembling Mimikyu rose up from the other end of the shadow and started slashing the poor trapped mouse mercilessly. Mike started panicking, shouting, encouraging to try to escape as the attacks became more and more vicious. The cut started to draw out blood as the yellow fur started developing some red stains. "Use your tail, and fire Electro Ball to escape," Mike shouted. Pikachu, despite great pain, managed to lift his tail and fired a cloud of electricity from it. It was not a ball dot but got the job done. The shadow figure got dispersed and the shadow retracted back. Pikachu is free once again and despite bruises got ready for fight. The battle, especially Mimikyu, gathered quite a crowd around the battlefield. Even other trainers who were battling before in other fields came to watch the match. Mimikyu wasn't common or like mostly unseen in Kanto, so people around tried to scan or take pictures and started discussing among themselves. Some of the people cheered loud for both the trainers and a few trainers bet between themselves as who will win. Ash had heard of this insane betting in Kanto. They even bet for soda drinking competition. "Wood hammer," Ash commanded, switching to offense. Mimikyu leaped forward and ran through air with its tail glowing green. "Volt tail," Mike countered as Pikachu also rushed forward with electrically charged tail and clashed with Mimikyu's wood, and a tail fencing began. Pikachu defended itself quite nicely, either avoiding or blocking attacks, and managed to land a clean hit on finding an opening, but Mimikyu's disguise ability saved it this time. Ash felt quite relieved as the match progressed. Mimikyu is gaining the upper hand and Pikachu was wearing down faster. The only thing that he is worried of is a surprised mid-evolution pulled by Pikachu if its instincts kick in. The things which seem to be fun on one end can be pretty annoying on the other end. Pikachu is strong. But lacks skills, as Ash analyzed. Mike seems to have focused more on power rather than agility, reflex, etc. etc. But he must admit Pikachu is strong as he didn't go down after quite an amount of blood loss. "Electro Ball. Multiple," Mike commanded. Pikachu jumped back and maintained a distance and started firing several Electro Ball at a pretty mediocre rate. Lampent fires his attacks much faster than it, Ash thought. "You know what to do," Ash said. Mimikyu jumped in the air and spun her tail to send the ball back. Pikachu did his best to dodge the redirected attacks using Quick Attack, but one of the Electro Ball hit the ground just behind Pikachu, causing a mini eruption and Pikachu to slid and lose balance and fall face flat. Mike cursed under his breath, and before anyone could say anything, Mimikyu jumped on Pikachu and slapped it with Shadow Claw, causing Ash and Mike to flinch. Pikachu gave a loud cry as he was sent sliding on the ground, with blood immediately started to flow through the major cut which ripped a part of its fur skin. Ash started to develop a sickening feeling in his stomach as he debated whether to call the fight off before it gets overboard, but Pikachu got up to its feet, glaring murderously at Mimikyu. Electricity cracked in its cheek as within a fraction of a second a massive bolt of lightning was sent straight towards Mimikyu with no chance to dodge it. The thunderbolt struck with such power that Mimikyu was pushed back and pinned on the ground. Dazed by electricity, Mimikyu was defenseless against the next whatever attack Pikachu was preparing, but suddenly everything stopped and Pikachu fell on the ground. Unconscious, the Rotom drone hovered over the fallen Pikachu and Mimikyu and once detected small signs of movements in Mimikyu, it declared. "Pikachu is unable to battle, the winner of the battle is Ash, Ether and Mimikyu. The prize money will be transferred through bank within 30 minutes, saying this it flew away to wherever it came from. Mike silently returned Pikachu with a small frown on his face. Ash also returned Mimikyu, who was still a bit stunned from the shock, and walked towards Mike scratching his head. "Well," he started, "sorry for it. That wasn't how I was expecting it to end." "Huh," the frown in Mike's face changed to confusion. "What are you apologizing for?" "Well, your Pokemon got critically injured. And I am sorry for that," Ash replied in a low voice. Mike stared at Ash for a moment and laughed a bit. "No worries, Ash. Thanks for showing your concern though, but Pikachu have been through far worse than this. In fact, today's injuries is one of the minimum he had sustained." "Yeah, I know that the battle had drawn blood, but at least nothing is broken. Or I assume so." Ash couldn't believe his ears. He thought he has gone overboard, but this guy is telling it's nothing and there is worse to come. Well, how bad Pokemon match is actually. Let's get to the center, we can talk there, Mike said as they started walking towards the Pokemon Center with Ash occasionally responding to some congratulations, and what was that Pokemon asked by some people who were watching the battle. Ash wasn't surprised when Nurse Joy said everything was fine and no major damage had happened. He kinda expected it. Mimikyu would be fully fit within the next couple of hours while Pikachu will need a night rest but would be fine tomorrow. He and Mike are enjoying some snacks and chatting over battles. So, how many badges so you have? Mike asked. Huh? Ash looked up chewing his food and swallowed it before answering. None actually, he said scratching the back of his head. I have come for my first gym battle here. The fern dropped from Mike's hand as he stared at Ash with jaws dropped. You ought to be kidding me, he said, but it was hardly audible. How can your Pokemon get so strong without any gym experience? Well, that explains how you lack the knowledge of how brutal a Pokemon battle can be. Would you like to throw some light because I am in darkness? Ash asked. Mike thought for a bit and said, well, there is no clear-cut definition of how brutal a Pokemon battle can be, but I can give some instances which can give you a picture of it. When I first became trainer, I went to challenge the Pewter City Gym, but the fight got over in 1 minute with Charmander in emergency, bruises and broken bones. Took 4 days to fully recover. And in the league conference, sometimes Pokemons get so injured that they are not able to make it, and the league termed then as unfortunate accidents, Mike said, quoting the term with his hands, those assholes. Ash took some time to process the information. It was made him feel weird, but cannot help it. In Kanto, new trainers try to stay away from Pokemon gyms in the beginning. They generally battle other trainers until their Pokemons evolve and become strong enough to take on the weakest gyms. I have won only 1 badge in 3 months, the YAS badge from the gym in Dark City. Never heard of it, Ash said. Figured, YAS is one of the new gyms in Dark City, always in competition with the KAS gym, but that's another story. The thing is, gyms are tough, new trainers have absolutely negligible chance of entering the league, the system, the level, the competition isn't really in favor of us. But how are you that strong? Well, I am from Alola, my mentor. Professor Kukui is the regional professor there, he is one of the trainers who reached Lance in the Indigo Conference. Mike stared at him wide-eyed. You ought to be kidding me. You are learning from an world-class trainer. And still don't know how hard Pokemon battles are. I guess he was holding back, Ash said, wondering, or I was shielded from actual battles. Kukui was just teaching me how to train. Whatever is it, pal? I don't get it. What are you doing here instead of training under your mentor? But that's really not my business. So you here for the league conference, right? I don't know you are aware of not. But this league season is going to be more competitive. Mike said. On seeing Ash's questioning look, he continued, Agatha will be retiring, so the winner of this league season will directly get the opportunity to join Elite Four as well. Trainee. Apprentice. Intern. Whichever you want to call. That's better. Wouldn't have accepted otherwise. Challenge helps us grow stronger, Ash said. Mike nodded his head. I would love to stay and chat, but I have some business to attend. See ya at the tournament. Will you be participating? Ash asked. Mike shook his head. No, but I will be watching. Maybe I can take a few pointers from the battle. After Mike left, Ash pondered over what the tournament officials said. This is a private sponsored tournament. You may use any Pokemon. Looks like you are finally going to battle Buddy, Ash whispered, taking out a Pokeball. It seemed the Pokeball shook slightly in return. Rest of the day Ash spent in buying supplies. Since he is now in Kanto, he will be trekking his way in foot, even though Kanto now has public transportation within cities. Ash went to the local Pokemart and bought everything needed, starting from food and water, medicines to camping gears. It did add quite a bit of luggage which he knows won't be able to carry on his own. Maybe he will ask Wyvern to carry some. Ash decided to head back to the center and rest for a bit. He had a long night ahead. At midnight, Ash opened the window of his room and released Wyvern out, before jumping out on his back. He went to head out through the front door, but one of Nurse Joy's assistants sent him back, about unsafe to go out at night, but when did it stop Ash? He was determined to get some training done, so he decided to sneak out through the window. Once outside, he flew to the outskirts of the city near the forest, found out a plain area and started his setup. He took out a notebook, to keep records of progress of his different Pokémons. There is so many Pokémon, each needing a different type of training, and everything is impossible to keep on head. He released Wyvern, Jangmo-o, Ralts, Poipole and Dartrix and addressed, "Alright folks, we will be having a midnight session. There is a tournament to be held day after tomorrow, and Wyvern will be my go-to Pokémon." Wyvern eyes widened comically as Ash continued, "You people will have your chance in gym battles, but Wyvern will not. That's why I chose him. I hope you guys don't have a problem." All the Pokémons gave their respective cries of no objection. Ralts even went and patted Wyvern on his thighs, probably saying good luck. Wyvern was nervous and gave Ash a look of unsurety. Ash smiled and said, "Keep the thought of winning and losing out of your mind. Someone told me, losing is nothing to be ashamed of, if we can make ourselves better out of it. Just give your best, and learn from the experience." Wyvern cracked a grin and roared, showing he is ready. Ash once again addressed his Pokémons, "Thanks for understanding, you people are definitely the best. Now, these 2 days or should I say nights, I will be busy. But that doesn't mean you get to slack. So, without wasting time, Ralts, practice your psychic moves. Poipole will use her attacks and you need to deflect it with psychic power. Jangmo-o start running laps, you will need to improve stamina if you want to master dragon moves." Jangmo-o gave a saluting roar and started to run across the area, while Ralts and Poipole went towards a rock. "There is so much to do, with so little time," Ash sighed. He looked at Dartrix, "I want you to stay by my side." Dartrix hooted and perched himself over his head. Ash rolled his eyes and focused, "Look, Wyvern, that I don't think there is something I can teach you in like 2 nights. So, we will just practice what you already know." Wyvern gave a note of approval, "Okay, till now, you have been mainly doing physical moves. Slash, slam, tackle, seismic toss. Aside from it, we have been practicing Ember, followed with initials of flamethrower. Most of these moves are depends on the physical strength of user. So that's what we will do, revise and improve your physical strength and flight capabilities. You in?" Wyvern gave a grin. And so, the night began. 2 days later. Ash found himself once again on the Vermilion gym, waiting with other participants for the tournament to begin. The newly renovated Vermilion gym is quite impressive. If one asks, it's a large fancy auditorium, situated in the middle of the city in the middle of a large park, with a green area surrounding the main building. A bigger field, about 3/4 the size of the ones in league stadiums, gallery facilities and a retractable roof to reveal the sky. Kanto sure had put quite an amount in it. A perfect example of modern architecture. The rounds had been declared a while ago. There were 67 participants divided into 4 groups raining 17, 17, 17 and 16 players each. Each participant in the group will face each other in a battle royal out of which, 4 lasting players will be selected from each group. With 16 players sorted out, there will be 1v1 rounds till finals. Ash had been placed in Group C, with Group B battle currently going on. On the big television screen. Ash had been feeling confident, as he made some new discoveries. Last night when he was training, Poipole and Ralts managed to upset a group of Spearows and their leader, who was in the verge of waging war. But one roar from Wyvern was enough to scare them away. Talking with Professor Kukui regarding the matter, he learnt it's a sort of psychological gameplay. Pokémons like Charizard, Gyarados puts an instant fear in the minds of opponents due to their violent reputation. Also, most of the trainers in Group A and B are unevolved, as if trainers just caught the Pokémon and appeared for tournament. And Wyvern isn't that weak either, at least not in physical perspective. Combining the factors, he has a pretty decent chance of qualifying to the next round. Minutes passed by as his turn came. 17 trainers lined up all around the field with Pokeball in hand. And here we are folks, for our third battle royal. You know the rules, the last 4 surviving participants will move on to the next round, the announcer boomed. Crowds cheered and roared on excitement and not at all patiently waiting for the next round. Ash tried to find Mike in the crowd but couldn't see him. He knows he had arrived, he had come to wish him luck before the tournament began. 5 Rotom drones are hovering over the battlefield with 2 referees on each side of the field. On a separate gallery, he could see Lieutenant Surge, who seemed to be asleep, beside him another teenager, one older than Ash. People call him Surge's apprentice, Pisces, along with a couple of other trainers in military-like uniform. Ash frowned a bit on seeing them, already starting planning ways to win the Vermilion badge. "Trainers, release your Pokémons," one of the referees called out, snapping him out of his thoughts. Ash had his Pokeball ready and released Wyvern out, along with several other trainers. Flashes of lights engulfed the field as 17 Pokémons were standing. Almost of half them are Spearows, 3 Raticates, 4 Mankeys, 1 Victreebel, 1 Charizard which is Ash's, a huge Gyarados, 1 Rhyhorn. It's surprising that there are no electric Pokémons used in this group. The crowd gave another cheer and started becoming guesses which trainers would be moving to the next round. The Pokémons readied themselves for the all-out brawl, and Ash could see tension in most of the other trainers' face. Ash tried to put up his most confident and cocky smirk he could manage. And truthfully, there is nothing to worry about. Except the Gyarados. As soon as the referee gave the signal. All hell broke loose. People began ganging up stronger Pokémons as it's the only way they could proceed. 2 Spearows, 2 Mankey, and the Victreebel fell on Wyvern while the rest attacked Gyarados. "Wyvern fly," Ash ordered urgently as soon he saw Victreebel releasing some spores. Victreebel could use Stun Spore, Sleep Powder and Poison Powder, and Ash isn't going to wait around which it was. Wyvern with a thunderous roar flapped his wings and took to the sky, along with a Mankey who was karate chopping on his back. Orders were passed by other trainers and soon the 2 Spearow chased after him while the Victreebel desperately tried to grab him with Vine Whip, but with just 1 vine, it was proving fruitless. The Spearows went for Fury Attack and successfully managed to scratch Wyvern who was having a busy time with the Mankey. "Start spinning," Ash said, "trust your instincts." Like before. Yesterday Ash had made Wyvern fight his other Pokémons. And some wild Pokémons on the forest on its own, training him to not be heavily dependent on his orders. A malicious grin grew on Wyvern's face as it started spinning like a top in mid-air. Wyvern could feel the grip on his back loosening and as soon as Mankey finally fell from his back, Wyvern slammed his tail on it, accelerating its fall and sending it crashing on the ground, not getting up anytime soon. 1 down. The Mankey was recalled and the trainer was eliminated. As the Spearows made a return, Wyvern readied itself for another attack, when suddenly, "Duck," Ash ordered. Immediately Wyvern dove down, narrowly avoiding a huge stream of pressurized cold water. Ash looked on his side and saw the Gyarados in a similar situation than Wyvern. It had the Rhyhorn wrapped up and the Hydro Pump was meant for one of the Spearows, but apparently it missed. "Watch where are you hitting," Ash shouted. The Gyarados trainer scoffed, "This is a battle royal. Not a tag team round." Ash fumed inside but thought that he had a point. Unfortunately, for Ash, when Wyvern dove down to escape the Hydro Pump, he came in range for Victreebel to wrap Vibe Whip around his neck and bring him down on the ground. "Sleep Powder," Ash heard. He panicked inside as if the attack hits, he would be in trouble. "Burn it with Ember," Ash countered as Victreebel opened its mouth to release spores. Wyvern also opened his mouth breathing out flames and aiming it towards Victreebel's mouth. With a quick jump Victreebel moved out of the way of flames, but the spores it was releasing caught fire causing a small explosion. The explosion made Victreebel to lose balance and the grip around Wyvern wavered. Wyvern took the chance to get up and rushed towards Victreebel. As it got near avoiding a peck from one of the Spearow, Wyvern pulled his hand back and slashed the soft outer skin of Victreebel with all its might. Victreebel bowled in pain as the attack left a deep gash with its inner fluids flowing out. Victreebel narrowed its eyes and shot a series of spinning sharp-bladed leaves, but Razor Leaf barely scratched Wyvern, thanks to his thick scales. Once again Wyvern dove towards Victreebel with razor-sharp claws, but with quick command from its trainer, Victreebel dodged out of the way and keeping a good distance prepped another spore attack. Wyvern suddenly got some sort of idea, as he grabbed a Mankey too was charging at him and threw it at the spore's cloud while he flew to maintain a distance. That thrown Mankey almost immediately fell fast asleep on inhaling the spores in front of Victreebel. Victreebel, unsure what to do, looked at his trainer for orders. His trainer nodded his head and Victreebel brought down a vine, slamming it on Mankey's neck, knocking it out, resulting in a verbal commotion of the Mankey trainer and the Victreebel trainer. In the meantime Wyvern covered a Spearow with Ember, giving it probably first-degree burns, and threw it in the ground with sheer force. Ash looked at Victreebel prepared to fight once more and looked up. "Slash," he said. In response he heard, "Leaf Blade, counter it," from his opposing trainer. Wyvern flew down with glowing claws as Victreebel stood on his place. One of his leaf was glowing with green energy too. Both the Pokémon striked at the same time as they fought for dominance. But Wyvern quickly managed to overwhelm the pitcher plant Pokémon and pinned it on the ground. As a final blow Wyvern pulled his head back to breath-hit flames at point-blank range while pinned on the ground. Victreebel tried to release its spore, as a final act of defense when Ring. The bell rang off. And every fighting stopped. The round was over. Wyvern released Victreebel out of his grasp and flew straight in front of Ash. Ash looked around to see the 4 trainers who will proceed to the next round. Unsurprisingly Gyarados, Wyvern, Victreebel, and surprisingly a Spearow. That Spearow seemed to get away with small battles, avoiding facing bigger opponents. Smart. And here are our qualifying participants moving to the next round. Please give a round of applause for them. And for the other trainers who got eliminated, Vermilion Gym thanks them for participating and wish they good luck for their trainer careers, the announcer announced. The crowd clapped, cheered, yelled wildly at them, while most of the trainers groaned and some threw a tantrum. Ash went to congratulate Wyvern and they walked together towards the exit. The next round would take place in an hour, so he need to get Wyvern checked before that. This is his first win, that matters, and his first step towards Lance. But there is so much more to go. Ash's eyes hardened on his thought as he kept walking. Chapter 7, Vermilion, Part 2, Give Your Very Best. "So, how are you feeling on your first win?" Ash asked, as Wyvern was given a clearance in the medical camp, set up by the gym. He walked to the nearest bench on the opposite side of the gym, which was a bit quieter than the front side. He only has Wyvern, Dartrix and Poipole with him, with the former 2 out. The rest of his Pokémon he had left in the center. Dartrix he has brought for backup, as well as a morale support. Ash noticed that Wyvern was closer to Dartrix than any other of his Pokémon. In leisure time he would see them chatting for quite a long time. He still remembered the first time he had tried to get Wyvern to train with others. Flashback. "Come on, it won't be that bad," Ash tried to reason. Wyvern was adamant, shook his head and stood where he was. "Braviary won't hurt you." Still no progress. Wyvern had a look which shows unsurety, horror and lack of confidence. Professor Kukui was standing a bit far away, watching everything. He gave Ash and Glad Eye on the task of getting Wyvern and Scartha to get into actual battle training as assignment. And would be evaluating them on how they progressed with the situation. Of course none of them are going to back down. Ash looked and saw Glad Eye on the other side of the field, waving his hand and stomping his foot, while Scartha had her arms crossed and head turned away. Typical Glad Eye. Ash turned his attention back to Wyvern. Instead of ordering straight away, Ash believes in a diplomatic approach, something Value's professor had taught him when he was little. This was to make Pokémon feel that they and their trainers are equals and they are respected as well, catalyzing a stronger bond between trainer and their Pokémon. Ash was trying to think hard of ways to convince Wyvern when Dartrix, who was roulette back. Then who was watching the entire thing quietly dropped down in front of Wyvern. Roulette hooted something to Wyvern which he returned with some soft growls. They kept conversing for minutes, while the look on Wyvern's face turned from refusal to surprise to unsurety and finally agreement. Wyvern didn't practice with Braviary for that day or two. But he did a similar training with Rowlet. Instead of showering rock slides, Rowlet would shoot Leaf Age and Peck Attack. 2 days passed, Wyvern grew a bit more confident and agreed to practice with Braviary on probably a condition, wishing Rowlet to stay beside him. As Rowlet had been flying beside him for the entire day. Another week passed and Wyvern was fully confident to go through all exercises Professor prescribed. While Glad Ion just managed to convince to get Scartha to get training. Beat you again, Edgelord. Whatever Dartrix had told Wyvern that day is still a mystery. Ash doesn't know. He doesn't recall any incident of Dartrix having some sort of fear which he conquered later on. Dartrix as Rowlet was very brave. And upon evolving grew overconfident, but still he wasn't stupid. What Ash guessed had happened was Rowlet's small size made Wyvern feel safer than fighting Braviary, but it is just an hypothesis. But whatever, Ash is glad that Dartrix was able to talk Wyvern out of his fear, otherwise it might have taken longer for Ash to do the job. From being an overgrown flying lizard who was too scared to fight, Wyvern was turning to a dragon which he was meant to be who would crush any opponent in its path. As reply to his question, Wyvern gave a loud growl and glowed up smoke from its nostrils. Ash smiled at it, seems like ready to fight anybody. Even that big Gyarados. The name of Gyarados got Wyvern a bit nervous, but a hoot from Dartrix gave him confidence as he put a determined look on his face. You have quite a team, a voice called behind Ash, scaring the crap out of him. Ash turned around and sighed, you definitely need to stop sneaking on people. His heart was beating as fast as rapid Ash. Mike gave a cheeky grin, what are you talking about? Ash rolled his eyes and changed his question, why are you here? Well, to congratulate you. Of course. And looks like you have quite a powerhouse, Mike said, admiring Wyvern. Wyvern gave a low roar in greeting, surprising Mike a bit, and a friendly too. Where did you get one? I thought you were a new trainer from a different region. Yeah, Wyvern was actually given to me to take care of. We have spent the past several months together. Now that I have started my journey, I thought Wyvern should tag along, Ash said. Not everything is true, it would suffice for now. Well, I wish I have your luck in future, don't want to be one of those trainers who get eaten by their own Pokemon, Mike said with a laugh. Such instances are rare, but those who gets eaten are the worst of the worst, Ash said. Training an aggressive Pokemon requires patience. Just give time and everything will work out. I hope so, Mike said. So, what's the plan for next round? Ash looked at Wyvern and then to Dartrix, both of them nodded back, causing Ash to turn around and smile. We give our very best. Opinion his Pokédex got everyone's attention. The 1v1 battles were to begin shortly, and that was a notification to report to the gym. Ash was standing behind a door, patiently waiting for his turn. With Dartrix perched over his head. Ash knows very well it makes him look funny, but he doesn't mind. The reason he didn't release Dartrix during Battle Royal was so that he doesn't get mistaken as a fighter. With so many Pokemon fighting each other. Such incidents aren't uncommon even if accidental. The door at the front slid open as cheers from audience filled the room. A trainer walked out through the door, keeping his gaze to the floor, and without looking anywhere walked straight past Ash towards the exit. It didn't take a genius to figure out the problem. Getting signal from the guard, Ash walked through the open door, once again finding himself in the battleground. This time, he was standing on one side of the field, and his only opponent on the other side. And the battlefield had definitely seen better days. There was a referee and a Rotom drone waiting for the signal to start the match. The announcer kept doing his job. Alright folks, time for our fourth battle of Regional Qualifiers Tournament. On one side we have our very own Jack Taylor from Viridian City. Jack had made an impressive victory on the previous round and has 4 gym badges under his belt. Including the Pewter City's Boulder badge and Celadon City Rainbow badge. He will definitely be a force to be reckoned with. Jack had a cocky grin on his face as the crowd cheered his name. And challenging him on the other side, we have rookie trainer Ash Ether, from far across the sea, Alola region. Despite being a rookie, Ash had held up on his own in the previous round. Showing he isn't someone to be taken lightly. Ash did get some cheers and applause from the crowd but not as much as his opponent got, not that he cares. Trainers, this is going to be a one-on-one non-league battle. The match would be over when either Pokemon would be unable to battle. No time limit, release your Pokemon, the referee declared. Ash and Jack unclipped their necessary Pokemon from their belt, and threw them saying their own catchphrases, Wyvern Nidoking that I choose you win. On Ash's side Wyvern materialized and roared his arrival, which didn't at all faze the Nidoking who appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. In fact Wyvern got slightly intimidated by Nidoking's glare, but quickly collected himself and returned a glare of his own. This time Jack had chosen strong and venomous Nidoking. And Ash is continuing with his fearsome Charizard. This is going to be a battle between Kanto's two juggernauts. As they will fight for power and dominance. It's time to see who will come up victorious and who will bite the dust. Battle start, referee declared. As psychic barriers was raised to protect audience from stray attacks. The Nidoking stomped its foot and growled at Wyvern, taunting him to attack first. Ash debated on whether to engage in physical combat or not. According to his knowledge of Kanto Pokemon, some Nido family has ability of poison point. Charging head-on might be a huge gamble on his part, something which may cost him the entire match. But a second thought crept in his mind which rebuked him, what am I thinking that I didn't come here to win, that I came here so that Wyvern could have some experience, that he will never reach his full potential if I hold him back. Without giving another second thought, Ash ordered, Wyvern, slash, knowing fully he might regret the decision later. Wyvern flew into the air and prepared to rush down at Nidoking with glowing claws, while Jack watched, the smile on his face beginning to become unnerving. Sandstorm, he simply said. Nidoking gave a roar and his conjured up storm of sand and dust and covered almost the entire field. Wyvern, halted due to the sudden shift of air, but being a superior flyer quickly guided his way through the storm aiming towards the eye. Dartrix perched on Ash's head suddenly saw something and gave a shrill boot as a warning. But either Wyvern didn't hear or turned a deaf ear as he tore through the storm and slashed his claws with his might, only to find attacking nothing but air. Wyvern was greatly surprised and looked around himself to find Nidoking as the sandstorm was beginning to disperse. But Ash wasn't stupid at all. He had seen these kind of tricks before. He is underground, Ash shouted, up in the air. Hearing the urgency in his trainer's voice, Wyvern wasted no time in lifting himself back in the air. And as predicted, Nidoking shot out straight from the ground attempting to punch Wyvern, but he was out of reach by then. Nidoking landed on the ground and locked his eyes with Wyvern, who landed once again in front of Ash. Ash looked at Jack and was surprised to see he was still smiling. What he is up to, Ash thought. He racked his brain but couldn't figure anything to be happy about this quickly, unless he has something else planned. Double Edge, Jack said calmly. Nidoking covered himself in streak of white light as he charged towards Wyvern with quite decent speed and even greater momentum. Now, a normal trainer would have asked to dodge the attack or fly up, but Ash being Ash. That's how you want to play now, huh? Ash frowned. Intercept him. Wyvern flew towards Nidoking with greater speed and clashed with Nidoking, stopping it in its tracks. As a muscle game began. Initially Nidoking began pushing Wyvern backwards, desperately trying to free its horn. But Wyvern, keeping a death grip with one hand and grabbing its neck with another hand, flipped the huge beast in the air and slammed it on the ground. The entire crowd went wild with the sheer display of raw power. The creepy smile on Jack's face vanished and was replaced by a more neutral look. Making Ash smirk on seeing this. Looks like he made a dent in his plan. But one thing was odd, Dartrix was awfully still. Whenever Wyvern would succeed, Dartrix would be the first one to start jumping. But now he was just sitting still. Motionless. You okay? Ash asked. Dartrix didn't respond, his eyes narrowed as he watched the battle intently. Ash shrugged and turned back to the battle and found why anyone shouldn't turn his eyes from battle even for a split second. As Wyvern was towering over the fallen Nidoking, both the legs of Nidoking glowed white as it kicked right Wyvern's abdomen, causing him stagger backwards. Taking this opportunity, Nidoking tried to get back up, but Ash saw an opening and quickly shouted, on its chest. Wyvern quickly composed himself, prepared another slash and slashed down at Nidoking's armored chest. This would leave a deep cut. Or Ash thought so. Nidoking suddenly glowed white and vanished into thin air, leaving both Ash and Wyvern stunned. Before anyone could react, the ground below Wyvern erupted once more and another Nidoking shot up and successfully landed a strong punch in Wyvern's abdomen. The force from punch threw Wyvern crashing into the ground. But that isn't the worst part. This wasn't an ordinary punch. The scales in a Charizard's chest and abdomen region is softer than rest of its body, making it a soft spot vulnerable to attack. The punch had burst through the scales into the tissue inside. Leaving a deep wound. Along with the area surrounding the wound taking a bluish-purple color. Ash's hands trembled as realization came crashing down on him. This entire time the real Nidoking had been hiding underground, leaving a clone up there to fight. Waiting for the right time to strike with poison jab. With enough force to release the poison directly inside Wyvern's bloodstream. Ash would have complimented Jack if he wasn't busy kicking himself for his stupidity. Jack saw his look and said from the other side of the field, "Some tricks I have picked up from my travels." Ash ignored the comment and turned his attention towards Dartrix. "You knew this." Dartrix gave a very low hoot and nodded his head. If this sudden turn of events were not already frustrating, the commentary from the announcer increased his annoyance to a new level. What a brilliant art of substitution from Jack. Novice Ash didn't see it coming at all. The crowd erupted in cheers and started cheering out for Jake. "Wyvern, you alright?" Ash asked, ignoring every other thing around. Wyvern grunted in reply as he fought through the pain. Struggling to get up. The poison was taking effect. His head was starting to feel dizzy. He could feel his body starting to give up as the pain started to grow. Everything Wyvern could feel, but he won't be down without a fight. Without giving his very best. Jack saw Wyvern fighting back. And decided it's time to go all out, no more holding back. Nidoking, Megahorn. Nidoking's horn glowed white and shades of green as it extended to twice its original length as it charged towards Wyvern. Ash's face paled as he saw the horn was aimed straight towards Wyvern's chest. With bad luck this might even strike his heart. "Move," Ash yelled, "you have to move." Wyvern had heard his trainer, even saw Nidoking coming, but was too weak to just get up and fly. Instead he tried to roll out slightly and was met with a sharp stabbing pain that was so intense that no sound came out of his open mouth. The Megahorn had missed his chest, but not one of his shoulder. The horn pierced through his scales. Skin. Flesh and emerged from the other side of his body. Nidoking picked Wyvern up with its horn and threw him in front of Ash. Wyvern landed on the ground with a loud thud. Kicking up dust, causing Ash to winch. At this point Ash was considering the idea of forfeiting. As new injuries surfaced, Wyvern's bright vermilion scaly body was getting stained by his own blood. And with the poison running inside him, it would be a matter of time before he falls down. Despite all injuries, Wyvern still tried to get up, but was quickly slammed down by a powerful double edge, followed by lash from Nidoking's tail, which tossed Wyvern away once again. This cycle repeated itself as Nidoking kept throwing Wyvern all over the battlefield. All the beatings threw Wyvern to the edge of loss as his eyes started to drop, his posture started to become more relaxed and his breathing became heavy. Ash sighed with a defeated look on his face. Nidoking was strong, Nidoking was experienced, Nidoking had a wide move pool. But most importantly they have a plan. From the first minute of battle Jack and Nidoking had been fighting with a well-built strategy in their mind, and he thought he was fighting blindly. Professor was right. Training under controlled environment and competitive battling have hell and heaven difference. There is no hope now, and maybe it's best to pull back. Ash took out Wyvern's pokeball and was about to recall he back when we was met with an unexpected sight, something he didn't expect to see so soon. The tail flame of Wyvern began to burn violently but brightly as it grew bigger and bigger. As it reached a monstrous size, Wyvern with one strong push rose up from the ground and let out a thunderous roar which nearly would have shaken the room if there were no barriers, but there was something different in him. Wyvern's pupils in his eyes had dilated and a feral snarl came out of his face that was so intimidating that Nidoking subconsciously took a step back. And a nervous and worried look adorned Jack's face. This is a feeling Wyvern is unfamiliar with. All his pain. All his weakness seemed to miraculously disappear, replaced by a sudden surge of power. Like a second wind. His body seemed to work on his own as he submitted to his instincts, which seemed to be preparing him for something he never did or tried before. Ash would recognize this sudden burst of power anywhere. Blaze, Ash thought as he slowly started smiling, this is the very best. His spirits began to return back. Burning like the flames of Wyvern's tail. A new set of barriers was being raised, this time protecting the trainers and the referee. The authorities were well aware with the knowledge of Blaze's ability and didn't want to take any risks. Wyvern's entire body glowed, emitting extreme heat as the air around him was beginning to catch fire. All on a sudden, Wyvern turned his head towards Ash. Ash understood what he was asking for and gave up a thumbs up. Go for it, he encouraged. Furthermore, Dartrick spread his wings and gave a loud shrill of encouragement. Wyvern gave a grin. Not a malicious, feral one. A genuine grin, as with a massive flap of his wings, like an explosion of nuclear bomb, sent out a massive tidal wave arc of highly kinetic flames and energy towards Nidoking. There was nowhere to run from this, except maybe underground, but there was no time to dig as the fiery waves of raging flames burning everything in its path reached Nidoking in a split second and sent it flying backwards. Crashing into the psychic barriers. Jack was taken back by the sudden power and, narrowing his eyes dangerously, ordered Nidoking to get up, but Wyvern sent out 2 more waves, keeping Nidoking down. Fully covered with burns, still Nidoking tried its best to get up. Wyvern prepared another to send out another heat wave when suddenly the fire burnt out. Wyvern's tail flame returned back to normal as he fell face flat on the ground. Everything seemed to be so sudden. Blaze activated, Wyvern used a new move. And Blaze disappeared. But Ash wasn't thinking so hard right now. Charizard is unable to able, the referee declared. The winner of this battle is Jack Taylor and Nidoking. The entire room applauded and cheered with excitement. By giving a spectacular performance, Jack will be moving to the next round. But Nidoking didn't come out without scratches. Rookie trainer Ash and his Charizard out up a formidable fight. Especially at the end. It did feel tables were about to turn for a second. So give a round of applause to both the young trainers, the announcer said. The crowd was already cheering, which grew louder after this announcement. Ash recalled Wyvern back to his Pokeball and whispered, "You have made me proud." Dipping his cap in acknowledgement to his opponent, Ash turned and walked straight towards the door on his side. Everyone might see that he had lost the battle, but is it really a loss? This is the second time he had been outclassed in a battle. But he had come here so that Wyvern could get better, and he succeeded in his objective. Wyvern overcame his handicapness and learnt Heat Wave, and managed to activate Blaze. This was definitely a big progress on Wyvern's part. Losing the match seemed to be a small setback considering what he has gained. Being optimistic as ever, Ash thought to himself, this is a win, at least for me, as he kept his head held up high. Walking out of he gave the next trainer waiting quick good luck, a gesture which the trainer returned with a smile and thumbs up, as he walked towards the exit. He needs to get to the medical camp and get Wyvern treated. As he was on his way, only one thought flooded his mind, we have given our very best. Your Charizard will be fine, Nurse Joy said, exiting the operation theater. The wounds will heal quickly, but the scales will take longer to regenerate. Give him rest for a few days. Ash gave a sigh of relief. He knew the injuries weren't life-threatening, but he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Ash is aware he needed to consult Professor Kukui on the recent developments, but he wasn't in mood for a conversation. He did show outside he was seeing the battle as a win, but somewhere he was feeling a bit bummed for losing. Wyvern had outdid himself, it's him that is holding him back. There were a lot of things going in his head now, and he felt the need to clear his head. Ash considered the option of going for a stroll by the beach, but the sun was high up. So maybe not the best time to go. A more inviting option for him is to go straight to his room and sleep the entire mess out. Sleep definitely was helpful, as Ash was back to his cheery mood as he walked on the beach on the Vermilion Bay, appreciating the sunset. He was returning from the harbor after saying his goodbye to Mike, who was leaving for Cinnabar in a ferry. From Mike he also got the news of the tournament. Apparently, the Gyarados trainer who was in Ash's group in the Battle Royal win the entire tournament. And the two finalists won free tickets of one of the largest cruise ship in the world, SS Saint, and as prize. He did miss the chance on Glong on a first-class trip but this is an annual tournament, conducted in all the gyms of Kanto. He will get another chance next year, and he will be more than ready by then. He is aware that Luzaman would buy him a ticket if he asks, but he needs to earn it with his own merit. Now he needs to just relax, accept his faults and move on. Staying grumpy and holding the past would do him no good here. What's the best way to spend the last hour of day? Do nothing. The beauty of the water flickering under light of sunset was something irresistible. The sky changed from minute to minute. From yellow-orange to flamboyant pink, the clouds painted with changing colors as the sun goes down. The golden disk is already touching the surface of the ocean. He could see why the city is named Vermilion. Not only the sky and the ocean, the city, the buildings. Everything was shimmering in a shade of golden vermilion. He could see why the city was named Vermilion. As the hours slowly trickled by, the day was coming to an end. But a new day will soon follow with new hope, new determination. And with the new determination, Ash is ready to start preparing for his gym battle. Lucario, or a sphere, Ash said. Lucario grunted in acknowledgement as a sphere of raw energy formed in his hand and shot towards Lampent. Lampent conjured up a defensive energy field in response, but that barrier shattered upon impact, though Lampent was unharmed. Last night he came up with a way which will give a fighting chance based on some assumptions. 1. Gym leaders try to keep battles as fair as possible, especially for beginners, though that doesn't make them any easier. Otherwise they just don't accept challenges below certain requirements. Since the Vermilion gym is open for all, it's likely to be the former, and it's unlikely that he would be fighting some crazily overpowered Pokemon, at least for his first gym battle of his life. 2. It's safe to assume that he would be fighting mainly electric Pokemon. Based on these data, he chose Vibrava and Lampent for the battle, as according to rules his battle would be a 2v2. Trapinch evolved to Vibrava for this very battle. Having a ground type will definitely give him an edge. Lampent is arguably his best Pokemon. He can attack, defend, cripple opponents with burn and poison. He is too good to be left out. Ash bought a light screen TM for Lampent as an extra ability to defend against ranged electric moves. He also borrowed Professor's Lucario for training, as it would be more effective than fighting trees or grass or even each other. It's not surprising that Lucario's Aura Sphere broke Lampent's light screen. Lucario is an elite Pokemon of Kukui. If Lampent even manages to hold Lucario's attack for some time, he is ready. Try again, Ash said. Lucario sent out another Aura Sphere which Lampent tried his best to stop, but same result. Saying them to keep continuing, Ash went to see Vibrava. Vibrava was practicing Sandstorm, and making quite progress. Sandstorm would give the cover he needs to set up his traps. Vibrava's Sandstorm can easily cover half of the field, if not more, enough to get the job done. Overall results were looking promising. That he returned where Lucario and Lampent was training and found Lampent's flames were burning brighter, almost white. Which means Lampent was giving his all. And it paid. Lampent was able to hold the next Aura Sphere for 1 second. It was a progress, and Ash is going to take it. Good job Lampent, Ash encouraged, you are getting the hang of it. Receiving the praise, Lampent tried again and again. After an hour of hard work, and the 1 second turned to 2 seconds. But Lampent was completely exhausted by then, though Lucario seemed to barely break a sweat. Lucario, can you get going? Ash asked. Lucario grunted back in affirmation. So, why don't go and help Vibrava? Assist him to learn battling with Sandstorm up. Lucario grunted back and ran towards Vibrava while Ash walked towards Lampent. You should energize yourself, Ash suggested. Lampent's flames flickered as Lampent slowly placed itself on the ground, meditating. Myth says that the Litwick line absorbed the souls and spirits of other people and Pokemon, which isn't wrong, but incomplete. Recent studies shows that the Litwick Pokemon line absorbed the life force, which is a multi-dimensional electromagnetic energy cluster. A fancy word for a simple spirit. But now with the new scientific discovery, it is found that Litwick and its evolutions are capable of absorbing the life force from plants as well. Lampent, unlike other ghost species, doesn't eat solid or liquid materials, so it needs to absorb life force to survive. Already the grass around Lampent is already starting to dry, but it will grow back up. According to him, it is a pretty good way to keep Lampent healthy without killing anyone. You did pretty well, Ash said, taking a seat on the ground beside Lampent. At this rate, your light screen would be strong enough to fight surge electric attacks. Lampent waved his flame, giving a happy response. Ash smiled, and before I became a trainer that I decided to become a specialist. It wasn't that I was a super fan of an type which made me take that decision, it was out of spite, he said, thinking of past. Some trainers think that they train a certain type means they are superior to other trainers. I wanted to prove them wrong, that I was a bit naive back then. Pausing for a bit, he continued, so, I ask you, will you be my side to achieve this goal? Lampent's flames burnt brightly in response, as if saying, you bet. Is that even a question? Ash gave a laugh, seeing it. Remember, I would be counting on you a lot. You are the best I ever had. Now I think, being a specialist is one of the best decisions I have ever made. Ghost Pokemon are just misunderstood, and people fear dragons because of some selected few species. Once again Lampent responded by waving its flames happily. Let's see what others are doing, saying Ash got up towards Vibrava and Lucario were training with Lampent levitating behind him. On reaching the spot, Ash just rolled his eyes. Why am I not surprised? Vibrava was on the ground while Lucario was leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. Lucario is a steel type, so he doesn't get distracted or choked by sandstorm like most other Pokemon out there. Vibrava, take a break. And Lucario, get back to train Lampent, Ash said. The training schedule continued for hours. Lampent and Vibrava took turns to train with Lucario. And their experience were very different from each other. Lampent benefited from this training, as at the end of the day, his light screen would hold Aura Sphere for solid 3 seconds before shattering. As for Vibrava, nobody likes being a punching bag. Vibrava was on the receiving end of Lucario's extreme speed and bullet punch combination, almost impossible to avoid. This combination of Lucario can punch holes in anybody's team. And if by some miracle Vibrava would dodge the first attack and took to the skies to avoid being hit, he was bombarded with a series of Aura Sphere thrown at him. Ash had brought snacks for him and his Pokemon to avoid traveling back and forth to the city constantly, especially when Wyvern is hospitalized. Or more accurately, Pokemon centrist. After training the entire day, Ash decided to call the day off. Next day was basically the exact same training, and Lampent was able to hold Aura Sphere for 5 seconds, which according to Ash is more than enough for now. Vibrava also improved in speed department with hitting Lucario back with Bug Buzz and Dragon Breath. The third day was same for Vibrava, but for Lampent Ash decided to test his fire power. Fire Spin clashed with Dark Pulse and Shadow Ball collided with Aura Sphere, and though Lampent got overpowered each time, his attacks were pretty powerful. At the end of third day Ash decided his Pokemon are ready and he will challenge the gym tomorrow. That night Ash couldn't sleep. He was standing by the window, watching the city. Vermilion looked like a constellation of lights, as if each light was a star of Earth. There was an unnatural vibe that the city would come to life the very next moment, but everything was peaceful and soothing. The gym is about 2-hour walk from the Pokemon Center. The gym, if looked from above, looks vaguely like an L. The main building which houses the battlefield is at the front, while behind it was another longer but less wider building which holds the training facility and offices. The roof was weirdly tilted at an angle, but it did look aesthetically appealing. The main building had a wide fully automatic glass door decorated with a larger model of the Thunder badge above the door. Ash walked through the door with Lucario by his side. He did have him the option to be returned back if he wants to, but Lucario wanted to see how the battle goes. Just inside the front door is a small reception with few people around. Most of them look like security guards and a few are probably trainers. Ash walked straight to the white charming young woman behind the reception desk. looking over some files. "Excuse me," Ash said. The receptionist looked up from her work. "Yes," she said politely, "how may I help you?" I have come for a gym battle," Ash replied. The receptionist took a good look at Ash and snorted lightly. She asked for his Pokédex, registered him for the battle and pointed towards the door on the other side of the room. The door leads to a rather short hallway which leads to another door. Beyond that door was the battlefield, fully repaired after sustaining the wrath of the tournament. On the other side of the field stood Pisces. "So you are the new challenger," Pisces said with arrogance filled in his voice. "Not gonna lie, I didn't think someone of your age had the guys to challenge the Vermilion gym." Ash ignored the jab and said, "Where is Surge?" Pisces frowned at the question. "What makes you think boss will battle you?" "Because he is the gym leader," Ash replied. Pisces scoffed at this. "Do you even read rules, kid?" he said. "You need at least 3 badges to challenge boss. Any trainer less than 3 badges fight me as the substitute gym leader. Boss has better things to do rather than attend to brats who thinks they are a trainer just because they own a Pokemon." At this point Ash thought if he keeps quiet, then this Surge wannabe would go on and on. So he decided to return a small snide remark on his side. "You know, if I have to battle you, it will make winning easier." "What?" Pisces asked. "Means that if Surge was there, it might have been a challenge, but since you are the gym leader now, the battle will be quicker than ever," Ash taunted. Pisces gritted his teeth on hearing this. "Why you little," but he was interrupted by another voice. "Ahem. If you two are done bickering, can we start the battle?" Nobody noticed the referee had already taken his position along with a Rotom drone, and was looking very annoyed. Ash gave him a sheepish grin and deaded at Lucario, who took a huge leap and landed straight up in the gallery. "This is going to be an official gym battle between substitute gym leader of Vermilion gym leader Viscay Pisces and challenger Anderson Ether for the Thunder Badge. Each trainer will use 2 Pokemon and this battle will continue until both of the Pokemon of either side is unable to battle. Gym leader, send out your first Pokemon," the referee announced as a holographic screen appeared above the Rotom drone showing picture of both Ash and Pisces. "You wanted a battle. Let's see you if you can handle it," Pisces said as he released a Pokeball. "From another Pokeball?" "Oh yeah, Electrode, right." "Alright then," Ash replied taking out his own Pokeball. "Vibrava, did I choose you?" In a flash Vibrava appeared on the field and was already starting to fly around. Pisces rolled his eyes. "Of course, use a ground type. First battle is between Electrode and Vibrava, begin," the referee declared as pictures of an Electrode and Vibrava appeared beside Pisces and Ash's image respectively on the holographic screen. "Sand trap," Ash ordered. Vibrava was ready for it as he immediately dove into the ground, disappearing in the mud. "Look out Electrode," Pisces cautioned, "he can come up from anywhere." "Who said about coming up?" Ash said. A smirk lasted on his face as he kept pointing downwards. As if on cue, the ground shattered and Electrode fell into a pit of swirling sand. Ash was pleased seeing this. All he have to is wait as Sand Tomb will slowly drain up Electrode's energy. There is no way Electrode is going to escape. "You have to do better than that," Pisces scoffed. "Electrode Magnet Rise." Electrode created an electromagnetic field in the area and levitated out of the hole. Not only did Electrode got itself out, which is not at all surprising for Ash since he knows what Magnet Rise is, but Electrode lifted up large chunks of earth from the ground, which Ash wasn't expecting at all. Surprised and stunned Ash just asked one word, "How?" The Vermilion Gym battleground is made of not only soil, but a lot of minerals mixed in it also. Including metals, Pisces replied calmly, "You should have done your research." A look on annoyance passed through Ash's face, but there was no time for retaliation as Electrode began to slam those huge boulder-size earth chunks at Vibrava whose cover had been busted. But thankfully Vibrava managed to steer his way through the shower of boulders, preventing himself from getting pancaked that they weren't as fast as Lucario's Aura Sphere. The field was total mess. What had been a plain battlefield is now looked like a torn-up mountainous area. It won't be a too much problem since Vibrava flies and Lampent can levitate, but this terrain might be problematic for Pisces Pokemon. Vibrava fly, Ash said, then use Bug Buzz. Mirror Coat, Pisces countered. Electrode covered itself in a shiny barrier as Vibrava flapped its wings at incredible speed, sending faint green sound waves towards Electrode. However, the waves of energy reflected back from Electrode's armor, racing back at Vibrava, who had to double his attack power to fully neutralize the counterattack. Okay, now we cannot use ranged attacks, Ash thought in annoyance. It becomes frustrating when it seems like your opponent had counter to every attack you can throw. Roll out, Pisces ordered. Ash frowned at this command. What he is thinking? Roll out? In this terrain. Against a flying target? His question was soon answered as Electrode began rolling at extremely high speed and used the elevation of a fallen rock to launch itself in the air straight towards Vibrava. Ash didn't have lightning-fast reflexes to issue countermeasures, but Vibrava saw it coming and moved just in time for Electrode to just graze through his body. But even that little touch peeled of a layer of Vibrava's body surface because of the enormous friction it generated. This injury sent a stinging pain from Vibrava's body as he struggled to maintain its balance in air. Electrode landed in the ground, creating a mini crater in the ground as it prepared for round 2. Ash saw this and decided the risk wasn't worth. Fighting Electrode head-on is suicidal. Sandstorm, Ash ordered as Electrode started rolling to attack Vibrava again. Vibrava flapped its wings as air around him began forming into a vortex, skiing up sand and dust from the ground. In a moment, the storm grew and engulfed Electrode entirely, distracting it enough to send it crashing into another rock instead of climbing it. This would work, Ash thought. The injury from the previous rollout was making Vibrava harder to fly, so it began descending down. Hopefully, Sandstorm will keep him covered. But he clearly what is the Electrode evolution line best known for. F.I.T., Pisces sweared loudly. He couldn't see anything what was going inside the storm. Electrode, if you are there. Then explosion. Realizing that Vibrava is within the blast radius, Ash quickly shouted, Vibrava, get out quickly. But Electrode had a decent blast radius. And the barriers set up for trainers' protection meant there weren't many ways of escaping. Heck, Ash wasn't sure Vibrava could even hear him from inside. Soon a shine of bright light emerged from within the still raging sandstorm as Ash could only watch. A tremendous explosion went on. The impact of the explosion shook the entire room as light and heat were emitted from the humongous cloud, followed by sense smoke that could rival Vibrava's sandstorm in terms of visibility. 1 second, 2 seconds, Ash doesn't know how much time passed. The silence and tension the air holds was killing him. He heard some dreadful stories of powerful electrodes exploding on the enemy troops during the great Pokemon Wars, killing armies of humans and Pokemon. After a few seconds, which seemed like an eternity, both the sandstorm and the thick smoke was beginning to clear off. As the field began more and more visible, Ash can see a huge crater with both Electrode and Vibrava lying in it. Electrode was barely conscious, but Vibrava was fully knocked out. Both of them were heavily injured as if bombed. The Rotom drone went to the crater to survey the damage and returned to the referee. Both Electrode and Vibrava are unable to battle. Trainers, choose your next Pokemon. Ash recalled Vibrava, thanking him. You did well, Vibrava, now rest. Putting Vibrava's Pokeball away, he brought out Lampent's Pokeball. Pisces too recalled Electrode silently and changed his Pokeball. You just got past my first Pokemon on fluke. You are not going through my second Pokemon, he declared. With a hardened look on his face, Pisces released his second Pokemon. A smug-looking Raichu materialized, whipping its tail on the floor. Fine then, Ash said, releasing Lampent. Lampent was levitating in the air, making an eerie movements, but Raichu gave him a pretty threatening and sadistic smile, both of them waiting for the referee's signal. Begin. Thunderbolt, Pisces roared. Raichu's cheeks sparked with electricity as at least 1,000,000 volts of electricity was shot at lightning speed. No puns intended. Light screen, Ash countered. Immediately Lampent covered himself in his energy barrier, successfully managing to stop the attack, but the force from the attack almost threw him into the wall. Again, Pisces shouted. He was turning pretty aggressive, but Ash was prepared. He had a special counterattack for this. Twin Vortex, Ash called out. Lampent's flame burned dangerously as he fired not one but two fire spins, one overlapping the another. The inner attack collided with Thunderbolt as both the attacks were in a headlock, fighting for dominance, while the outer fire spin attack traveled through the outer edge of Thunderbolt, engulfing Raichu into a fiery fire vortex. If Thunderbolt is flowing water, then the outer fire spin is the pipe through which the water was flowing. The sudden attack broke Raichu's concentration as its electric attack stopped, allowing the inner fire spin to charge forward and trap Raichu in dual vortex of fire spin. Pisces was so taken aback by this unusual technique that Raichu's cry of flames burning its outer fur and skin went unheard, that the shocking look on his face was priceless as his jaws seemed would knot the floor. But soon returning to his senses, gritted his teeth, refusing to be outsmarted and outclassed. Raichu, discharge, Pisces shouted. Raichu first shielded itself from the fire with electricity and shot several lightning bolts radially, each more powerful than Thunderbolt. Lampent had to cease his attacks to dodge two powerful bolts came roaring at him, but was toppled over by a third bolt which appeared out of nowhere. Taking the distraction to his advantage, Pisces issues his next orders, Thunderbolt to bring it down. Knock it up with Volt Tackle. Another bolt of electricity was shot at the distracted Lampent, hitting dead at the target. Lampent probably felt the shock of his life as he lost his levitation and fell right on the ground, but managed to hear his trainer saying to use acid armor. Lampent began to start the process of partially liquidating his body, but before he could fully recover and get himself back in air, Lampent was met with a very precise and heavily concentrated mass of electricity with out-of-charts momentum. The ridiculously powerful Volt Tackle hit Lampent hard and sent Lampent straight near the feet of his trainer, crashing and shattering all the boulders he got on his way. The initial liquefaction of his body was probably saved him from getting fully knocked up. Still wound up, Lampent tried to recover as much as he could, expecting another attack, but it didn't come. Thunderbolt, discharge does have taken a lot of stamina out of Raichu, and a heavy recoil move like Volt Tackle didn't help the matter. Raichu was panting hard on the other side of the field, halting for a bit to catch his breath. Lampent tried to fight through his pain, but actually, he didn't feel any pain. In fact, he mostly didn't feel anything, not even his body parts, as if he had lost all his control and ability to sense his body. But Lampent wasn't going to give up. His trainer told he was his best and will be counting on him, and he is going to prove he wasn't wrong. With extreme willpower, Lampent practically forced his control over his body once more as his flames burnt brighter than ever. Ash saw Lampent struggling to get up and knew very well he won't be fast enough to dodge attack. As soon as Pisces gave orders for another Volt Tackle to finish things he quickly thought of a counter to it. Deception, Ash said. Lampent knew exactly what Ash wanted and fired out a barrage of smaller Shadow Ball, like bullets being fired from a rapid-fire gun, and covertly mixing Will-O-Wisp in it. Raichu hammered through each and every Shadow Ball sent in his way, which either got deflected or exploded on impact, and blinded by his desire finish his opponent once forever didn't see a ball of intense ghostly flames phasing right through the ladder of electricity and burning its front thighs. This not only caused Raichu to flinch, but the sudden burn caused its front legs to just give up, bringing the entire attack with high momentum to sudden halt, disbalancing it severely, which resulted in Raichu falling right on the ground. All the electrical energy Raichu had built exploded right on it, increasing its agony. Opponents. At this point, Raichu was nearly exhausted. Most of the time he would one-shot or two-shot its opponent. But here he used attacks after attacks which drained him completely, and the recent burn and Volt Tackle failure struck the final nail in his coffin. Trying to push himself up, Raichu tried to get up, but the burn on his front legs prevented him from getting up. In the beginning of the battle he would have fought through it, but now he didn't have any energy. Any fight left to fight back. What the FHLLL, Pisces' voice trembled the room. Raichu, get up. Don't lose to this punk. Ash smirked on hearing it, Raichu is out of steam. Burned that, which means there is one move which is ideal for this situation. And thankfully Lampent knows the move. Say bye-bye Pisces, Ash mocked. Lampent, finish everything with Hex. Chapter 8, Vermilion, Part 3, New Characters. Don't worry, your Pokemon would be back to health in no time, Nurse Joy said as she took Vibrava and Lampent's Pokeball inside. Lampent had suffered mainly paralysis, he would be fine by the end of the day, but Vibrava's injuries are more severe, but will recover with 2 days rest. Ash turned towards his right and walked towards the hallway which leads to the private cabins of injured Pokemon. Stopping in front of the destined door, he paused for a bit to double-check the room's number and went inside. Inside was what a medical cabin should look like, a large bed, medical equipments, tables and a couch. Wyvern was lying over his stomach on the bed, probably sleeping. Renting a private cabin is a bit expensive than normal general bed, but he has enough money. Also his Pokemon deserve the best, at least according to him. Ash walked towards him and rubbed the scales of his head carefully. This action woke up Wyvern as he gave a big loud yawn before opening his eyes. On seeing Ash, Wyvern's face broke to a wide grin as he gave a low grumble in greeting. Ash's face matched the grin as he reached for his pocket and took out a badge. The badge was shaped like sun and had shades of yellow and vermilion. We won, buddy. We won our very first badge, Ash said, drifting to the moment when Lampent struck the killing blow. Flashback. Say bye-bye Pisces, Ash mocked. Lampent, finish everything with Hex. Lampent's eyes glowed red as his body was covered with a ghostly aura. A similar aura engulfed Raichu, making it unable to move a muscle, like as if in suspended animation. Lampent started moving its appendages in a wave-like fashion and gathered up enough energy to fire a wave of dark energy, slamming Raichu and sending it crashing into a nearby boulder. In the other side of the field, Ash could hear Pisces shouting multiple things, some he understood. Some seemed alien. But he was not interested in what Pisces was saying, he was waiting for the outcome of the battle. Raichu fell on the ground and made no signs of getting up, bringing a smile on Ash's face and the feeling of victory in his heart. But it's still custom to wait for a few moments for the final verdict. The Rotom drone inspected the fallen Raichu and after 7 seconds, the referee declared, Raichu is unable to battle. The winner of this battle is challenger Anderson Ether. It was time for celebration, as Ash jumped in the air, cheering out loud with his fist high. He was so caught in winning, that he momentarily forgot Lampent was also lying on the ground and needed to be recalled. Once he remembered, he felt a bit ashamed, and thanking Lampent for his efforts he recalled him back to his Pokeball. Back at the stands, Ash saw Lucario standing with crossed arms and a pleased look on his face. Ash smiled back and gave Lucario a thumbs up. He did help his Pokemon train. It's a shame though we couldn't battle Surge. But we will return one day. What do you say? Ash asked. Wyvern gave an encouraging roar in response which made Ash laugh a bit. He continued rubbing his scales and said, I have decided to take these 2 days off. And Dartrix wanted to spend the day with you. With his other hand Ash took out a Pokeball and released Dartrix inside the cabin. Dartrix hooted at Ash and Wyvern and perched on the rails at the side of Wyvern's bed. Alright, I will let you to be on your own. But don't cause any Rookus here. I don't want to hear from Nurse Joy that both of you had caused trouble. Remember, whatever you do is always reflected on me, Ash lectured. Wyvern and Dartrix gave a simultaneous cries of agreement, promising to stay good. Well, then enjoy yourselves. We will leave Vermilion in 2 days. Next I will probably decide by today. With that being said, Ash walked out of the cabin, leaving Dartrix and Wyvern to spend time together. As he was walking down the hall, he got a sudden ping in his Pokédex. On opening it, Ash found it was an official message from the Kanto League. The Vermilion badge had been registered with his trainer ID and a sum of 3,000 Pokedollars had been transferred to his bank account. His very first earning in his life, what he will do with it. The first thing came to his mind is his Alolan family. He owes Professor Kukui and Professor Burnett a lot. Maybe he should get them a gift with this money. But what he will give? Probably he will think about it later. First he needs to call them. Ash went to the videophone booth and dialed the number of Professor Kukui. After several rings, Kukui picked up. Alola, Ash. I was getting ready for work, Kukui said cheerfully. Alola, Professor. Sorry, but the news can't wait. I won the Vermilion badge, Ash said enthusiastically, showing the badge to Kukui. Professor Kukui blinked. Already? I thought it would take at least 2-3 tries to beat Surge. Yeah, Ash said, rubbing the back of his neck. About that. I actually didn't fight Surge, instead I fought his substitute. Something about not having enough badges to challenge him. We didn't have such kind of rules during our time, Kukui said thoughtfully. Anyways, a win is a win. As long you have earned it. Oh, definitely, Professor, Ash started. The battle was close. And Vibrava got knocked out with Electrode's explosion. And that Raichu was super strong that he nearly knocked us out. Wah. Slow down, Ash, Kukui intervened. Your rambling is faster than extreme speed. Sorry, Professor, Ash said, but the battle was super close. Lampent was down on the ground paralyzed while Raichu was coming with Volt Tackle. So it was a do-or-die situation. Congratulations on your win. Sad thing Burnett isn't here, she would have been happy on hearing it. She is currently busy with some research of Ether Foundation. Speaking of Ether, how is Gladion doing? Ash asked. Well, to put it bluntly, he lost his grand trial pretty badly. Kahuna Hala dominated the battle. Ash felt a bit sorry for Gladion. He isn't the type who could handle defeat very well. Maybe he should give him a call once he calmed down a bit. So, Professor, so you have any suggestions where I should go next? Saffron or Celadon? Ash asked. Your choice, Ash. But in my personal opinion, I think you should go to Saffron first. The Celadon gym isn't running anywhere, but Scott is a very busy man. He might not be available if you reach there late. Scott? Ash asked. Don't tell me you didn't bother to look up at the web about who owns Sylph Corp currently. Oops, was all Ash said, mentally kicking himself for it. Let me guess, Professor, I was busy researching about Pokemon and preparing for battles, Kukui said, mimicking Ash's voice. Ash could only scratch his head in embarrassment, much to the amusement of Kukui. But in all seriousness, Scott is quite eager to meet you. He would have personally come to Vermilion to receive you if he didn't get caught in some recent, Professor Kukui struggled a bit to find the right word, developments, let's say. But the point is you should go to Saffron first, then challenge the Celadon gym. Alright, that I will. Well, thanks for everything. Also, thanks for sending Lucario here, he was a big help, Ash said. Anytime, Ash.no. Before I forget, for how long are you staying in Vermilion? Kukui asked. One more day. Why are you asking? Ash asked. Well, since you are a minor, I have arranged a babysitter for you, Kukui said. A silent pause filled the room as Ash swallowed down the information. WHJTTTT, Ash cried out, grabbing the attention of everyone present in the area. But Ash didn't care, his eyes widened comically and mouth wide open. What do you mean babysitter? Kukui was laughing hard at his reaction, further confusing Ash. I was kidding, he said between his laughs. Ash didn't find it amusing, just crossed his arms and faking a glare. But, I think you would appreciate a traveling companion, one who had experience in battling and traveling. Trust me, you are going to benefit from it. But I am doing completely fine on my own, Ash argued. Yeah, and you did a great job taking care of yourself, but you are 11. You have barely seen anything in your life. So what if you made the wrong choice? It might mess up things even more. Ash thought the matter for a moment. He still believes he would be fine, but if Professor insists, who is he to question him? Professor Kukui always have a long sight in various matters, it might be one of them. Also, the arguments Professor is making makes complete sense. But there is one problem. That's all fine, but what about Poipole? training him is already hard enough. If someone tags along, it would be impossible, Ash fine. Kukui brushed it off, don't worry, he is a former student of mine and knows everything. He is quite a strong battler, taking part in the Kalos League before graduating from the Kalos Battle Institute. You will like him. This Ash got interested, his eyes twinkled at mention of strong battler. If there is anything that attracts him aside from food is Pokemon battles. Taking part in a league is a huge achievement in Kalos, where there is no subsidiary gym concept. Everyone had to battle and win against the 8 gym leaders, a feat very few managed to achieve. And Battle Institute, he had seen firsthand what a graduate from Battle Institute can do. If nothing, he would get a strong training partner in his journey. Alright. Professor, you convinced me. I will give it a shot. But can I at least get a name of who I am traveling with? Ash asked. Why of course. His name is Ilima. His will board the flight today in Lumios. If you stay, then he will book ticket to Vermilion else Saffron. Ilima, Ash thought, the name sounding familiar, is it the same guy whose name makes most of the girls in Pokemon school act weirdly? Yeah Ash, it is the same guy whose name makes most of the girls in school act weirdly, Kukui confirmed. At the back of his mind, typical dense boy. Before Ash could say anything, another voice interrupted, Yo, Kukui. Get your lazy butt out. We are already late. Kukui rolled his eyes at the source of the voice while Ash raised his eyebrow, is that Guzma? Yeah, we are going for a meeting regarding league business. Some matters need to be sorted out, Kukui said. What kind? Ash asked. Well, as you know, Patown is being renovated to be Alola's capital city and will house several vital offices of public and private agencies. Kind of Alolan version Saffron or Winden or Lumios. Now, this being a multi-billion-dollar project, some construction companies are being a pain in the butt for getting the contract. Especially Viren. Today, we are deciding who will get the contract. So, in case things escalate, I am taking Guzma as an extra hand to fight. Makes sense, Ash said. Nobody could deny that Guzma was one of the strongest and most brutal battler in Alola, perfect for fighting henchmen and thugs. Heck, except for Kukui, he doesn't know if anyone could beat him. What Ash had heard is Guzma once a local gangster of Alola. But after the Ultra Beast War, he had some sort of realization and surrendered before law. Since none of his crimes weren't that severe, Guzma and Team Skull was given a second chance with community service for life as punishment instead of jail sentence. Ash's train of thoughts were interrupted by a loud banging on door, startling him completely. Kukui, come out. You dead or what? Coming, Kukui answered in a loud, annoyed voice. I better go, or he will break open the door. See you later, Ash. I will tell Ilima to fly to Vermilion instead of Saffron. Expect him to reach by tomorrow afternoon, Kukui told Ash. With that, Kukui ended the call, leaving Ash to wonder about the recent development. He decided to take tour of the city and think about it later. And what is there to think about? Just a few moments ago he was thinking about how he owes Professor Kukui. If Kukui wants him to travel in group, he will. Little did Ash knew he would be appreciating this decision. Little did he knew that he was being followed. His every movement was being monitored. Not even a week he has been in Kanto, he is already under radar of his enemies. Ash was walking down the road in a carefree mood, humming a tune to himself, oblivious to 2 men, casually following him while keeping a distance of a few meters to evade suspicion and 2 Fieros watching him from air. His destination, Vermilion City's famous military ship KNS Waverider turned museum after its retirement from Kanto Navy. On reaching the ship museum, Ash checked an entry ticket of 50 Poke Dollars. Then directed towards a group of people to wait for a few minutes for their tour guide. Most of the people were elderly men and women who greeted Ash, which he politely returned, though some people acted like he didn't exist at all. While he was waiting, everyone's attention was drawn to a commotion taking place probably at the entry gate of the museum area. One of the people went to check the matter and returned with news that 2 people were detained by the guards for entering the museum with suspicious equipment during checking. And of course they were the very same people following Ash. But he doesn't knows it. Very soon their guide came and took them were led through a series of hallways decorated by pictures and statues on both sides. The guide went rambling about the history of every single artifact present, statues of admirals of Kanto Navy, group picture of the first crew of the ship, pictures of officers receiving awards. There were also uniforms and various accessories used by the crew carefully preserved. They were led to the main control room from where the ship was steered. The wheel, navigation instruments, weapon systems. Everything was quite fascinating. Just stepping on the ship gave a thrill feeling to him. Ash can't say that he was being patriotic as he was raised in a different region, but being born in Kanto. An unknown feeling crept in his heart. Very hard to explain. Back in the days, the ship was the main battleship of Kanto. It was fitted with anti-air, anti-submarine and anti-land supersonic missiles, giving a serious competition to the Unovan forces. Thousands of Unovan war vessels as well as combat Pokémons were brought down by this class of ships. It took almost an hour to complete the entire tour of the ship. The engine room, the weapons room, the bunkers. There were many places worth seeing. Along with stories of Kanto version of the Great War. Ash finds it funny how Kanto and Unova preached their own versions of the war. As he completed the tour was exciting the museum he took one last look. A powerful vessel of destruction. Once upon a time feared by everyone. But now, it is just outclassed and replaced. Is it what is called moving on? Will this ship not sail ever? Will everything and everybody will be just rejected if they outlive their usefulness? As Ash took the streets, the Fieros took the air to keep eye on him. But the other two men were nowhere to be seen. Next Ash tried the shopping areas. But quickly got bored. He was never a crazy shopping freak. All the flashy items didn't attract his attention. And there were no shops relating to Pokemon training. As he was walking down the road on his way back to the Pokemon Center, something caught his ear. Welcome boys and girls. To the semi-finals of Virtus Conference. We finally came down to our best 4 trainers from entire Unova. Each of them had given us spectacular performances, but now once again they have to prove why they deserve the trophy. So without final delay, for our first semi-finals, we have Antonio from Stonethrow Town. Antonio had dominated the tournament with speed and power. His opponent needs to catch him first if they ever want to beat him. And challenging him would be Iris from the Village of Dragons, who have broken every obstacle with her unstoppable Dragmag strategy. Dragmag. What's that? Ash thought. He had stopped in front of an electronics store which had several television sets kept on display, showing the Unovan Virtus Conference. Quickly a small crowd gathered to watch the match and got to their favorite hobby. Placing bets. But Ash was glued to television attracted by a single word. Dragmag. Dragmag. This is probably one of best offensive archetype he had ever seen. Dragmag stands for Dragon Magnet Pull. Misleadingly it is also known as Dragon Magnezone since Magnezone is commonly used in the team. Dragon-type Pokemon are infamous for their monstrous offensive power they hold. But their rampage is halted by Pokemon of Steel and Fairy Pokemon. And even though dragons can learn fire moves to fight Steel, Fairy Pokemon are a pain in their butt. Iris knew this hole in her team perfectly well. And brilliantly used Magnet Pull to cover this hole using Magnezone, a Pokemon which can handle both Steel and Fairy types. Killing 2 Pidgeys with 1 rock. Virtus Conference is one of the few leagues in the world which allows substitution during battles. So, when a Steel Pokemon was sent against her dragons, Iris cleverly sent out her Magnezone in response. Magnezone with its Magnet Pull ability traps the opponent's Steel Pokemon, preventing it from switching out. Both Antonio's Skarmory and Scizor fell victim to it. The magnetic field set up by Magnezone was also restricting their mobility, throwing Antonio's gameplan of a fast-paced battle in drain. Unable to move fast enough to strike their opponent or evade the attack thrown at them, Skarmory had no choice but to eat the thunderbolts till it faints, while Scizor tried to put fight with Double Team but failed miserably. And if that's not bad enough, Magnezone pivoted out after defeating an opponent with Volt Switch, letting either Haxorus or Dragonite to take the stage. And the rest of the game, Haxorus and Dragonite tore everything apart, resulting in a dominating 6-1 victory by Iris. As the match was done, the crowd began to disperse. But Ash stood there, eyes filled with determination and a big grin on his face. Looks like other dragon trainers are stepping up their game, he said to himself, better think of something quick. The rest of the day was pretty uneventful for Ash. Vermilion wasn't a tourist spot. It is mainly known for its electronic, biotechnology and shipping industries. Of course there is the new Ceres laboratory, but he doesn't have any work there. Instead he spent the day reading the training manuals he bought from the local store. He got a message from Kukui about Ilima's trip. His plane would be landing in Vermilion at 10:30 KST. Then he would meet him at Pokemon Center. As the night fell, the lights of Pokemon Center began to shut off one by one. And in the middle two hooded figure emerged from the dark alleys with their eyes on the center. But they failed to notice that a third figure had crept out of the shadows, watching the duo with an Alakazam by his side. Next day, Ash was patiently waiting in the lobby of the Pokemon Center, the clock showing it's nearly 11, the television was playing the Kanto national news, showing Iris and Jack's win in the Virtus Conference. The finals would be held tomorrow 1400 hours Korea Standard Time. Too bad he won't be there to witness it. Just then the automatic door of the center opened to reveal a slender, slightly dark-skinned teen with medium light pink with an EV on his shoulder. Now a number of people had come and gone, so Ash didn't saw him to be any different. But that teen directly came towards him and asked politely, "Are you Anderson Ketchum?" Ash's heart stopped for a second and in panic lunged forward to cover the other boy's mouth. "Not so loud," Ash whispered harshly. The teen, whose eyes had widened surprise, seemed to understand and nodded in agreement. Ash gave a sigh of relief and stepped back a little. Giving a nervous laugh he said, "Sorry about that, I am Ether here because you know right. You must be Ilima." Ilima smiled and bowed dramatically, "At your service. And don't be sorry, it was kind of my fault. I should have known better." "Oh. And this is Vitani," Ilima said, introducing himself and EV. "How did you know who was I?" Ash asked curiously. Ilima didn't say anything, just pointed towards Dartrix, who was perched on the arm-rest of the couch. Ash quickly understood its meaning. There weren't a lot of trainers in Kanto with a Alolan starter. Ash sheepishly smiled, "Oh. Yeah. Of course." "So. Can we go in?" Ilima asked. Ilima checked a room in the center and when everything was settled sat down in his room with Ash. "So, I heard you have been to Kalos. Mind sharing the experience?" Ash asked. Kalos is probably, if not the strongest, but the most creative region in the world. As you would know that every activity they consider an art and work hard to improve it. In Pokemon battle sometimes this may lead to unexpected tricks. This really pushes you hard to develop counter-attack on spot. But it's a lot fun. Educational, to be honest. Speaking of you did study in Battle Institute. Do you know any trainer there who has a super strong chestnut? Ash asked. "I know a lot of trainers who has a chestnut," Ilima replied with a bit of confusion on his face. No. He said he is kind of the topper of Battle Institute. Ilima thought for a moment when an answer hit his mind. "I know a person who matches the very limited description you gave, Xavier, Callum Xavier. Kind of a cocky dude, to be honest." "Have you beaten him in battle?" Ash asked. "With Mega Evolution. Yeah, sometimes," Ilima answered. Ash was stunned on hearing it. "No way. You kidding? You can Mega Evolve your Pokemon," he said, jumping up from his seat. Ilima laughed at it and revealed a small spherical stone connected to the chain of his neck. Ash had stars in his eyes on seeing it. "Now I definitely have to battle you," he challenged with determination. "Sure, we will be traveling together. So we will get a lot of opportunity to battle. In fact, I can even help you train," Ilima offered. "That would be fun. I can't wait for our battle. I can't wait to meet all your Pokemon," Ash said. "Hey, can I see your totem? Secret Pokemon? Ilima asked hesitantly. Ash understood which Pokemon he was implying for and without hesitation replied, sure, why not, that we will be traveling together like you said. With that he opened the hidden pocket in his jacket and took out a rather unique-looking Pokeball, which had a galactic design on it. The Pokeball revealing Poipole who twirled in the air upside down. Fascinating, Ilima said. Amazed by a new and probably the only Pokemon of this newly discovered species in the world. Poipole at first kept her distance, unable to trust this new stranger. But Ilima gave a gentle smile and held up his hand, hey, no need to fear that I am a friend. My name is Ilima Keola. Poipole shot a questioning glance at Ash and after a reassuring nod from her trainer approached Ilima. Ilima gently rubbed the base of the needle-like sting on Poipole's. Poipole forgot her fear and squealed around as Ilima continued rubbing her head. And in delight, Poipole sprayed blue ink-like fluid from her sting all over Ilima's face. Poipole, Ash shouted as Poipole started giggling mischievously. Annoyed, Ash decided to put Poipole back into her Pokeball and apologized, sorry about that. Poipole liked to make everything she likes her canvas. Ilima, who rubbing his face with a towel, laughed, well. Then Poipole likes me already, I am taking it as a compliment. Don't worry, I have my fair share of experience with painter Pokemon. Both Ash and Ilima shared a laugh at it. So, a roulette starter? Ilima asked. Yeah, I wanted to be a ghost and dragon trainer. What was yours? Eevee, Ilima answered. But Eevee isn't an Alolan starter. You didn't get one? No, I didn't want one. I had Eevee ever since I was a kid, and we promised each other to go on journey together. I wanted Eevee to get stronger as she is, that's a reason I didn't want to evolve her also. She Hudded, I get where you are coming from. Sometimes evolution can severely mess things up. Especially if your Pokemon is not ready. I have a Charizard, who was probably forced to evolve at very young age. Let me guess, ride Pokemon. Ash nodded his head, how do you know? I was given a Pidgeot, being one of Professor's favorite has perks. Pidgeot had problems with underdevelopment. Did it recover? Yeah, proper medication and strict training. And a time. You must have heard that time heals everything. Now Pidgeot is one of the strongest member of my team, even if technically she is not mine. Trust me, your Charizard would be fine. Another Ash said. Yeah, many Pokemon in my team are female. Hey, did you know? The rest of the day they spent gossiping about their times in Alola, their memories of how they grew up, their adventures. After sunset they went to the local Pokemart to gather extra supplies for their journey. After planning their travels both of them retired for the night. They would be setting out for Saffron tomorrow morning. Just at dawn, the doors of the Pokemon Center opened revealing Ash stepping out from the center. The two figure who were following him for the entire time was once again at their job. But instead of taking the route which leads to Saffron, he was seen to head towards east at the direction of the rising sun. After covering the entire city on foot, Ash was seen to take the route which said Silver Town on the direction board. Leading the men to a trail through the forest. But the men didn't know that another Ash, Ketchum, just woke up at his room at the Vermilion City Pokemon Center. A man in his early 30s, honey brown eyes and same color spiky hair could be seen standing outside the Pokemon Center making a call, hey, Scott, that I have sent those thugs on a wild Swanna chase. The kid is safe to travel. Chapter 9, Route 6, Road to Saffron, Part 1. So, Ilima, you think we should a break for a while. And probably get some training done? Ash asked. He and Ilima had been walking through the forest for 2 hours. Just at the outskirts of Vermilion, there was a fixed path. Or a path made by uprooting patch of grass through a forest. But as they progressed down the road, the forest became denser and the path became more and more non-existent. The only way to navigate now is the GPS and compass. There is a clearing ahead, there we can stop for a while, Ilima said, carefully studying the map. There is? In the middle of a forest? That's strange, Ash said. Map shows there is a small lake there also. Probably have been one of the camping spots. Not a lot of people goes camping these days, Ash said. Can't really blame them. Traveling like this can be dangerous. Think about it, there is chance of getting robbed, encountering a dangerous Pokemon, getting lost in the middle of nowhere. Oh, look, we reached. Indeed, they reached a small patch of plain land with a lake in the middle of it. Putting down their bags, Ash and Ilima sat down on the soft grass to catch their breath. So, Ash, you are planning to challenge Celadon Gym next? Ilima asked. Yeah, Ash replied, got any pointers? In fact, I do. Say, your Dartrix knows synthesis. I don't think so, Ash said, I was busy teaching him how to fly. Then I highly recommend that you should teach him synthesis. Most of the trainers using grass Pokemon prefers dragging the battle, tiring opponents little by little. Synthesis would help you fighting that long battle. Interesting, Ash replied, do you know how to learn synthesis? Well, in theory. A prolonged exposure to red and blue lights of a spectrum activates the regenerative stem cells of the body, Ilima said. So, in simple words. Keep standing in the sun till you can heal yourself, Ash translated with deadpanned expression. Exactly, hey, let's have a practice battle. I believe I can give you a challenge similar to your next gym battle, Ilima offered. I like the sound of it. But better consider what are you asking for, Ash said with a challenging smirk. Underestimating your opponent isn't a good strategy, Ilima replied with his own confident smile. Ash and Ilima took their position, keeping a large distance between themselves, both ready, confident and determined with their Pokeballs in hand. Try to take as much pointers as possible, Ash. Go Shiinotic, Ilima called, sending out his Pokemon. Ash is familiar with the slim, white mushroom Alolan Pokemon. A grass and fairy-type Pokemon with LED lights fitted inside the mushroom cap. This Pokemon is also infamous for draining other Pokemon or people's energy and adding it to their own metabolism. Shiinotic, alright, Dartrix. I choose you, Ash said, releasing Dartrix from his Pokeball. Dartrix materialized from the energy released from the Pokeball and started grooming itself after landing on the ground. Ah, Dartrix, we are in battle. So could you please cut it out, Ash asked. Dartrix stopped grooming himself and eyed Shiinotic with a sharp glint in his eyes. Spreading his wings, Dartrix gave a loud battle cry in form of a shrill hoot and took off into the air. Shiinotic though seemed unfazed by all the threat Dartrix probably had issued it, maintaining the naive innocent look. Alright Ash. You may have the first move, Ilima said calmly. If you say, Dart Razor Leaf, Ash ordered. Dartrix immediately shot several sharp leaf-shaped quills from his wings at Shiinotic. Counter with Dazzling Gleam, Ilima replied, maintaining his calm. In return, Shiinotic formed an orb in its hand and shot a multicolored beam from it, clashing with Razor Leaf. Both the attacks fought to dominate each other, resulting in a minor explosion releasing a lot of smoke. Peck, Ash said as Dartrix burst through the smoke with his beak glowing with energy. As Dartrix charged towards Shiinotic. Gaining momentum for the attack, Ilima just stood in his place without issuing a countermeasure. And Shiinotic also seemed too relaxed when it should worry about getting hit by a move it is weak to. This immediately alarmed Ash as something might be wrong, but before he could figure it out. Bam! Dartrix hit Shiinotic with full force, resulting in Shiinotic releasing a dense cloud of spores from its mushroom head. The spores spread everywhere, engulfing Dartrix completely. Dartrix, blow it away, Ash said with urgency. Dartrix tried flapping his wings, but failed to produce a wind strong enough to blow the spores. Instead, Dartrix flew up in the air, distancing itself enough to stay out of reach of the spore cloud, allowing the natural wind to disperse it as Shiinotic slowly recovered from the huge blow it received. You alright? Ash asked worriedly, getting a clearer picture of what actually happened. Dartrix checked himself and gave an affirmative hoot. Ash turned his attention to Ilima and asked, Effect Spore. Ilima smiled, nodding his head, a very annoying move to go against. You are lucky to get out of it without any status ailment. Ash smirked confidently and replied, well, we also have similar tricks. Okay Dartrix, give them a taste of their own medicine, Confuse Ray. Ilima's eyes narrowed slightly and urgently countered, "Oh. You won't," Shiinotic use flash quickly. Shiinotic's mushroom head glowed so brightly that not only Dartrix had to promptly shut his eyes but Ash and Ilima also covered their eyes to block the blinding light. Once the glow stopped, it took a minute for their vision to become normal as all everybody was seeing were rainbows. "What was that?" Ash asked with still feeling slightly dizzy. "You can't use Confuse Ray with eyes closed," Ilima said, returning to his usual calm self. This got Ash riled up and kicked up some mud in frustration. Ranged moves are countered, physical ones are like gambling, and even Confuse Ray is being countered. "Tell me one move which I can use," he said with Dartrix equally annoyed of the failed attempts. "You have to figure it out yourself. That's not the end of it. Shiinotic knows healing moves to recover from your attacks," Ilima said. "There is no point of continuing the match." "Wait," Ash protested, "it's not over. This isn't your regular battles, Ash. I proposed this battle to show where you are lacking." "I think now you understand that," Ilima said. "I do?" Ash wondered. "Okay, let's analyze the battle. What do you think was lacking?" Ilima asked, walking to the nearest tree and sitting down in its shade. Ash, Shiinotic and Dartrix followed him and sat down beside him. Ash thought for a while and answered, "Well, for starters, Razor Leaf was countered. I need a more powerful ranged move." "Right," Ilima agreed, "Razor Leaf has the potential to do lot of damage. But it's very situational." Next. "Dartrix couldn't blow away the spores," Ash said. "I was planning to train him to learn Ominous Wind though." "A logical decision. But a slightly wrong move," Ilima said. Ash raised an eye in question, to which Ilima replied with, "I will tell you later." "And finally, that I think Dartrix would need something else along with Confuse Ray. If one doesn't work then other will," Ash said. "Another good analysis, but the Decidueye line is one of the more aggressive grass Pokemon lines in the world. It doesn't learn any ailment-inducing move other than Confuse Ray," Ilima said. "Now what about that wrong move you said?" Ash asked. "Look, Dartrix is a grass and flying type Pokemon. And Ominous Wind is a ghost type move. Any Pokemon which is not a psychic, dark or ghost type struggles a lot in learning ghost moves. Why did I don't know, there are theories but those are beyond my knowledge. My point is theoretically it may seem possible. Practically it would take ages for Dartrix to learn Ominous Wind, a complete waste of time in my opinion. Probably your Dartrix will evolve before it learns Ominous Wind. Instead, I suggest go for Defog," Ilima explained. "Defog?" Ash asked in confusion. "Isn't that an egg move? Dartrix already knows Confuse Ray." "Yeah. But Pokemon can learn only one egg move is a general theory. There are exceptions and loopholes to it," Ilima said. Seeing Ash's blank face in response, Ilima took a deep breath and prepared for another lecture. "Okay, I will try to explain it to you. The thing is, egg moves are moves inherited from parent Pokemon. And as Professor says, the information or code to any move lies in the Pokemon's genetics." Ilima looked at Ash, who nodded his head, signaling him to continue. "Alright, now the thing is, a Pokemon can inherit multiple genes from parents, no restrictions in that. But naturally only one expresses itself, which is termed as active, while the others are termed dormant. And I am saying dormant. Not extinct." "I know what dormant and extinct are, get to the point," Ash said. "Right, so this had led to development of only one egg move theory. Now tell me, among the dormant moves, which moves is more. Let's say more compatible for lack of better term. With Dartrix, provided that Confuse Ray is your egg move. You know what are Dartrix's egg moves, right?" "Yeah, in my opinion Defog, Curse and Ominous Wind," Ash replied. Immediately something struck in his mind. Wait a minute, Ominous Wind, Ash wondered. Ilima smiled at it. "You have literally answered your own question, though a bit wrong. The correct answer would be only Defog. Yes, there are Decidueyes recorded in Alola with both Curse and Ominous Wind or Confuse Ray and Ominous Wind. It has everything to do with Pokemon typing and moves typing." "Please explain." "Even though it is starting to make sense to me, I still want to listen," Ash said. "Again, I don't know details, just facts. In this case, Dartrix has a Greater and easier chance of learning Defog because Dartrix is part flying type and Defog is a flying type move and not Curse or Ominous Wind. If Dartrix evolves into Decidueye, it loses the flying typing for ghost typing. Then a Decidueye will have easier time learning Curse and Ominous Wind than Defog. That one egg move theory holds good because most of the time the move's typing doesn't match with the Pokemon's typing, for Dartrix lines something like Learning Haze. So what am I telling is as long as Dartrix is well, Dartrix, train it to learn Defog. Defog is very useful and you won't get a second chance if Dartrix evolves. Once it evolves then go for Ominous Wind. Well, that is something I never thought of. Or probably wouldn't have thought of. Well, would you mind looking into my other Pokemon as well? And probably help me coordinate training, Ash asked humbly, even if he knew the answer. Of course, that's why I am here. I think we can practice for an hour before resuming the journey, Ilima replied. Ash released all the Pokemon he currently had, Poipole, Jangmo-o, Duskull, Ralts, Mimikyu, Gumi and finally Wyvern. Vibrava and Lampent he had sent back to get some rest. Alright everyone, this is my friend Ilima. He and his team of Pokemon are going to be joining us in our journey. So, would you welcome him to our family, Ash said. Most of the Pokemon gave their respective roars as gesture of hello or welcome, well. Except for Mimikyu who was just standing. Impressive, Ilima complimented watching each and every Pokemon carefully. What is their current program? Well, Poipole's training schedule is being sent by Professor Kukui and Luzaman. They recommended Dragon Pulse and Venoshock. Jangmo-o needs to perfect Dragon Tail and Headbutt. Also his egg move is counter. Duskull I don't have a clue how to proceed. He knows Leer, Nightshade, Foresight and Destiny Bond, Ash added a bit distastefully. Destiny Bond is move which is fully legal, but people don't see the move kindly. Anyways, Ralts is practicing his psychic and teleportation capabilities. Mimikyu I want her to learn Hone Claws and Gumi I haven't started training. As for Wyvern, he just used Heat Wave under influence of Blaze, so that he would be doing, or at least that is what I was planning. Ilima listened everything Ash said carefully and said, well, I don't have experience in training dragon Pokemon, so I won't be much use there. So for Jangmo-o, whatever you decide, and for Gumi. Roll with basics. Same for Poipole. As for the rest, I think I can help calm out everyone, Ilima said releasing his own Pokemon. A number of Pokemon materialized in the area, some Ash recognized like Kangaskhan, Oranguru, Pidgeot, Smeargle, Gumshoos, Eevee and Araquanid. 2 Pokemon he didn't recognize was quadrupled, leonine Pokemon with long red and gold mane and another quadrupled, hoofed Pokemon with a grassy mane. What are those 2 Pokemon? Ash asked pointing at them. That's Pyroar. Female, normal and fire type and that's Gogoat, grass type. Both are native to Kalos, Ilima replied, so, here is the plan. Let Ralts train with Oranguru. I believe he would be able to guide Ralts better than anyone else. Mimikyu is with Gumshoos. Double Team will help Mimikyu learn Hone Claws better. Duskull I will give Shadow Ball TM, then with Eevee he will try to perfect it. Dartrix will learn Synthesis from Shiinotic and Defog from Pidgeot. After learning Synthesis, it would be a cakewalk to use Solar Beam. Jangmo-o can try his power on Kangaskhan. And Gumi. Probably Smeargle would be the perfect opponent. Gumi should practice what it already knows in the beginning. Smeargle can use Sketch and copy Gumi's moves and fire them back providing the required challenge at this stage. You all heard him, go get your groups, Ash said. All the said Pokemon scrambled around the area with their respective partners to practice, except for Poipole and Wyvern who wasn't assigned anything, Duskull who was waiting for the TM and Dartrix who couldn't decide where to go first, since he was assigned with 2 partners. Sorry, my bad, Ilima laughed sheepishly. Dartrix, go with Shiinotic first while Pidgeot can have an aerial battle with Charizard. Just don't cause a forest fire as none of us have a water Pokemon, Ilima said. But as he said it, a small dark cloud formed right over his head and started raining, drenching him slightly. Ilima tried his best to escape it but the cloud kept chasing him wherever he went. Ash looked around and almost laughed when he found Gumi nearby staring at them with bemused expression while Smeargle was laughing his butt off. Apparently Ilima only noticed it and started apologizing. "Okay, sorry. My bad that I didn't want to insult you." Soon enough the rain cloud disappeared. Ilima gave Duskull the Shadow Ball TM and sent him to train with Eevee, and everyone got busy with their routine. Ash was helping Poipole to train while Ilima was monitoring Mimikyu's progress. "Mimikyu, focus, don't just blindly charge. The technique behind Hone Claws is to concentrate your power. Study the movement. Predict the next move. Go for the blow." Mimikyu surprisingly did what was said, and attacked with a more and more controlled, even though it was missing. "That's what it takes?" Ash asked, walking towards him after assigning exercises to Poipole. Hone Claws is a move that tests the neural coordination between a Pokémon's senses and reflexes. This is often termed Reflex Arc. Once a Pokémon improves its coordination to a certain limit, the neural impulse triggers the genes of Hone Claws. Once awakened, the genes trigger a certain herm which not only further boosts the Reflex Arc, but also the attack power of the Pokémon. That's why under the influence of Hone Claws, a Pokémon hits harder with more accuracy. Ilima said, nodding his head. "The exercise of trying to hit Double Team will help Mimikyu improve its reflexes, senses, and coordination between them. Making it easier to learn Hone Claws." "So, according to you, which Pokémon shall I use against Erika?" Ash asked. "You tell, it's your team. So you should make the decisions. I am here to just correct it," Ilima said. "Then I choose Dartrix, Lampent, Vibrava and Mimikyu." "Anyone from this 4-inch, Ash said. "Fine, but I suggest you get Mimikyu X Scissor and then send it to battle. In fact I would say, go for Mimikyu, Dartrix, Lampent and keep Vibrava as backup," Ilima said. "Alright, probably we will hit the department store before the gym," Ash said. "And also try to get Jangmo-o evolved before Pewter Gym. Counter would be very useful there, but Jangmo-o in its primary evolution stage won't be able to fight much. You can probably defeat the gym leader with." Ilima was suddenly interrupted by a tug in his trousers. Looking down he saw Eevee desperately trying to get his attention. "Vitani, what are you doing? And where is Duskull?" Ilima asked. Eevee replied with her squeaks telling she is not sure. "Not again," Ash groaned and started looking around for where he could possibly go. A little distance away there was Oranguru teaching Ralts, though it seemed a grandpa narrating bedtime fairy tales to their grandchildren. But whatever. Then there was Jangmo-o practicing headbutt on Kangaskhan, though Kangaskhan seemed to shrug the attacks of easily. For safety reason, Kangaskhan had placed her baby away under a tree. But wait a minute. What's behind him? Duskull's sudden scream just behind badly scared the baby Kangaskhan, who gave out its own piercing shriek, startling everyone out in the area. The mother Kangaskhan left everything and came running as quickly as she could towards her baby as Duskull started laughing hysterically. Kangaskhan roared as if threatening Duskull, but Duskull shamelessly kept his laughing without a damn care around. Ticking Kangaskhan even more. As the tension grew, Pidgeot and Wyvern, who were having an intense aerial battle, landed and tried to pacify Kangaskhan. Pidgeot being the peacemaker in Ilima's team, and Wyvern, used to Duskull's antics, tried to calm the situation down to his best ability. "Your Pokemon sure is entertaining," Ilima said, laughing nervously. Ash gave a huge sigh and said in annoyance, "I have to deal with this regularly. Poipole at least takes her training seriously, Duskull on the other hand as if born to play pranks on other. Try to appreciate what you are getting. Because on a bland day, these pranks are going to be the only interesting thing that will happen and keep you sane and happy," Ilima said. Ash was about to reply, but something caught his eyes. "Don't even think of worsening the matter, Poipole," he said sternly. Poipole, who was trying to make her impression, huffed and turned back, causing Ash to shake his head and Ilima to chuckle lightly. Once everything calmed down and both of them finished making rounds to make sure everybody was training, Ash and Ilima sat under shade beside Pyroar and Goggoat, who just acknowledged them with a glance. "So, where did find your Mega Stone?" Ash asked. "Oh," Ilima said, fiddling with his keystone, "I bought it from shop." In Kalos, without a Mega Stone you won't be able to complete the gym challenge. Let alone the league. Must have been tough, Ash said. Yeah. After I reached the league, I got knocked out in the second round. Then I realized what I lacked, realistic planning. That's why I joined Battle Institute. It made me realize that I had made several bad decisions during my travel. If you were given a choice to rectify one of those mistakes, which one will you change? Ash asked. Probably enroll in Institute first, then after graduating challenge the league. In Kanto, the league distinguishes between strong and not so strong trainers. But in Kalos they don't, whether you are a starter or veteran, they go by same challenge and rules. Ash and Ilima talked a bit more, with Ilima talking about his experiences in Kalos, before packing everything up and once again setting out on foot. At this rate they would get out of the jungle by tomorrow noon to Route 6 leading to Saffron. The day passed by and darkness slowly covered the sky. Ash and Ilima found a place and made it suitable for setting up the camp but clearing the bushes with the help of their Pokémon. They are currently in the middle of a thick forest and everyone knows traveling at night here could be dangerous. The duo set up their respective tents and with Wyvern's help prepared a fire. Now comes the important part. Preparing dinner. They have two options, ready-made cheese sandwiches or instant noodles which needed to boiled in water. After quite a debate, they decided to stock the sandwiches for emergency and do with the noodles currently. Ilima took charge of cooking as he set the water to boil, while Ash served their Pokémon. Most of them. Pidgeot, Dartrix, Jangmo-o, and Pyroar decided to go for a hunt which they loved to do, and even if Wyvern wanted to accompany them, Ash strictly restricted him, reminding that he is under controlled diet. Wyvern tried to negotiate a deal but Ash was having none of it. Looks like he would have to be satisfied with frozen Tauros meat. Gumi decided to feed on the nearby grass and bushes which he liked quite a bit. It's quite hard to find vegetarian dragons. Once all of their Pokémon were content, Ilima and Ash sat down with their own dinner by the fire. It was bland. But satisfying at the same time. What do you think? Who is Kukui's fourth candidate? Ash asked. Hard to tell, Ilima replied, knowing Professor, he probably has a bunch of trainers in mind. I won't be surprised if Guzma is one of them. You have anyone in mind? Well, Kiawe is a strong trainer, also the grandson of previous Akala Island Kahuna, Ash said. I am happy for Professor. He always wanted to set up a league in Alola. But one thing worries me, Ilima said in a low tone. Ash frowned, what is it? Well, you see Alola doesn't have a lot of strong trainers. Each league and their trainers needs to maintain a minimum standard to be recognized internationally. But with Alola, there isn't a lot of strong trainers, so it's going to hinder participation. Just look at Kalos. Most of the trainers there don't even get past the gym challenge. Barely 70 trainers qualify for the league each year. With Alola, I am afraid these would be further less. And keeping Island Challenge as substitute to gyms, how many trainers do you think would be able to defeat a totem Pokémon? Then it's up to us to inspire them, Ash said with a big grin. Ilima gave Ash a confused look, what do you mean? There is a reason Professor send out outside Alola to challenge leagues. Keeping personal growth and experience aside, Professor wanted to give a message that Alolan trainers are incapable of winning on international level. He had told me his story once. If we set out the example, people will follow it. That can also work, I guess, Ilima said hesitantly. Oh. Come on. Everything would be fine, Ash encouraged, patting him on his shoulders. Both of them finished their meals and cleaned everything up. After making plans for what they would do tomorrow, they decided to call off the night. Ash was neither a late sleeper nor an early riser. But next day, by the time Ash woke, the sun was starting to shift high up in the head. Last night he couldn't sleep very well. As in the back in his mind he was feeling a bit nervous of some wild animal attacking. Also sleeping bags wasn't the most comfortable thing to sleep on. Ash stretched himself for a bit, got out of his tent. Ilima was out there, organizing some things out. One seeing Ash he greeted, "Good morning Ash. breakfast? Or should I say, it's time for lunch, he said jokingly. Man! I am starving, Ash said a bit sleepily. Ilima handed him a sealed can of cereals. Only one need add a bit of powdered milk and hot water, and a hot cereal breakfast is ready. What's today's plan? Ash asked taking a spoonful in his mouth. We walk all day, except for your Dartrix learning synthesis which it can do by just flying in the sun, Ilima replied. Ash rose his eye at this sudden out-of-the-blue declaration, but weren't you pressing on training schedule yesterday? Yeah, but I want to reach Saffron a bit early than planned. We will make up for the training loss there, Ilima said. But why all on a sudden? That's what I am not getting, Ash frowned. Because, the Kanto Team Battle Championship season is currently going. And in 5 days a pretty exciting match will be held in Vista Dome of Saffron City, Ilima said with slight excitement. Ash on the other hand looked unimpressed. That's it. Last I heard the team league is still in league stages. Probably would be a match between two local clubs. Until and unless the tournament reaches knockout stages it's not worth watching, he said. But this time it's not local clubs. It's Morning Stars versus Battle Frontier, Ilima argued. Ash stopped eating and stared at Ilima with wide eyes. It is very rare that two strong teams clash at league stages. Kanto Team Battle Tournament is held every year in Kanto where a group of 5 trainers can participate. There are almost restrictions in entering the tournament, so hundreds of major and minor clubs participate every year. The team which wins the tournament gets to represent Kanto in the World Team Championships. The only rule is any trainer officially related to the league cannot participate in the league, thus eliminating the gym leaders, league trainers, Elite Four and the champion. Since this tournament is almost open to all, the quality of participants drop leading to mostly boring battles or one-sided matches. At least in the league stages. But Battle Frontier is the official team of Sylph Corporation and had won and represented Kanto in World Stage 3 times. Morning Stars is one of the 3 major Pokemon clubs of Saffron and arguably the best among all. They never won the league but reached the finals 7 times. He won't miss this match for anything. When is the match? Why can we right there? Ash asked shoveling the cereals in his mouth. Slow down or you will choke, Ilima warned. And indeed Ash choked on his food causing Ilima to sigh. After things settled for Ash Ilima said. As I said, the match is in 5 days. But if we go by the current pace, we won't reach in time. But if we take our ride Pokemons, we can reach in 2.5 to 3 days. The nearest Pokemon Center is like another 1-day walk from now, but if we take the aerial route then by sunset we can reach there. Then what are we waiting for? Ash said quickly finishing his meal. They have to quickly pack everything and settle out as soon as possible. The journey is a nightmare for Dartrix. He isn't a flyer like Pidgeot or Charizard, yet here he is, flying non-stop for 4 hours without a break even in the shallow darkness trying to catch up with them to the best of his ability, still he is tailing far behind them. His trainer thought it was a good idea, the extra stress and exhaustion may involuntarily cause his body to regenerate energy from absorbed sunlight. He doesn't mind though. Becoming the strongest is never easy. It is the dream of every Pokemon to be the apex of their respective species, that's why they follow humans. They seem to know the best way to bring their full potential. Funny how they can understand each of their trainer's orders but their trainer can't understand a single thing they say. Dartrix started preparing to descend as he saw the others landing, probably reached their destination. Now he can finally rest his wings. The Pokemon Center was relatively smaller and empty. Most of the people Ash saw were probably rangers tasked with the security of route. The people who seemed to be a trainer could be counted in hand. There was no separate dining hall and lobby in this Pokemon Center. Aside from the big long couches, several tables and chairs were arranged inside the lobby. It looked more or less like a bar than a center. On one side is Nurse Joy's counter where people can deposit their Pokemon for treatment while on the other side is the Canteen cum Pokemart counter. Ash went and sat down on one of the table after booking a double-bed room while Ilima went to place the order for dinner. None of them had an appetite currently, so they settled on bread, soup and salad, simple and light. It isn't that they had a wide menu in a Pokemon Center in the middle of nowhere. While Ash and Elima were waiting for their order, a particular Pokemon caught Ash's eyes. "Is that a Lycanroc?" Ash asked, getting Elima's attention. Elima looked at the direction Ash was staring, and indeed, there was a midnight form Lycanroc lying next to spiky orange-haired teen sitting all by himself on one corner of the room. For some reason Elima seems to have seen this guy somewhere. "This guy seems very familiar to me," Elima said, thinking hard, "but I can't pinpoint where I have seen him." "Probably another trainer from Alola," Ash suggested. Elima considered the option for a while and said, "Probably. Either a trainer from Alola, or a trainer who has visited Alola. You won't be getting a Lycanroc anywhere in this world." Ash was considering to go and have a chat with the teen, but was interrupted by a Chansey who brought their steaming hot meal at their table. Elima seems to understand Ash's intentions as he said, "Drop it, Ash. It isn't that important, we need to get to bed quickly if we want to get up early tomorrow. So better finish up fast." "But don't you want to know about him, whether he really is from Alola or not?" Ash asked. "As I said, not important," Elima said, chewing his food. "But whatever he says outside, he couldn't shake the feeling that he knows this person from somewhere." Chapter 10, Road to Saffron, Part 2. After finishing up, both of them decided to head upwards to their room as there was nothing to do down here. As they were crossing that orange-haired teen, he suddenly spoke up, "Fancy meeting you here." "Elima," he spat without bothering to look up. Ash and Elima stopped in their tracks and turned around looking confused. "Excuse me, but have we met before, sir?" Elima asked politely. The teen this time stood up and fully turned towards them, giving them a hateful glare. "Oh. Don't tell me that you have already forgotten me, Romeo." Realization suddenly hit Elima. "There is only one person who calls him by this name, Cross," he asked with wide eyes. "You are a trainer?" The individual, now identified as Cross, laughed miserably. "Why wouldn't I be? You thought your jealousy-filled pathetic accusation would keep me out? Only the strongest survives here in this world. And I am the strongest. That doesn't make sense. You have a third-degree Pokemon abuse charge on your head. No way you can get a legal trainer license." "Oh. My license is perfectly legal. As said, if there is will, there is a way," Cross sneered. Elima's mind has gone total blank as he couldn't process what was going on, when he was suddenly interrupted. Hello. Am I missing something here?" Ash asked in an annoyed voice. There are two things which frustrates him the most, one when people keep on speaking as if he doesn't exist, or when he has no idea of what is going on. And here, both the cases stand valid. Cross gave him dirty look as if he was irritated by his interference. Before he could open his mouth, Elima spoke up with a firm voice, "What are you doing here, Cross?" Cross turned his attention back to Elima and said, "Same reason why you are here, Indigo League." "Well, it's a good thing that you are participating, I can finally show how better I am than you." "Sorry, but I am not participating," pointing towards Ash he said, "but he is. I am merely a guide of him." Cross looked stunned for a moment and looked between Elima and Ash. Narrowing his eyes, he crossed his arms and snorted, "Yeah. Like I am going to buy that. That little sheet? Indigo League?" Ash looked offended by the statement and answered back, "What was that?" "Exactly what you have heard," Cross shot back, "You newbie freshly got out of your diapers and want to play with the big boys now." Ash got a little annoyed with this remark. This JRK was literally crawling under his skin. He was considering the idea to come out with a perfect retort, when a firm hand grabbed his shoulder which magically helped him to cool down. He looked up to find Elima staring at him with steely hard eyes, telling him not to do something stupid. Ash took a breath to calm down his nerves as Elima spoke up, "Why don't we decide who is better at the league battle itself instead to fighting in such an uncivilized manner?" "Why league? Why not now?" Ash cried out, wanting to totally sweep this guy's team. Cross however mocked, as if this total wastage of space is going to make it to the league. Hey, I have won the Vermilion badge, Ash shot back. Probably with that concession policies, Cross mocked, trainers like you in first 1 or 2 battles and once the real challenge begins, run away crying with your tails between your legs. And what were you saying, Vermilion badge? Saying this, Cross took out a small case from inside of jacket and opened it in front of them. Inside there were 6 badges, out of which 3 Ash could recognize. And that made Ash's jaw hit the floor: Boulder badge, Cascade badge and Marsh badge. This guy had beaten Sabrina, one of the most fearsome trainer in the entire world, on par with Kanto's 3rd elite Agatha. And given the fact challengers need at least 5 badges to challenge Sabrina, which means Marsh badge is his 6th badge, and this guy defeated Sabrina's main gym team. Is this guy that strong? The Lycanroc looks pretty strong and aggressive though. Cross smirked at Ash's Magikarp out of water reaction, and putting the badge case away said, "So, little Rattata, still think you can beat me?" Ash was starting to have doubts, so couldn't come with a proper comeback. But Ilima had other plans. Definitely he can, not today. But mark my words, Cross, by the time the league arrives, he will be strong enough to beat you, he replied. Cross was more amused than irritated by that reply. We shall see. Then suddenly his expression became darker and his voice filled with venom. But no matter how hard you try to keep me away, the title of Alolan champion belongs to me. And me only. No one else is more worthy than me. Saying that, he took a sharp turn and walked away, vanishing down the hall with his Lycanroc, who had been ignoring them the entire time, following him. What, no goodbye? What a flat top, Ash scoffed. Ilima shook his head and sighed, disappointment written over his face. Guess some people never change. Who was he, by the way? A friend? Can't believe that you have such a jackass friend, Ash said. Maybe I will tell you later one day. Just know, this competition had become a lot more complicated. Now you have a strong opponent. Cross has a habit of pushing his Pokémons to a level one can't even imagine. So far that most regions had labeled it as abuse. If he has Pokémon that have survived his training, then fat chance they are crazy powerful, merciless and brutal. You must prepare so that your Pokémon is ready to at least face his in battle, Ilima said with an emotionless face. An uneasy feeling washed over Ash as he slowly asked, "What do you mean by survive?" Never mind. Still can't believe though he got rid of all the charges. Let's get to bed, we have to start tomorrow. Saying that, Ilima started walking towards their rented room without waiting for him. He is surprisingly calm given he just met a ghost from his past, Ash thought. Things just got interesting in his life. He just made a strong opponent, a motivation to work harder. He can live with it. Ash unknowingly got a small grin on his face as he followed Ilima to his room. Power up punch, Ilima commanded. Kangaskhan fist glowed and countered incoming Jangmo-o's dragon tail and sent him flying several feet back. Ilima and Kangaskhan had taken the initiative to train Jangmo-o on Dragon Tail, by giving him a real battle. And once Dragon Tail is fully learnt, they can move to Dragon Claw. Ash is focusing fully on Poipole today. He felt he had been neglecting her for far too long. Ash wanted to groom her as a secret ace in his sleeve, but never got the chance to give his full attention to her. Or was it because he saw better potential in others? If that's the case, he would die out of shame. Not something he would have expected from himself. He can't get what is going inside Poipole's mind. Being locked up most of the time inside that Pokeball, and when released, to find your trainer giving most of his attention to others. But still, it didn't seem to him that Poipole is sad or holding any kind of grudge against him. She is as cheerful as ever, always coming like a daughter. Still, he didn't do anything to make her feel special. How about giving her name? He himself didn't give any of his Pokémon any name, so that would make her special, right? Except the fact that he totally sucks at naming. But he will think of something. Poipole is showing progress in her training. A factor is that she was already trained on the basics by his dad, then by the Ether employees, and finally for the past 6 months by him and Professor Kukui. But he found some interesting news yesterday. Professor Kukui had finished mapping Poipol's genetics and had run it under several stimulated conditions and noted the results. From the report he got, Poipol will evolve when she will learn Dragon Pulse, and that's when her true potential will shine. Now that he has a clear picture how to proceed, he can plan accordingly. His other Pokémon were exercising along with Ilima's Pokémons as per schedule. Now he understood why new trainers are encouraged to begin their journey with 1 or 2 Pokémons, they are easier to manage. It is a good thing Ilima and his team are with him and doing most of the heavy lifting since he is experienced, for which he is thankful. Otherwise, he is damn sure he would have messed things up sooner or later. There is no way he could have given attention to all at the same time. Ash and Ilima set out on foot early in the morning. It is a 3-day walk and around a day if they fly at full speed. But they didn't want to tire their Pokémon fully out, so set out the first half of the travel on foot. In the second half, they would try to cover as much distance as possible by flying. This way they can reach Saffron by tomorrow evening. When they decided to take a break, Ilima thought to get some training done. Because high chance tomorrow there will be no training. Ash looked back at Poipol trying to get down Dragon Pulse. But it always ended as a Poison Pulse. Poipol would make a slight purple cloud of energy, which would immediately get consumed by an acidic globe which she would shoot at the targeted tree. A look of disappointment flashed over Poipol's generally cheerful face, which made Ash feel strange. "Hey, nice aim, you know," Ash said trying to cheer her up. Poipol looked up at him for a moment with teary eyes and looked down once again. She had been good with poison attacks, but always messes with dragon moves. "No, really your shots are as accurate as Artemis," Ash said. When suddenly it struck him, wait a second, Artemis sounds like a decent name. You just have to try, keep trying until it's over. I can very easily give you a TM, but I want you to achieve your goals on your own. So, what do you say, wanna keep trying, Ash said with a huge goofy grin on his face. Poipol seemed to feel better as she kept a shrill squeal of agreement. "Hey, you have done pretty well. So, how about I give you a name, since you are the most precious to me?" Ash asked already knowing the reaction. Yup, looks like she forgot all the grief. Just look at her dancing in the air, Ash thought with a smile, watching Poipol's movements. "Well, since you seem to have really good aim, I will call you Artemis." "Okay," Ash said. Poipol, or now Artemis, seemed to be overjoyed with the new name, maybe she is a bit too much overjoyed, causing Ash to laugh lightly. "So, ready for round 2, Ash asked. He was met with a pair of eyes with newly found determination. Progress was negligible after that, but still Ash appreciated the effort put by Artemis. Maybe he will research a bit later on how can he modify the training schedule. After a light lunch, they packed everything and set out for their aerial travel. They will try to cover as much distance as possible today. On their way, Ash was taking detailed progress report of his other Pokémons from Ilima. Jangmo-o's endurance and power has significantly increased today. He was able to hit harder with Dragon Tail and had been able to hold it for longer duration. If things progress then by the end of this week, they can start training on Dragon Claw. Mimikyu was starting to get the hang of Home Claws. Things looked pretty satisfactory. 2 to 3 days more and she will be able to test her newly learnt move in real battles. Dartrix has used Synthesis for the first time. Today Dartrix had an aerial battle with Pidgeot, whose name was Vela, and got quite a bit of injury, but was able to recover a bit using Synthesis. Though it was not enough and Ash had to patch him up, but it is good start. It won't be long for Dartrix to use the full potential of the chlorophyll stem cells. And the rest of the time did their exercises as instructed. Overall, a very productive session. The only one who isn't able to train is Wyvern, because fire attacks from a Charizard in the middle of a forest isn't a great match. But that will change once they get to Saffron. You know, I want to visit my hometown, Pallet Town. Ash was surprised he said this aloud. This statement came out of nowhere. I have heard stories, but never got the chance to see it in person, he said, lowering his head. Ilima looked at Ash with sympathy. It's natural, when you are forced to live away from the place you actually belong, to never know your parents. Ash laughed a bit. It's funny, right? I have more attachment to a place which I haven't seen with my eyes, than a place where you have been raised. Look, don't take it the wrong way, but you don't belong to Alola, you actually belong to Kanto. No matter how hard do we try, Alola will be your second home always, not your real home. And probably you know it as well, that's why you miss Palette, Ilima said. Ash sighed on hearing it. I know it very well, but sometimes I wonder, why me of all people? All I can say is, it's a very unfortunate fate. But hope that things will be better in future. I need answers, Ilima. And that's one of the reasons I am going to Saffron. Because someone is there who may have the answers I am seeking for, Ash said firmly. Ilima thought the atmosphere is becoming a bit too serious, so he decided to change the subject to a lighter one. So, what Pokemon are you planning to capture next? None for now, but I will be needing a water Pokemon later. And not just any water Pokemon, someone who can I use for water transport as well, you know, like Lapras, Ash said. Lapras catching is actually banned in Kanto. Overhunting of Lapras has driving the species to critically endangered in Kanto. The Swearin family could help you though, they breed Lapras for their fishing business, Ilima said. No. I never said I want Lapras, I said I want a Pokemon like Lapras. Like a Blastoise. Or Gyarados. Or something big like them, something which can fight on both land and water, something strong enough to ferry 1 or 2 people, Ash said. Cerulean has vast diversity of water Pokemon species, you can catch a Magikarp or a Horsea there, they are pretty common there. If you want, we can directly go to Cerulean after Saffron, instead of Celadon. A water-type Pokemon can give you advantage in a rock-type gym, Ilima suggested. Nah. No need to change course. I want to reach Pallet Town as soon as possible while collecting as many badges as possible on the way. Cerulean can wait, Ash replied, and Horsea and Magikarp are found all over Kanto, not only Cerulean. I could have caught one in Vermilion if I wanted. Alright, Ilima said. Ash didn't say anything more and maintained his silence during the entire flight. Ilima can't figure what was going in his head. 1 second he is cheerful as sunshine, in the next second he is full serious as hell. The spot they decided to camp for the night was just around 150 kilometers away from Saffron. As the night became darker, and the everything became quieter, not far away from their camp, in a hidden underground base. A telephone rang. Hello, said a deep, creepy voice picking up the phone. The owner of the voice, a dark figure wrapped in darkness, with only a large red glowing are distinguishable in the background. Sir, the 2 agents have lost track of the Ketchum kid. Turns out the kid they were following was a Ditto, a monotonous female voice spoke over the line. Oh dear. What a disappointment. I expected more from grunts, the figure said in a dramatic tone. Sir, shall we waste them for their failure? The voice online asked. Now. Dearie. Looks like Proton had been a very bad influence on you. Why waste 2 perfectly fine agents when they can be useful for me? I have invented a compound, and I need to do human trials to study its effects. Understood, sir, it will be arranged. Make sure you do. And track down Ketchum and bring him TMEE, the figure snarled at the end, and without waiting for a reply slammed down the phone. Ditto, huh? Either Ketchum is smart enough to notice or somebody else is protecting him. Boss won't be happy with this development, the figure thought, picking up the receiver of the phone and dialing another number. Wherever you are hiding Ketchum, you won't escape for long. Unknown to him, from a remote location near Mount Moon, a lone figure sitting in a huge factory-like building had tapped into their secure line, listening to every word spoken in the conversation with a cunning smirk on his face. Next day, noon. We have reached, Ilima said, hoping out of Vela's back in front of the Saffron City Pokemon Center. They had arrived sooner than expected, the sun was just starting to get above their head. Yeah, as if I can't see that, Ash stated distastefully. He also jumped down from Wyverns and stretched out a bit. Ilima looked around to see the view the place has to offer, no kidding. When people say Saffron is a steel jungle, he said, staring at the tall skyscrapers surrounding them. Keep the luggage and all quickly inside. Because we will challenge the gym, Ash said. Ilima looked at Ash with confusion, but you cannot challenge the Saffron gym with one badge, you know it very well. Ash just smirked in response. Dojo? Ilima asked. Yup, I actually went through the history, and the Saffron Dojo was one of the league-funded gyms in Kanto. Until the Psychic Gym was opened. Even today, the dojo is considered a tougher challenge than gyms like Pewter or Vermilion or Celadon. Now, it is one of the league's weird policy that one city can have only one gym backed and funded by the league that the dojo lost its status as a main gym. Now, technically it's one of the minor gyms, so anyone can challenge it, Ash said. We never had so many complexities in Kalos. Things were so much simpler, Ilima wondered. Maybe because Kalos didn't have as much participation from trainers as much Kanto has. 8 gyms can't handle the entire batch of trainers who participate in the league. So, are we going inside? Nodding his head, Ash and Ilima went through a wide-open massive gates of the dojo leading them to a vast courtyard, bigger than Ash had ever seen. Series of trainers and gym students in white martial art uniform were either practicing hand-to-hand combat, or having a Pokemon battle. The building beyond the field was also massive, technically double-storied, but in comparison to a normal building, it could have been easily 5-storied building. The ground floor itself is almost 3 stories high. The architecture was traditional Jotonian, ancient, but still very new. Like it had been built just yesterday. Ilima whistled lightly, looking impressed. For a gym to be not league-sponsored, they did a terrific job maintaining it, walking down the graveled pathway towards the main building. They probably get a lot of students. Let's not forget Kanto Elite Bruno graduated from this dojo. They can probably advertise this fact for years and people will come, Ash replied. They passed through the courtyard where people had been training and reached the steps of the building. If somebody had noticed them, they did a pretty good job ignoring them. Climbing up the fleet of stairs they reached a big door made of polished wood. If one looks closely, they will find several patterns carved into the wood, a work of a very unique craftsmanship. On the 2 sides of the door stood 2 muscular guards, dressed in martial arts clothes and looking very proud. The guards turned a stern look at them as they came closer, but they weren't close to intimidating. One of them spoke up in a deep voice, "State your purpose, kids." Ash waved his hand slightly and said, Hi. You see. I am a challenger. I want to challenge the gym leader. The guards just blinked and kept staring at them, as if measuring him up. For a second Ash thought they are going to shoo them away. But the guard spoke up, "Very well. Get inside. Sensei would be here very soon," he said as he opened the door for them to pass. Beyond the door stood the battle arena. Empty. Just like the Vermilion gym, there was a gallery for spectators. You think you should challenge dojo this early? From what you told me, this is a very strong gym and there are no rules holding them back, Ilima asked. Well, no harm in trying. Also, if I don't challenge a gym completely challengeable, I get this itchy feeling crawling under my skin until I get my battle, Ash said. Ilima snorted out hearing it. Yeah. That's you all right, he said chuckling a bit. Look, I don't think you are going to win, but still. Good luck I guess. This made Ash roll his eyes. Geez. Thanks for having so much confidence in me, he said sarcastically. At that very moment, the door on the opposite side of the room opened and 2 people walked into the arena. Welcome to Saffron Dojo Young Challengers. I am the head sensei of this dojo, Ichina Yajiro, as well as the acting gym leader. Who will be my opponent? The elder one among them asked. Ash stared at the person for a moment. Dude, you are old, he blurted out. That earned him a jab in his ribs from Ilima, who glared at him. That was rude, he said in a hushed voice. The person he referred to, as well as his assistant who Ash thought to be the referee, didn't look too pleased either. Yes, thanks for stating the obvious, the sensei said in an annoyed voice. The sensei would easily be in his 60s. Maybe even 70s. He had a completely shaven head and wore a dark maroon robe. Ash apologized quickly. I didn't mean any disrespect, sensei. The sensei smiled at it. No worries, kid, when I was of your age. I was also very honest. Now who are you two? And who is going to be my challenger? I am the challenger. The name is Ash Ku. I mean Ether, Ash said quickly, correcting himself. Seemed like the sensei didn't catch his slip-up, which made him give some relief. Very well, as the Saffron Dojo gym leader. I accept your challenge. But first things first, we need to see your Pokédex. Ash took out his Pokédex and handed it out without any argument. The other person took it from him and fiddled with the controls for a bit. This definitely is a newer model, never seen one in Kanto, he muttered. Yeah. It's an advanced 1-inch, Ash shrugged. Verifying his ID, the man returned the Pokédex back to Ash. Your ID is authentic. We may proceed with the battle, he said, nodding his head at the sensei. Alright, son. The battle will be 1-on-1. No time limit, sensei declared. 1-on-1, Ash asked. I thought gym battles are at least 2-on-2. Yeah, well, you see. I had 3 more challenges today. So, most of my Pokemon are healing, and I have only 1 left. The strongest 1-inch, sensei said. Crap. His strongest. Whose idea it was to challenge the gym? Oh. Wait. It was mine. Well then. I accept, Ash declared. Sensei nodded and said, well, then let's begin. Both of them took their positions on their respective boxes. Ilima went to sit in the spectators' gallery, and the referee also took his position. Psychic shields were raised for protection. This is going to be an official gym battle between Sensei of Saffron Dojo Master Yajiro and Anderson Ether from Alola region. Each person will use only 1 Pokemon and the match will continue until either one of them is unable to battle. If the rules are clear, we may proceed with the battle. Getting a nod of confirmation from both ends, the referee continued. Alright then, trainers, choose your Pokemon. I will choose first, Sensei said, taking out a Pokeball from one of the pockets of his robe. Macamp, he said. In a flash, one of the known powerhouse of Kanto is standing in front of him. Okay. Let's see. I know it's a stupid decision. But when did that stop me? Ash mentally grinned. Jangmo-o. I choose you, Ash said, releasing his own Pokemon. In another flash of light, Jangmo-o stood proud on his 4, giving his battle cry. After Jangmo-o was done, suddenly silence befell in the room. Sensei, referee, Ilima, even Macamp, all were looking at them strangely. It lasted a few seconds though, broken by Ilima. Ash. What are you thinking? You have a ghost-type Pokemon. You have a Charizard. And you are sending out Jangmo-o. Hey, I know what I am doing. Jangmo-o needs to fight real battles as well, Ash replied back. But, Ilima started, but Ash cut him off. You only said that I need to evolve Jangmo-o before Pewter. And dragons develop very slowly. We don't know how much time it may take to get him evolve. And sending him against a super powerful opponent will develop him faster, Ilima asked, though it seemed to be more rhetorical than an actual question. I believe so. My Pokemon seems to develop faster under real stressful environment. Where your opponent will hold nothing back. I have been training Wyvern for months, but only in Vermilion when he got his butt handed, he learnt Blaze and Heat Wave. Ilima gave a long, exasperated sigh and said, sometimes I don't understand you. Ash flashed a quick toothy grin at it, me neither. He was interrupted by a soft awkward cough. If you and your friend have finished, may we begin? Sensei asked. Definitely, Ash said. Jangmo-o, get ready for your first major battle. Jangmo-o wasn't bothered that he was facing an opponent who was probably 10 times his size. Instead he stomped his front foot and challenged Macamp to the brawl. I don't know if it's a joke to you or not, but as a gym leader this is none of my concern. This will be quick. Macamp. Focus punch, Sensei ordered. With a giant leap Macamp was on top of Jangmo-o in an instant, ready to bring down a glowing white fist. But Jangmo-o was quick enough get out of the way and dodged the blow. Ash looked at the place of impact closely. There was hardly any damage to the floor. Which means Macamp isn't using full power. Jangmo-o has a chance to counter head-on. As Macamp charged with another focus punch, but this time Ash said, counter with Dragon Tail. The scales of Jangmo-o's tail glowed with energy and he swung his tail with his might. Dragon Tail and Focus Punch met head-on as. But after a second of clash, Focus Punch pushed through Dragon Tail, pushing Jangmo-o in the air. Jangmo-o balanced itself in the air quite well, as he flipped and landed on his 4 legs. A deep snarl escaped from his throat as he charged towards Macamp with a headbutt. Headbutt its mark, but that's probably because Macamp didn't bother to dodge. Macamp easily shrugged the attack off and picked up Jangmo-o by its neck with one hand and slapped hard with another hand, sending him back. Common, bring out your hidden ability, Ash thought. If he had learnt anything on training dragons, then use their pride as driving force. Not giving up, Jangmo-o got up once again and charged with another Dragon Tail. Macamp, karate chop, Sensei ordered. Jangmo-o had to halt his attack midway to dodge a bullet-fast fist which kept on raining one after the other. Aim for the legs, Ash said. Ash noticed that Macamp was leaning too much during attack, transferring most of its body weight forward. A well-placed attack should at least destabilize it. Jangmo-o got the hint and dodging another karate chop landed a Dragon Tail right at Machamp's foot. This got better results than Ash expected. Macamp let out a deafening roar and fell on its butt, holding its foot in extreme pain. Ash was mildly surprised at first, but realization slowly dawned him. Macamp is covered with hardened muscles throughout its body which absorbs most of the hits, except his feet which is mostly bones and skin. Now, Macamp has a very hard bone structure by human standards, but they are pretty average by Pokemon standards, nowhere near something like Umbreon. This isn't what Ash had in his mind, but hey, he will take it. Judging by the looks, Sensei also didn't expect it either. Sneaky brat, he said with slight annoyance. Hey, I didn't knew Achilles' heel phrase was so literal, Ash said back. He looked down at Jangmo-o, who looked very proud of his accomplishment, if it could be called as one. Fine, playtime is over, Sensei said with a hardened look. Macamp, get up. Despite winching slightly, Macamp stood up and tried his best to ignore the pain on his feet. Muay Thai stance. Macamp complied and took a fighting stance which Ash hadn't seen before. Dragon Tail into headbutt, Ash said. Jangmo-o darted forward with preparing a Dragon Tail and jumped to dodge a leg sweep, aiming to hit in the head, but was intercepted by a sharp hit from one of the elbows followed by a strong hit from the knee, sending him upwards. Jangmo-o, Ash cried with mild shock on seeing this new form of fighting. Sensei didn't waste a second in giving the next command, end this fight with superpower. Ash's eyes suddenly opened wide. Macamp line was known for this move. Superpower and close combat were two of the most powerful fighting moves out there. If it hits the opponent, well, good luck in recovering from shattered bones. Macamp, though slightly limping, rushed forward to where Jangmo-o would be landing, flexing his muscles to the extent that veins popped out. A light blue aura enveloped Macamp and white flashes erupted from their contact as Macamp punched Jangmo-o hard. Jangmo-o flew like a bullet past Ash's head into the wall, before slumping down on the floor. Ash rushed towards Jangmo-o but halted after seeing a pale white light envelope Jangmo-o. For a second Ash thought Jangmo-o was evolving. But he quickly discarded the thought, as this light didn't resemble the bright blinding light of evolution, it's more dull and like a protective barrier. Jangmo-o tried to get up on his feet but quickly fell back and the light died with it as well. Ash quickly took out Jangmo-o's Pokeball and returned him back, but his mind were somewhere else. He only faintly heard the referee calling the match. Chapter 11, A Blast from the Past. Jangmo-o is in the very beginning stage of learning iron defense. The concentration of mineral ions underneath its scales have increased dramatically, Professor Kukui replied. Ash and Ilima is now engaged in a conference call with Professor Kukui. When Ash has called Professor Kukui regarding the new developments, Professor requested to send Jangmo-o to him for a study. So, Jangmo-o will be able to use iron defense now. That's great, Ash said excitedly. About that, hey, you wouldn't mind if Jangmo-o stays with me, for let's say, for a month, Kukui asked. I don't have a problem, Ash said with slight confusion, but may I ask why? Well, see, Pokemon learning iron defense have a sudden need for a heavy mineral diet and some other medicinal needs. Now, either due to lack of knowledge or due to high budget requirement, most trainers tend to ignore these factors. But my research indicates that if all these parameters are met, then the defensive power of iron defense can be amplified many times, so much, that they will be able to shrug off super effective moves from ACE or elite level Pokemon with relative ease. What? Ash asked with confusion. A Jangmo-o? A Jangmo-o can be that strong? He was met with a double facepalm from both Professor Kukui and Ilima. What Professor meant was when Jangmo-o will fully evolve to a Kamo-o, Ilima explained. That too, if your Pokemon is healthy enough and properly trains every day, which I believe they will, Kukui added. Oh, Ash exclaimed, feeling like an idiot, in that case I am fully on board with it. Marvelous. I can guarantee that in 1 month your Jangmo-o will be a lot stronger than he is now. I will have my Kamo-o to personally look at him, Kukui exclaimed. Now for the next part, I would like both of you to participate in the tournament that will be organized in Saffron, just the day after championship event. Ash taking part makes sense, but why me, Professor? Ilima asked. Because, the specialty of this tournament is that it will be a tag team tournament. This tournament will help you to practice coordination between yourselves, making battle strategies with another trainer, debating and deriving at a common plan has a charm of its own. Not only that, Ash will also pick up quite a few things while working with an experienced trainer like you. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose, the experience you will gain matters. So, what do you say? I never had any tag team battle before, sounds like it will be fun, what do you say, Ash? Ilima said. I am already all for it, Ash replied, agreeing with the proposal. Well then, you have 3 days to prepare yourself, and the last date to register is 1 hour before the tournament begins. Same Vista Dome Stadium, Kukui informed. We will keep that in mind, Ilima said. So, Professor, how's everything in Alola, any new developments? Ilima asked. As a matter of fact, quite a few, Kukui nodded his head. We are in advanced stages of setting up the league, we are putting the final touches. The construction work of the stadium has picked up pace, renovation of Patown has begun. So, expect a call back home in the next 3 to 4 months for the inauguration ceremony. And let's see, oh yeah, Elio, Celine and How got their starters. Elio made it? That's a surprise. So, what did they pick? Ash asked. Elio picked up Litten, Celine chose Roulette while How got Poplio. They are all preparing for the island trials. Though Celine wants to take part in Silver Conference. We are also planning to modify the island challenges by adding some hands-on activity to it. The Kahunas are still drafting the list of activities to be performed. But whatever they decide, I am pretty sure it will be educational, challenging as well as fun, Kukui said. That will decide who will participate in the league and who will not? Ash asked. Absolutely. You see, Ash, the main idea behind these changes is to create quality trainers in Alola without sacrificing its core values. Alola always believed that nature is the best teacher, a trainer can get a lot of experience from nature, a value which is sadly being eradicated from the rest of the world. The Alola League however is firm in preserving this belief. In these island trials, the task given to the trainer can vary. It may be related to survival skills, knowledge, memory, coordination, and the battle with the totem Pokemon will ultimately decide whether you have passed the trials or not, unlike gym battles where the gym leader has the final say. There will be no restrictions and anybody is welcome to test their skills. After Island Trial will come Grand Trial. The Alola League Committee have decided the challenger must complete at least 6 out of the 18 Island Trials and at least 1 Grand Trial to participate in the Alola League. We have firm belief that trainers who will complete most of the trials will have no problem as establishing themselves as strong trainers in the world. Do I have to go through the trails for participating, Professor? Ash asked. That can be decided later, Kukui said, but even if you have to do, I believe you shouldn't have any trouble in clearing most of the trials, both of you I shall say. Anyways, I shall leave you both to come up with a battle plan for your future tournament. May both of your fighting spirit burn like blast burn. Oh. And Professor, before I forget, could you arrange for an appointment with Mr. Morrison please? I mean, I cannot just walk into his office without an appointment, it won't look good, Ash asked. Definitely, I will have Luzamin or Moan to contact him. You will be surprised to hear it, but Scott was raised in Alola only, before moving to Kanto for higher studies. He is not a great battler himself, but very interested in spreading the art of battling, in his words. But he is a fantastic entrepreneur, that's for sure, Kukui said. Thanks a lot, Professor, you are a lifesaver, Ash said. No need to thank me, take care of yourself, Ash, you too, Ilima. I will see you later, Kukui said before ending the call. After Kukui had ended the call, Ash asked, now what? Ilima sat on the opposite bed and asked, meaning? Means, my only Pokemon which stands a chance in this kind of tournament is Wyvern. And even he got beaten badly in the first round of 1-on-1. His fire attacks are still like a Charmeleon, not counting Blaze of course. I did say to Professor that I will participate, but really don't know how will I pull it off. Why don't you use Charizard's other moves, Ilima asked. Wyvern doesn't know a lot of other moves. If he had a trainer before, then they have done a terrible job, Ash with slightly narrowed eyes. I have several TMs you can borrow, Ilima offered. On which spectrum does your Charizard lie? Ash thought on the question for a bit and then replied, do you think using TMs is safe? For fire moves it is less risky to wait for Charizards to fully develop naturally, but for non-fire moves it's completely safe. Which moves you want? Just a minute, Ash said before fishing for something in his backpack. After a while he took out 3 diaries, one looked very old with almost yellowish-brown pages, and the rest 2 in quite decent condition. What are these? Ilima said picking up and opening one of the newer ones. It seems contained various information on Charizard species. Notes, Ash replied turning the pages of the old-looking diary, full Charizard notes of 5 generations. It contains Charizard biologies, psychologies, training methods, move sets. In 2 words, Charizard Encyclopedia. It was a family tradition, Dad left it for me. I used to read it before I started Pokemon training. Here, got it. Ilima left his own one and looked down on the page Ash opened. Their paragraph on several Pokemon moves and a detailed explanation on it. The heading was given Lizard of Oz. This is an entry by my grandfather, Sir George Ketchum. When he was a trainer, he had encountered a pretty strong Charizard trainer who had totally devastated his entire team with just one Charizard. Here it says the Charizard knew a variety of moves, but the most notable was Fire Blast, Solar Beam, Focus Blast, Dragon Pulse and Overheat. A Solar Beam Charizard? And Focus Blast? That's something new, Ilima said. Exactly, there are 1-2 entries more in the diary of Charizard capable of Solar Beam, but it's not very common. Grandpa had sent out his Rhyhorn against it, and he was met with this nasty surprise. Worse, those moves were further boosted by sun and solar power. No doubt it has nuked the entire team. Ash then again began turning the pages before stopping at another one. Here is another. This Charizard had Dragon Dance and Belly Drum along with other moves like Dragon Claw, Thunder Punch, Flare Blitz to steamroll over its opponents. In one of the entries made by Dad, Champion Lance uses a Belly Drum Charizard in his team, though Dad wrote that Charizard was Blood Red instead of regular Vermilion. Other entries suggest common moves like Fire Punch, Fire Spin, Tail Wind, Roost, Blast Burn, Heat Wave etc. etc. It seems you have quite a collection there. It doesn't seem that you would need advice in this department. Sometimes analyzing so much can be a pain. Ash remarked, anyways, I like the solar beam concept very much. It will take out a lot of opponents by surprise. They will not be prepared for this one. Though I have noticed Dragon Pulse is pretty common. Focus Blast, fairly uncommon, people go for Seismic Toss mostly. Tell me Ash, if you are given a chance to Mega Evolve your Charizard, which form would you choose? Ilima asked. Wait. I get a choice in Mega Evolution, Ash asked back. Ilima nodded his head and said, unlike other Mega Evolved Pokémons, Charizard has two Mega forms. One is called Mega Charizard X while other is called Mega Charizard Y. Both forms are actually quite different in their fighting styles. Mega Charizard X has the ability Tough Claws, which increases the physical muscle power of the Pokémon, making them hit harder, making it an ideal physical attacker. Mega Charizard Y has the ability Drought, I think you know what Drought does. Also, a study had shown that Charizard Y boasts a far greater firepower over its X counterpart is more balanced in terms of its fire and muscle power. Which means I would have to choose one side to make full use of the Mega power, if I ever get my hands on one, Ash theorized considering the fact deeply, damn, it is becoming harder to decide, both sounds awesome. What's your Charizard's egg move? If it is something like Dragon Rush, then we must assume your Charizard lies on the physical side. I don't think that's the case, the notes says that a physically powerful Charizard is generally more stubborn, adamant, a lone wolf but Wyvern seems more calm, modest to me. Also, I am not sure about its egg move. Professor never told me, or I didn't ask. Also, Wyvern is not registered under my name that I can open my Pokédex and check it. In that case, I think it is safe to go with the range side of things, at least for now, Ilima said, we can check the facts later. So, Solar Beam. Dragon Pulse. Focus Blast, Ash asked. I would say Solar Beam, Dragon Pulse and Air Slash. This way you can make better use of Charizard's secondary flying type. And fortunately, I have all the 3 TMs. 3 days practice is enough to make even a novice Pokémon learn a move using TM. Well, then it's final, I will use Wyvern. Either way, these competitions are the only way for Wyvern to get some battle, Ash said, so, which Pokémon would you use? Kangaskhan. Of course. Charizard being a flyer can provide crucial support while staying out of opponents' reach, while Kangaskhan is strong enough to engage them allowing Charizard to get unhindered shots. It will take a bit of practice though. I mean making sure Wyvern or Kangaskhan does not come in between each other's way or their attacks doesn't hit each other instead of the opponent, Ash said raising some doubts. Valid concerns, the rhythm needs to be worked so that they complement each other. We have some time, we shall see tomorrow how things work out. Let's do the brain work now, like what kind of approach shall we take, should we work to knock out one opponent and focus on the other or both of our Pokémon should engage one opponent they see fit? Look, I am the worst person you could ask the question. I don't plan anything in advance, especially in these competitive tournaments. Nobody knows what will happen and twists can happen anytime. Anything can happen and one may have to forsake all the planning to tackle it. I don't plan for future, I prepare for them, Ash said. You don't plan? Preparing for something also involves planning, Ilima asked with curiosity in his voice. Nope, by preparation, I mean I don't have any specific plans. My planning is very general, and I work on this plan on the field itself based on the challenges I face. I cannot decide what kind of strategies I will employ when I don't even know what kind of Pokémons my opponent will use. A proper strategy can be made only when you have full information on the situation. The only thing I can do right now is make a general plan like which Pokemon to use or not and prepare for the worst, so that I may overcome the challenges on the field, or at least I hope to in future. You know Ash, I have always planned for my battles in advance. Be it gym battles, be it league battles, or be it field challenges, I have always planned a number of strategies chalked out in advance. And it worked, most of the times. Really there were times, I must admit, when certain developments occurred which, I didn't account for. And it ruined the perfect model I have worked so hard to build, Ilima said, taking a pause, then again continuing, but I always kept planning. With the help of the experience I have gained, from what I have studied so far in Kalos. But this time Ash, I am willing to try your theory out. Let's prepare, not plan. Ilima had been a calm and very calculated person all this time. But now, Ash could see a tiny bit of excitement, like the ones he would feel when he tried to know the unknown, in his eyes. As if he had introduced randomness inside a perfect mathematical model. A big smile began to creep in his face. Now you are talking my language. So, tomorrow morning, he said, extending his fist. Tomorrow morning, Ilima replied, fist bumping. Early next morning, as first rays of the sun shone over of Saffron, Ash and Ilima had reached the top of the plateau at the outskirts of the city. This area mostly grassy and rocky, perfect training ground without causing much damage. Ah! Nothing better than training in the morning, Ash said as he inhaled lungs full of fresh air. Dart Rix, who was perched on his head, hooted in agreement. He then walked toward a tree where Ilima was waiting for him. He actually had fallen a bit back during the trek up. Ilima was a lot fitter than him. I believe you have never used a TM machine before, Ilima said. Nope, Ash said, putting his bag down. Ilima handed Ash a device which crudely resembles a CD drive, a TM machine and the required 3 TMs. Then he began instructing, first enter the TM drive in the required slot. Just like you put a DVD. Yup, so it was an over-glorified CD drive after all. The mechanism was exactly same as he inserted the Dragon Pulse disc at the extended slot before pushing it back. Now press this button and insert the Pokeball here after miniaturizing it. After pressing the required button, a mechanical lid popped open and Ash put Wyvern's Pokeball inside the slot given. Now press start. Ash pressed the start button and the machine came to life, giving out a wave of vibrations. He could even hear the disc rotating at extremely high speed. From what he can understand, it is a very old model. In this digital world there seem to be too many mechanical parts. After a few moments, the vibrations stopped and the lid once again opened, pushing the Pokeball partly out of the case. That's it? Ash asked. What were you expecting? Stars will flash out of Pokeballs, Ilima joked, now get down with the others. Ash repeated the process 2 more times and boom, Wyvern can now use 3 new moves, theoretically at least. To be honest, Ash was feeling a little weird. Normally when one of his Pokemon would learn a new move, he would be excited. This time though, he felt no emotions on the incident. Maybe because he took a shortcut, his inputs as a trainer in helping his Pokemon to learn a move was missing. But again, there is nothing he could have done. They plan to go far in the competition, if possible, win it. And there isn't much time left though. Maybe he will get over it soon. Without wasting a second, he quickly released Wyvern from his Pokeball. Wyvern materialized with a powerful roar, more powerful than before. How do you feel? Ash asked. Wyvern stretched out a bit and gave an affirmative growl, indicating he was fine. Was it just him, or he was feeling a bit more powerful than before? That's when Ilima spoke up. I believe when everything is fine, we can test Charizard's new powers. I have brought a special opponent for him to go against. What do you say, Wyvern, ready for some early morning workout? Ash asked, though knowing what the response will be. Wyvern of course gave his consent by unleashing a stream of flames, which slightly surprised Ash. Wow! That might have been the best flamethrower you have delivered till date, Ash complimented. Wyvern himself was a bit startled by the sudden power. Maybe he had put a bit more effort in excitement. Whatever it was, both Ash and Wyvern decided to move on and get ready with the battle. Since there were no psychic barriers for protection, Ash and Ilima kept a significant distance from the fighting area, so that one Pokémon does not hit a trainer with its attacks by accident. They have agreed that this will be treated as a serious battle with almost no holding back. Taking their respective positions, Ilima released his Pokémon, a Snorlax, the biggest Snorlax Ash had ever seen. Snorlax lazily got up from ground and gave a big yawn while scratching his massive belly. He seemed to be too much disinterested in the battle. Snorlax is the heaviest hitter in my team, Ilima said from the other, so, can you break this wall? We will. If Snorlax is a wall, Wyvern will be a wall breaker, Ash answered back, Wyvern into the skies. Charizard with a roar immediately flew up, taking the upper ground. Snorlax's gaze tracked Wyvern's every movement but maintained the drowsy bored expression on its face. You can have the first move, Ilima said. Alright, let's start with Dragon Pulse, Ash said. It took a while, but Wyvern managed to fire a multicolored dragon-shaped beam of pure draconic energy at Snorlax. Brace yourself, Ilima said in response. Snorlax casually raised its arms and blocked the raging energy dragon with little effort. Almost immediately after contact, the energy beam exploded, which sent a minor shockwave across the field. Not bad for first try, Ilima said, but you need to do a lot better than that. And Snorlax will be pushing you to your limits. Alright, let's try Solar Beam, Ash said. He quite didn't understand how a Charizard can learn Solar Beam. They cannot store solar energy like grass Pokémons. But here it was, a yellow light began to emerging from Wyvern's throat into its mouth. Whatever was happening, was just awesome. To his surprise, Solar Beam didn't take as long as it normally takes. In a few moments after initiation, Wyvern finally fired a high-intensity photonic laser beam, and this was powerful, a lot powerful than Dragon Pulse was. So powerful, that the explosion caused was enough to knock Snorlax back. Bravo! I actually had my doubts regarding Charizard using Solar Beam, but you proved me wrong. Now the real match begins, Ilima said as Snorlax got back to his feet, now looking as it was willing to fight. Snorlax used Rock Slide. Snorlax gave roar as rocks began materializing out of thin air and with mysterious force were directed towards Wyvern. Ash was however having none of it, dodged them. Break as many you can with Slash. Then use Dragon Pulse. As told, Wyvern claws glowed as he began to shatter the rocks with clean swipes, while performing a spectacular evasive flight, evading most of the rocks. Not a single rock had hit its mark. Once Wyvern was done, he let out another multicolored draconic beam, which unfortunately was blocked by Snorlax's Protect. Snorlax, use Rain Dance. You know the rest, Ilima ordered. Snorlax gave a loud yawn as dark clouds formed on the sky and soon the rain began, drenching everyone present. You could have given a warning, Ash said, fully annoyed at being drenched. I would have brought my raincoat. Grow up, Ash, Ilima scoffed. You want to travel around Kanto and become a Pokémon master, yet cannot handle a little rain. Think of it as a part of your training. You never know what kind of situation you may fall. Yeah, if I fall sick, that's on you, Ash replied back. His wanted to say more, but the clouds above rumbled and a massive bolt of lightning emerged from the cloud and struck Wyvern before he could dodge it. The thunder made him lose his balance as he fell in the ground with a big impact. Are you alright? Ash asked with worry. The rain was already a problem for Charizards, and getting hit with an electric move that too in rain was not a good sign. Wyvern tried to get up, but as if his body is not responding to him. His muscles ached as he laid and twitched on the wet muddy ground. He could feel electricity running in him and each raindrop falling on him felt like spears piercing his skin. He is paralyzed, Wyvern could hear the other boys say while his trainer kept on encouraging to get up. Paralyzed, Wyvern thought. No, he refuses to just lie down helplessly and allow the big fat thing take an easy win. With every bit of effort, he fought through the effects of paralysis and pushed himself up to face the thing. He could feel the earth shaking as the thing came running towards him with glowing fists. He won't back down though. Before Snorlax could hit Wyvern with a power-up punch, Wyvern grabbed Snorlax's fist with his own glowing claws and prevented it from hitting him, though he had severely underestimated his opponent's strength. Snorlax grabbed him up and slammed him on the ground and went for a full-body slam. Wyvern roared as he was being crushed by a Pokémon who weighed at least half a ton. He could hear his trainer asking to get out, but he just couldn't. He couldn't even breathe properly and feared he may pass out soon. He thrashed against the fearsome Kanto juggernaut violently but couldn't make it get off him. Very soon he could feel his muscles relax and go numb. Eventually the thing removed himself from over him, but the rain was keeping him down. Those damn droplets, he felt like he was being crucified on the ground, unable to get up. He didn't know how long he lay that way, but as if luck finally smiled on him, he could feel the rain slowing down, the clouds clearing up, and the first ray of warmth from the sun which embraced his body was enough to give him the power to fight back. He allowed the new surge of power wash over his body as he tried to get back up. He could feel rage building in him, but he didn't give himself to the feeling, as he knew how to HRNSS it as a weapon. His trainer was there with him, encouraging him, and he internally thanked himself for the support. He clearly remembered, his previous trainer wasn't supportive at all and had sold him off when he was just a Charmander, because he found him to be disappointing. He won't disappoint his trainer now. As the power built inside him, he let out a deafening roar which can make anyone tremble. One death glare was enough to make the thing take a step back, but it still kept a very challenging face, matching his glare with his own. He shall see how long he can put up that face. His tail fire had already grown into a big roaring flame. Hyper Beam Snorlax, was the call from the other end as the thing began producing a glowing orange orb in his mouth. Counter with Solar Beam, came from his trainer. Ah! The new move, he loved the feeling of it, the power was something he had never felt before. He instinctively allowed himself to generate strong photonic energy within him. He could feel something powerful happening inside him, the heat and energy was unmatched, as if he was forming the sun inside him, building up it inside him, begging to be freed. As soon as he felt the energy buildup was enough, he instantly fired it at his opponent, almost at the same instant his opponent fired his attack at him. Both the insanely powerful attacks collided in midair, and after a brief fight for dominance exploded, releasing a massive shockwave along with a cloud of smoke and dust. The shockwave was so powerful that Ash and Elima struggled to stay on their feet. Both the attacks were equally powerful. Wyvern brushed off the impact from the explosion and readied himself for the next instruction, but Snorlax remained still. But Ash quickly composed himself. He knew the secondary effects of Hyper Beam. Wyvern was under the influence of Blaze, he wouldn't get a better opportunity to attack. Now's our chance, Wyvern, Ash said. Snorlax wouldn't be able to move for an instant. Use Flamethrower with everything you have got. Wyvern allowed a devious grin to form in his face as flapped his giant wings to take a position angle suitable so that this thing's trainer doesn't get hit. Then with one breath, with the sun now up, with the power surging in him, let out a massive torrent of red-hot fire from his mouth. If the flamethrower he released before the fight was surprising, this one was totally devastating. All those who had witnessed it were stunned with the sheer power it carried. The torrent of swirling flames roared through the air and engulfed Snorlax as a whole, who couldn't do anything to stop it. Wyvern didn't stop the flames, holding the fire until he was totally out of every ounce of his breath. As the fire died, everyone could see the damage it caused. Snorlax was still standing, no doubt in it, but he was covered from head to toe with nasty burns. In some places the skin was totally burnt off and the inside fatty tissues could be seen, making the sight not at all pleasant to look. Even the slightest movement caused Snorlax to visible winch, and that's all he could do at that time. And that's not the end. The grass on the ground was scorched, which was expected, but the hard rocks which would have just heated up before have now fully melted down like butter. Wyvern cherished the sight as long as he could, before he could feel the energy leaving him and being replaced by the pain of paralysis. Wyvern, Ash finally said as got over the initial shock, that was a blast. Where were you hiding such power before? To be honest, Wyvern didn't know himself. Internally, he was as confused as others. But he was happy how things turned out, he felt good, he felt complete. Ilima quickly returned Snorlax back in its ball and walked over to Ash, who was yet to return Wyvern. Let's call it a draw. Snorlax is badly burnt and Charizard is paralyzed. We must get them to the center. Wyvern didn't like being called paralyzed and blew a cloud of smoke and gases at Ilima's face. This did earn him a look from Ash, who returned him in the next second, but he was overall satisfied. I can agree with that, Ash responded. You wait here and look after the training of my other Pokémons while I make a quick trip to Pokémon Center. Ash then released all his Pokémon, who greeted him with their respective cheers and addressed, "Listen everybody. I am going to the city for 15 minutes. That does not mean it's free time for all." This did earn him quite a few whines, but he ignored it. Ilima and his Pokémons will be here looking after you. You all know the drill by now, so get going. For all those people who will make progress by the time we will reach the next city, I will take them out for shopping. Well, it worked, everybody agreed to the proposal. When you deal with a bunch of whiny kids, just tempt them with rewards to get the job done. And no mischief, and definitely no sneaking out elsewhere. Yes, I am telling you, Duskull, Ash nodded. Duskull however shamelessly let out a sound which he could interpret as a laughter. Ash couldn't help but feel amused. Yeah, Duskull is a troublemaker, but he is a wholesome character, and he loved it for what he was. He shook his head and asked Ilima, "Can I borrow Vela from you?" The sun was now on the path of setting, and Ash was lying down on the bed, reading his Charizard journal. Ilima was down, attending to Snorlax, while Wyvern had been sent back to Professor Kukui for examination. Luckily though, Wyvern would return by tomorrow. Today had been a very productive day for his team. They are all now resting in their Pokeballs after the day of hard work out. Ralts got better in his psychic abilities. He can teleport accurately over short distance, mostly the area which an average battlefield will cover, and his confusion attack grew stronger. If he can learn Hypnosis and Psybeam by the time they reach Celadon, he may even consider using him as his lead in gym battle. And given at the pace Oranguru is preparing Ralts, he won't be surprised if Ralts manages that as well. He still has around 2 weeks of time. Mimikyu got hang of Home Claws. He would have to decide what he would do next later. Also, Mimikyu is getting thirsty for some real battle. Gumi, Poipole, Dartrix were all getting better in their own respect. The least amount of progress was shown by Duskull. He was having trouble in learning attack moves. That's when he realized he was doing it wrong all this time. Different Pokémons have different fighting styles, some fight head-on while others, especially ghosts, have a way trickier style. And Duskull belongs to the latter category. He is a prankster, his main tools would be what is called status-inflicting moves. He would have to make a new plan for him. But the star of all this was definitely Wyvern. Even yesterday he wasn't that good. And he is trying to find a logical reason for it. But his search has not yielded anything yet. He kept on turning the pages, trying to find some sort of explanation. He had this gut feeling it had something to do with using those TMs, especially Solar Beam. First of all, a Charizard learning Solar Beam had only been mentioned in the journal, nowhere else, not even the internet. Now, a possible reason can be that this entry was made almost 6-7 decades ago, when communication and technology were not as advanced as today's. And even if some records were there, like his, those must have been forgotten. Now with learning Solar Beam itself, a few rare Charizards have the ability Solar Power. So, learning Solar Beam can be linked to that ability. But Wyvern has the ability Blaze, so he could feel this theory going down in drain. As he continued looking through the records of biological organs and their functions, he found a note which could be helpful. The title of the note was, Biological Analysis of Charizard Learning Solar Beam. Ash eagerly sat up and read everything there was. Though this note didn't explain how Wyvern got his power-up boost, but this gave him a very solid idea of how Wyvern used Solar Beam, and how this process is different from the ones. At that moment Ilima walked into the room and upon seeing Ash said, "Seems like you found some answers." "Kind of," Ash said, "at least solved the mystery of Solar Beam." Ilima nodded as he sat down on his bed. "I have talked to the professor, he said he will be examining your Charizard soon. In the meantime, Charizard is being treated in the Ether Paradise Sanctuary. Now tell what you have found out." "Okay," Ash started, "I think we can agree that Charizards cannot trap sunlight like grass types." When he got a nod from Ilima he continued, "Well, looks like they don't trap sunlight, but they create sunlight. The same nuclear reaction that occurs in the sun to generate heat and light also occurs in their pulmonaries, their equivalents of human lungs. This organ is the one responsible for the fire-breathing moves. Not only that, since the heat generated by these nuclear reactions is significantly higher than their regular tolerance value, these organs evolved to conduct the process safely. Once enough light energy is generated, they release it like a beam similar to any other Pokémon. But it does not explain how Wyvern can use the fire attacks so well. Can it be the evolution of the organs responsible? That's for Professor to explain once he finishes his examination. But from what you said, there is one advantage of this solar beam, Ilima said. That it can be used even in the absence of sunlight, and it gets stronger when the sun is up. Yes, I guessed it once I read the explanation, Ash said again lying down on the bed. He then changed the topic, "So, you have any plans for the evening?" Because when I called Professor, he said Scott is on an urgent business trip to Sinnoh and I would have to wait for an appointment. "We can hit the Sylph Corporation chain store," Ilima said, "or we can take a tour of Saffron Gym." "Sounds good to me, because I am getting bored," Ash said. "One thing Ash, you said these notes and diaries were in your family for 5 generations. Have you written anything in it?" Ilima asked. "Nah. There is nothing I can add to it which is already not present," Ash replied staring at the ceiling. Then a small smile crept on his face, "But one day, maybe I will." Chapter 12, Team Tournament. Dubbed as the Pearl of Saffron, the massive and magnificent Vista Dome, which was built to accommodate 100,000 spectators, was filled to its brink. All tickets were completely sold out by yesterday, a feat which is rivaled only by the Indigo League. The area around the stadium have been lit up like carnival, with small to large vendors setting up their stalls for various items. Despite having 14 entrances, there are long queues at each entrance and the authorities were finding it difficult to manage the crowd. But Ash didn't have any worry. He and Ilima had booked a private gallery for themselves, and they will get priority check-in at the counter. Normally he would have gone for the gallery, but he wanted his Pokémons to view the match as well, which would not have been possible in the general gallery, and there would have been too many people in the VIP gallery to let Poipole out. The private gallery gives him the privacy and space he just needs. Also, he firmly believes Luzamin wouldn't mind, as she would have spent 10x the amount on herself. Maybe this is how the rich people feels, Ash thought, as a weird satisfaction washed over him when he skipped the line for checking. Most people didn't care, but some were giving him envious looks. Once inside, one of the staff courteously offered to guide them to their room. They passed by many people, some again giving strange looks. Why? Because even if they had the most expensive ticket affordable only to the rich, both of them weren't dressed like one. Ignore, Ilima just said as if reading Ash's thought, most of the time, other people's opinion doesn't shape your choices. "Here we are, sirs," the staff said, opening the door to their suite. "If you need anything, call us." And with a bow, the staff walked away to attend others. $5,000 for this, Ash said, "Nothing beats the sheer excitement of a wild crowd. Unfortunately, I didn't have an option. Come out everyone." And with that, every single one of Ash's Pokémon were out of their Pokeballs. Ash turned to Ilima, "Aren't you gonna?" "Nah," Ilima waved him off, watching the stadium through the huge screens. "My Pokémon thought they could use a day off." Only Vitani was out, making herself comfortable on one of the recliners. There was still a solid hour to kill before the match starts, and Ash just didn't want to listen to the commentators blah blah blah. I am gonna roam for a bit, mind watching them in my absence? Ash asked. Sure, have fun, Elima replied, settling down on the couch. Thanks, I will be back soon, Ash said. Dartrix, not wanting to stay behind, quickly flew and perched on Ash's shoulder. You wanna come too? Ash asked, as Dartrix gave a hoot of confirmation. Alright, let's go. As Ash was walking down the hallway searching for the cafeteria, he was discussing some issues with Dartrix. You know, this journey is going to be harder than expected, Ash said. Dartrix blinked at him owlishly, not understanding what he meant. I dug up some information last night, regarding previous league's ranking system. I found I need at least 6 original gym badges to make to top 256 in my first try. The other gyms, their badges are not valuable enough to guarantee a place in the Indigo League. Dartrix hooted a bit, trying to put some kind of counter-argument, but Ash was unable to make out what he is saying. What? Ash asked, trying to understand. Dartrix hooted again, pointed towards Ash and then towards his mouth. I spoke something, Ash said, making Dartrix nod his head. Dartrix then began another series of wing motions towards his chest. My heart? Ash asked in confusion. Dartrix shook his and grabbed the flap of his jacket. Partially opening it, Dartrix pointed towards the Vermilion badge attached to the underside of the jacket. Vermilion badge. Oh, Ash realized what Dartrix was trying to convey. You are saying about the statement I made, that not a lot of trainer wins more than 4 OG badges, right? Dartrix nodded his head and hooted loud. Well, looks like past trainers would be participating as well, and these badges don't have an expiry date on them, Ash said with slight annoyance. Dartrix hooted something back at him. Ash made a guess of what he was saying. Yeah, it doesn't matter, anyway I had to win all the 8 badges. I will prove I am a Ketchum. Dartrix tilted his head in typical owl fashion with eyes filled with confusion. Ash sighed lightly and petted Dartrix, smiling lightly. I will tell you later, you have been by my side for months, you deserve to know. I need to do this, I need to win the league, I need to replicate what happened 20 years back, and I need your help in it, all of yours. Dartrix stared at his eyes directly for a moment before nodding at him, hooting very softly. Have you ever felt the need to prove yourself? Ash asked. Dartrix raised his wings and gave a shrill cry of battle in response. All the time? Ash questioned, whom are you trying to prove? Dartrix opened his wings wide, as if wanting a hug. But Ash knew he didn't want hug, everyone else. Other Dartrix, other grass-type Pokemons? Dartrix nodded at him, making Ash smiled. Don't worry, one day you will be the strongest Decidueye in the world, I am sure about that. Dartrix gave a hoot, which was almost blank. Ash couldn't make anything out of it. Still he continued, and I couldn't ask for a better grass type than you, he said, hoping it would be give some kind of appreciation. I wouldn't catch another grass type Pokemon. Dartrix gave Ash a quizzical stare, to which Ash gave a reassuring nod. I won't need another one. Dartrix gave a hoot of satisfaction, which Ash interpreted as thank you, and nuzzled his head against Ash's cheek. Ash smiled and ruffled his feathers back with affection, though mentally, he thought I definitely need more practice in understanding Pokemon speech. Okay, that's enough, Ash said, but making no effort to stop Dartrix. Remember, you also have to learn properly from Pidgeot. Your flying skills need to improve. Dartrix replied back with a series of hoots, each having something different than the other. Again Ash had issue with deciphering the speech, but guessed he was praising. After all, Wyvern was quite content after battle with her. She is a good teacher, isn't she? He said. Dartrix gave a content hoot, indicating he guessed correct. How about we hit the battle club tomorrow? You can show me what new tricks you learnt. We can test what this city can offer, Ash said. Dartrix gave a cry of approval, liking the sound of fight. Just remember, you may face a lot of psychic types, we are in Saffron after all. Ash looked up to find the cafeteria he was searching for. He ordered a plate of spaghetti for himself, and sunflower seeds for Dartrix. While waiting for his order at the table, he was thinking about how to use the remaining time into something productive, when an idea appeared in his mind. "Hey," he said to Dartrix, "how about we play a game?" Dartrix gave him a curious look, to which Ash said, "How about you say something and I try to find out what you are saying? Will make conversation much easier if I understand you better." Dartrix agreed with a hoot and straightened itself for a second, and then gave a series of hoot. Ash noted the length, tone and pitch of each sound. To understand what Dartrix is saying, it's important to know how Dartrix thinks. Whenever Dartrix is happy, his hoots are a little bit drawn out, just like now. And from the tone, he may sound nostalgic. So, my guess maybe Dartrix may be missing a happy memory, Ash thought, now what it may be. As a roulette, Dartrix loved one thing the most, sleeping 16 hours a day. "You are missing your Arceus damn sleep, aren't?" Ash said with amusement, more with the look on Dartrix's face. "You used to snore more than a Snorlax." Dartrix rubbed the back of his head, copying the same way Ash does, before hooting out again. This time his tone was more of a mocking, sarcastic one. "You are mocking me?" Ash asked, not unkindly, but narrowing his eyes. He could have sworn Dartrix would have given him the biggest sheet-eating grin possible. If he had a mouth instead of a beak. "That's a hard one," Ash said to himself, trying to figure out with what he was mocked with. "Nah. Pass." Ash gave up after giving a lot of thought, but Dartrix didn't give up. He directly pointed towards Ash. Ash asked, causing Dartrix to nod his head. At that moment, a waiter came at their table bringing their food. Dartrix saw the opportunity and snatched the fork as soon as Ash was going to pick it up. "Hey," Ash cried out, "give it back," he said, trying to take the fork. Dartrix kept the fork out of him and waved one of its wings at him, signifying no. "You aren't gonna let me eat unless I say the answer," Ash said with annoyance. "I take back every good thing I said about your evolution, you were better as a roulette," he grumbled. He barely caught the fork which Dartrix threw back at him suddenly after fumbling with it for a bit. "Wait, you are also taking back something nice you said about me? That's what you were saying?" Dartrix nodded his head, to which Ash said, "Wait, when did you said anything good about me?" In response, Ash got the sharpest deadpan expression he had ever seen. "Really?" Ash didn't need to think for a second to know what it meant. "Not that I had any way of knowing," he added nervously. "You were gone for a long time," Elima commented on Ash's return. "Duskull was this close of getting us kicked out of here," he said, pointing to Duskull as he gave his shameless laughter. "What now?" Ash said, rolling his eyes at Duskull. "Well, he almost phased through the walls to give a jump scare to other guests on the other side," Elima said. "Luckily a rebukal from Charizard made him stop." "Is that so, Wyvern?" he said to Charizard. "Thank you." Charizard gave a bored grumble as he kept lying on the floor of the suite. "Now about you," Ash said, turning to Duskull, causing him to laugh again. Ash tried to glare but failed to pull up a half-decent one. Instead, he took out Duskull's Pokeball. "You will stay in your Pokeball for next of the week, you will be out only during training and dinner times," he said, recalling him back to the Pokeball. "So, ultimately it dropped down to, you are grounded," Elima said, smiling. "Not gonna lie, I was a bit of prankster myself," Ash said, smirking at him, remembering the long lectures he received from Professor Kukui. He once again released Duskull out of his Pokeball. "Last chance I am giving you," Ash said half sternly, knowing it's anything but last. Duskull didn't seem bothered at all and joined Poipole, Gumi and Ralt's group laughing. "Enjoy it while you can, he will become a silent zombie after he evolves," Elima said to him. "I know that," Ash said with a sad smile, "but what can be done?" Ralts was jumping with excitement as Gardevoir scored a clean hit on Starmie. The match was best 2 out of 3, with each team having 3 active player and 1 reserve. From Morning Stars, a guy named Alan took the lead with his Starmie, while Battle Frontier sent September and her Gardevoir. And from the looks of it, Gardevoir was better trained. Ash tried to notice each and every minute details of the match, trying to predict strategies employed from looking at the moves. He can't remember, but some ancient scholar from faraway region once said something which translates to, learn from others' mistakes, 'cause you may not live long enough to commit every single one of them. Also, it's a good exercise for him. From what he noted, Alan tried to go hyper-offensive with his tremendously fast Starmie, trying to land as many powerful hits as quickly as possible. Though not a bad strategy, what Ash knows is this doesn't work on opponents who can drag out and stall the battle. Which September and his Gardevoir is exactly doing. Gardevoir seemed to be able to predict from where and when the attack would come and dodge accordingly, future sight maybe, Ash thought. Any attack too quick to dodge was blocked with shields raised. This continued for solid 5 minutes, and its effects could be seen in the field. Though Starmie was nowhere near down, Alan however seemed frustrated, not being able to land a single hit. And then, it happened. Alan made Starmie use Rapid Spin on Gardevoir, maybe hoping to break the screen with raw power, but he seemed to forget one basic rule: getting close to Psychic Pokemon is never a good idea, unless the Pokemon is a Dark type, or the trainer is Ash. As Starmie was within range, Gardevoir's eyes glowed and trapped Starmie in a psychic bubble, before blasting it with a Shadow Ball. Ash leaned forward, as it would be interesting to see how Alan handles it. He had seen this type of game style before, and already devised a plan to deal with it, considering his opponent does not have a counter already in place. Though he was slightly disappointed that Alan chose to use long-range attacks, which was getting him nowhere. Though now, Gardevoir was getting offensive, as she fired a couple of attacks of her own in between blocking. That's when things got a little complicated for Ash as he noticed a flaw in the battle. The Gardevoir was a trained one, no doubt, but she never, not even a single time, teleported. It was not making any sense to him, as the only sensible possibility would be she does not know how to, which again is absurd considering his Ralts even knows teleportation despite being highly limited. But if Gardevoir really didn't know teleport, that's a buff any smart opponent could take advantage of. I am underwhelmed, Ash said, as Gardevoir landed the finishing blow with a Shadow Ball. He expected a good match, something beyond just show of power and speed, but it was not. That's clearly not a lead Starmie, that was an offensive sweeper Starmie. Where was the spike support? He could have planned it better. Calm down Ash, it's easy to nitpick from far away, maybe there was a reason. The one you are criticizing could crush you in a battle, Ilima reasoned. Sorry, can't agree with you, Ash responded, maybe when he is stronger than me, and my team isn't ready yet, but on equal ground, I could have swept the floor with him. Part of me want to participate in next year's tournament just to show what a little research and tactics could do, he said. Ilima raised an eye at him, to which Ash reminded, Wyvern did some serious damage to your Snorlax despite being weak and relatively untrained. No offense, he added in response to Wyvern's hot glare thrown at him. Fair point, Ilima simply said, as everybody prepared for round 2. The crowd below was going wild, they don't care about so many factors. From Morning Stars came their Captain James with his Alakazam, while Battle Frontier sent out Megan and her Rhydon. As the match was signaled to start, Rhydon stomped his feet causing extremely sharp jagged rocks to protrude out of the ground across the field. Smart move, Ilima commented, stealth rocks will severely limit Alakazam's mobility, while Rhydon's thick skin will protect itself from the rocks. You know, the previous match could have gone similarly if Starmie used spikes, Ash commented, I will bet on Alakazam, that Pokemon can pull out some nasty tricks. Rhydon was not done there, as it conjured a massive sandstorm engulfing the entire field, making it impossible to see what's happening here from up the gallery. James probably ordered to disperse the sandstorm or something as a burst of psychic energy tore the sandstorm into shreds. Now things got clearer and it could be seen that Rhydon was getting up from ground while a protective bubble was glowing around Alakazam. It's not possible to know what exactly happened, but Ash theorized that Rhydon used some sort of physical attack which Alakazam countered with Protect, if those shattered stealth rocks were any indication. Rhydon soon got back up, but before it could do anything, Alakazam's eyes glowed, and the sharp protrusions broke away from the ground and levitated in the air aiming at Rhydon. In the next second, the rocks shot towards Rhydon, hitting him from all directions, though the rock pieces shattered on impact with Rhydon's hide. For Ash, this seemed like some sort of distraction, but nothing happened. Alakazam was still standing there firing rocks at Rhydon. What is he up to? Ash thought. He got his answer soon after. Rhydon pushed forward, ignoring the rocks being fired like bullets from a machine gun, intending to smash Alakazam with its momentum. Alakazam stopped its previous attack and crossed its spoons to fire a multicolored beam, most probably Psybeam, at Rhydon. But even that did little to slow Rhydon down. Ash expected Alakazam to teleport out of the way, but was surprised when Rhydon rammed its spinning horn into Alakazam, throwing it back. But before he could comprehend anything, Alakazam vanished from the scene. Ash mentally kicked himself for not recognizing what was happening. It's trickery 101, he had seen this play out hundreds of times before, heck, at Vermilion even with himself. Confirming it, another Alakazam appeared behind Rhydon, with not even a scratch from the previous attack, and blasted Rhydon with a burst of psychic energy. Alakazam then teleported right beside Rhydon, was thrown and again blasted it, and this process is repeated again and again and again. Till Rhydon looked absolutely beaten and bruised, seemingly down to its last legs. Alakazam also seemed a little tired, all those psychic attacks and pulling out substitutes seemed to drain it a little, though nowhere near as bad as Rhydon. At this point, Ilima said, if Rhydon have to win, it needs to land one solid at Alakazam. Which is difficult, if not impossible. Going anywhere near Alakazam would need some sort of trickery 101-inch, Ash said. Trickery 101, Ilima asked, not understanding. It's that substitute decoy thing, I call it trickery 101, Ash replied. He looked down to find out that Rhydon brought up a sandstorm again. Curious, Ash looked intently to find what will happen next. Just like last time, the storm was ripped apart and Alakazam was there with shields and screens up, only there was no Rhydon. The confusion caused Alakazam to lower his guard down for a moment, and at that very moment, before anybody could comprehend anything, the ground erupted and an abnormally long horn glowing green with power pierced through Alakazam's shoulder right into his head, causing him to scream out in terrible pain and drop one of its spoons. Ash slightly winced at the sight, as Rhydon gave a monstrous roar and threw Alakazam into the ground, before stomping on it with its massive heavy legs. Alakazam tried to block it, but with its brain damaged and one of its shines gone, it was nowhere near of harnessing its psychic abilities as before. Rhydon kept stomping down hard, fully intending to break all of Alakazam's bones and burying in the ground, until the referee held out the flag in Megan's favor, ending the round there. Despite the sheer brutality at the end of the match, Ash couldn't help but say, looks like that was your one good hit. Ilima nodded his head, it's about timing. The move pulled out isn't an uncommon one, but 1 second early and Rhydon would have hit the barrier, 1 second late and Alakazam would have figured where Rhydon was and teleported away. Megan timed that move brilliantly, he said, still think you can beat these trainers, he added tauntingly. Maybe, maybe not, but I will definitely try, Ash said back with a cocky grin. Down there, the referee is talking with the captain of both the teams. With the Frontier winning the first 2 rounds, they have already qualified. So, the third match is just a formality. If any team wins, they can pass the third round. After a long conversation, it was decided the match will go on. Calder represented Morning Stars with his Gengar, while Emily represented the Frontier with Sizer. As the match started, Sizer darted forward and landed the first blow with Bullet Punch. Looks like technician, Ilima noted, seeing the damage done. Hidden ability? Ash asked. No, normal, Ilima responded, focusing on the match. Sizer once again tried to dish out another set of Bullet Punch, but Gengar managed to escape and trap Sizer with Shadow Sneak. Sizer, now half paralyzed, seemed to be at the mercy of Gengar, with the latter clawing the former with long dark claws emerging from its elongated shadow. But Sizer seemed to not going to have any of it, and with all its willpower rammed its claws flowing with the dark energy right into the shadow, breaking the paralysis spell. Before Gengar could recover from the hit, Scizor called up a number of decoys with double team and charged forward with X-Scissor. Gengar tried to sneak away again, but Scizor increased its speed with agility and caught up to it, delivering one after the other powerful blows. The entire stadium was stunned with the sheer fierceness of Scizor. It was definitely not playing around and wanted to finish the game as fast as possible. Scizor was moving so fast, that it was almost invisible to human eye. Gengar, with all its speed, was unable to dodge any of the blows, and got thrown all over the place like a rag doll. Everyone thought Scizor had outclassed Gengar, and it would be an easy victory, but you can never say with certainty, no matter how promising victory looks. All on a sudden, Scizor stopped moving and stood firmly in one place, a menacing black aura surrounding it. Nobody understood what in the world was going on, not even Ash and Ilima. Ash took out his Pokédex and after a bit of searching, found the reason. Gengar's second ability he never knew existed, Cursed Body. I thought Gengar's ability was Levitate. How it is levitating if its ability is Cursed Body? Ash asked in confusion. I don't think Ghost Pokémon, especially Gengar line, need Levitate ability to levitate. In fact, lot of ghosts levitate without any ability or flying typing. But Cursed Body is new to me too, Ilima said. And not just him, a lot of people in the stadium, including both the trainers, were taken aback as the commentator narrated out the piece of information. Not wanting to give up the Arceus gifted advantage, Calder ordered to use hypnosis, immediately putting Scizor to sleep. This started a 3 minutes timer, within which if Scizor is unable to wake up will be disqualified. To smoothen the road to victory, Gengar repeatedly punched Scizor with a glowing icy fist, encasing it into a box of ice. Cursed Body, sleep and ice was too much for Scizor to break free of. As the timer crossed the 1 minute mark, a shadowy clone of Gengar emerged out of its body and went through the sleeping Scizor's body. Dark aura surrounded both Gengar and Scizor as Gengar started channeling Scizor's energy into himself, as it deployed its game-ending move, Dream Eater. With all its energy gone, paralyzed and encased in ice, Scizor was no longer able to battle, with the victory going to Calder. With the final victory, Morning Star, despite losing the game and probably eliminated from the tournament, was able to prevent an absolute whitewash against the 3 times champions Battle Frontier, and all the spectators present in the stadium gave them a standing ovation for their spectacular performance and effort. Ash and Ilima was walking down the pavement. They are in Saffron City, it would criminal not to visit the gym at least once. The famous, or infamous, Sabrina Gym. It's one of the few gyms in the world that every trainer would dream to conquer. Only 1 or 2 trainers managed to win the Marsh Badge annually, the badge which had become symbol of power in the trainer community along with the Earth Badge. The Saffron Gym is not just popular among trainers, but among tourists as well. The gym is one of the most magnificent piece of architecture, blending both Oriental and modern design. The base structure is like a giant, half-bloom, white lotus, with its proportionate height of a skyscraper. There is also a water body surrounding the gym, shaped like the petals of a flower, with a huge garden around it. Though despite how splendid the gym looks like, it's not the original. The original structure is located in a faraway region built centuries ago. And then comes the gym leader Sabrina herself, arguably the strongest psychic trainer in the world, cold but not cruel as people say. Rumors are she is evenly matched with Elite Four Agatha, and was even given a position in the Kanto Elite Four, but she declined. An absolute prodigy, she became a master psychic at the age of 8. And when she was 10, she completed the entire gym challenge with just a Kadabra. Though she finally met her match and beaten down in league tournament by none other than Blue Oak. The Saffron Gym was not just a Pokemon gym, it was also an academy for people to learn and practice their psychic skills. Ash was unsure whether to enter the gym or just stay relaxed in the garden outside, since he couldn't challenge her without at least 5 gym badges. Finally, he decided against it as he was not ready to see flying notebooks all the time. Instead, he and Ilima found a bench to have a nice chat peacefully. So, it would be better if we leave for Celadon tomorrow, it's 3-day journey on foot, one day on bus and 10 hours by rail, Ash said looking at the digital map of Kanto he had. Depends if you have Pokemon ready to fight Erica, Ilima responded. From what I have gathered, Erica uses absolute baby Pokemons for beginners. I am planning to use Ralts and Duskull. An opponent of their level is perfect for them to begin with. You sure you don't want to use Lampent, or Dartrix? They would have a better matchup, Ilima said. I would like a fair play. Also, victory with type advantage feels a little hollow. I want my wins to feel hard-earned, Ash replied. Ralts and Duskull are hopelessly outclassed in most of the matches. If there is a chance for them to get a proper, fair battle, then why not? What about the third Pokemon? Ilima asked. Erica's battles are 3v3. Maybe Jangmo-o, Ash thought. He could get a field to test his new abilities. Professor is working hard on him. That's true, Ilima said. If he evolves, then he could give you an edge over those rock titans of pewter. Ash looked around, inhaled a lung full of air and exhaled. Mentally debating for a bit, he decided to change the subject to something personal. Hey, you have trained longer than me, took part in more competitions than me. Is there a time, when you felt, like you are not up to expectations or something? Ash asked. Ilima stared at Ash for a couple of seconds, then said, as a matter of fact, normally I don't care of what others are expecting of me, especially strangers, or people who don't have any effect in my life. But I did feel sometimes that I am lacking something. Those are my expectations on myself. What did you then? Ash questioned. Looked for the most logical way to make myself better, Ilima said in a matter-of-fact tone, like joining Kalos Institute after getting kicked of the league. Ilima then turned towards Ash and said, why, somebody putting pressure on you for performance? No, Ash said a bit quickly and forcefully, no. It's just, I am new, so I may face similar problems in future. So, I am trying to know what I should do that time. If you ever face any problem, I will be there to help you. That's what I am here for, Ilima said with a smile. Ash secretly heaved a sigh of relief, as Ilima seemed to accept his story. Part of him was relieved that Ilima wasn't another psychic, or empath for the matter, or else, he would have caught the lie. And fortunately, I got a person to talk. Otherwise, I was afraid I would turn into a no-word spoken, no-nonsense attitude person, Ash joked as both of them laughed at it. Ash and Ilima spent quite some time at the gym garden where Ilima was recounting some tales of his travel journey in Kalos. Until it was time to leave. You go ahead, Ilima, Ash said, I will go and hit the supermarket once. Alright, Ilima said starting to walk towards the direction of the Pokemon Center, don't be too late. Ash walked out of the Sylph Corp Megamart with a medium-sized plastic bag in his hand. The bag contains some TM discs which he has picked up for his team. Now that some of his Pokemon has gotten stronger, giving 1 or 2 TM won't cause that big of an issue. Double-checking the contents and keeping the bill safely, Ash started his long walk back towards the Pokemon Center when suddenly and accidentally he ran into another person coming from the opposite direction. Ash looked up to find a man, quite in his 30s, dressed in a black overcoat and fedora, staring at him with a cold, calculating gaze. The man had strange teal hair and eyes for some reason. I am sorry, Ash apologized quickly, I wasn't looking in front of me. The man gave a soft glare and said in an eerily calm voice, but a voice which commands authority, you shouldn't just look in front of you, boy. It's important to look behind as well. Saying that, he simply walked away ignoring Ash's calls of confusion. Strange, Ash thought, unable to make a head or tail about the statement, but didn't bother to follow the person. But somehow, he felt, in another world, his stupid self would have done exactly that. He is a big believer of the multiverse theory after all. The said stranger walked down the pavement and took a cab in the next turn. The cab drove towards the Central Avenue, one of the poshest areas of Saffron City, where most of the rich Saffroniers live. He got down in front of a high-rising luxury apartment building and passed through the automatic doors fitted in front. Once he reached his desired floor, he walked down the corridor and knocked at the what seemed to be his apartment door, to be greeted by a scarlet-haired woman. "He is here, Ariana," the man said, entering his apartment. "Red Sun, he is here. And from the looks of it, Petrol seems to be after him." The woman, named Ariana, didn't seem surprised, instead asked, "What does Petrol want from the brat?" "Mutwo," the man replied, "only Red knows where Mutwo is, and his son seems like to be a bargain chip." "And what are you gonna do about it, Archer?" Ariana asked, narrowing her eyes. "I will ruin those BSTRDS, Archer said, gritting his teeth, "those two avenge scorpions. My biggest mistake was trusting those two imbeciles. We lost our organization, our boss and Kanto. We failed Kanto. Only for two BSTRDS greed." Ariana, habituated with Archer's outburst, offered, "I think you need a drink." Archer calmed himself down a little and said, "Yes, please, a strong one." "Are you sure?" "That's what he said," Ilima said as Ash narrated the entire thing to it. "I am telling you, he appeared out of nowhere and vanished into nowhere," Ash said, waving his hands dramatically. "Well, come to think about it, maybe he was just giving tips," Ilima said, "maybe he was just telling to be cautious. You know, criminal activity is on rise in Kanto and Johto." "I am getting a really funny feeling about it," Ash said thoughtfully. "Call me paranoid, but my sixth sense is tingling." "Forget about it for now," Ilima said, "let's get done with dinner." Ash also thought it's best to leave the matter out. Another thought took its place, one which constantly pressures him. "Dad, I am going to make yourself proud, I will win. I have to, losing is not an option for me."